Hi everyone, this is What If Fan bringing you a brand new fanfic. What if Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town? You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Please be sure to support the creator. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 6, Arc 2, Devilish Business. Opening scene, Kuo Park, Kuo Town. We see what appears to be a couple just finishing a date. The boy appears to be a 17-year-old high school student of average height with short brown hair and light brown eyes. He appears to be wearing a red t-shirt underneath his open dress shirt and black blazer, matching black pants, and blue and white sneakers. While the girl appears to be wearing a dark red jacket with the letter P embroidered in gold, a white undershirt, a red bow, and a green skirt with a thin white stripe around the lower end of it. "Hey Issei-kun," the girl asked the boy. "What is it, Yuma-chan?" The newly dubbed Issei asked back. "Can you do something for me?" Yuma asked. Finally the moment has arrived. The goodbye kiss in the park after sunset on the first date. Issei thought. "Well, what's your request?" Issei asked nervously. "Would you mind dying right now?" she asked with a smile. Could you repeat that?" Issei asked nervously. "Can you please die right now?" she repeated. With that, suddenly, black wings burst out of Yuma's back. "The past couple of days I spent with you. I had a lot of fun." Yuma then jumped back and began to form a black lance of energy in her hand. "What's going on?" he thought. "Is that a spear?" he said. Once the spear fully formed, Yuma threw it at Issei. "What?" he yelled before the spear pierced his stomach and then disappeared. Blood immediately began to drip from the new hole in his body. "Sorry, but, since you're a potential risk, I had to take care of you sooner or later." She apologized while still smiling. What is she talking about? Issei thought. "If you want to place blame on someone, curse God, he who put a sacred gear within your body," she said as she walked away. "What's going on?" Issei questioned. "I don't understand." Issei then noticed the blood. "Red, is this my blood? Am I going to die? If I'm going to die, I'd rather die in the arms of that beautiful girl," Issei said as he remembered the red hair girl he saw at school. As Issei laid there dying, a red magic circle formed out of nowhere. From it came a beautiful young woman in her late teens with white skin, blue-green eyes, and a buxom figure. Her most distinctive feature is her long beautiful crimson hair that reaches down to her thighs, with a single hair strand sticking out from the top. Her hair also has loose bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. Things have become interesting. Foo. So it's you. Fine, I'll bring you back to life. From now on, you must live for my sake," the girl said as she crouched down beside the dead Issei. She formed a magic circle in her palm and from it came one red pawn piece. She placed it on the boy's chest and started to chant. "I, Rias Gremory, hereby order you, heed me, Issei Hayadu. Bring your soul back to this world and become my servant. You shall become my pawn and rejoice in your newfound life." Soon a red glow began to form around the boy. However, the pawn piece she placed on the boy did not sink into his body but itself glowed red. Rias immediately noticed that her 7 other pawn pieces appear on the boy, forming an octagon shape. Unbeknownst to Rias, while this was happening, Ichigo appeared behind a tree. Ichigo looked around and quickly took notice of the girl, whom he was pretty sure was not a sinner. "Hogyoku, are you sure this is the right place?" Ichigo asked. "Yes, Ichigo, this is the right place. Stop doubting my abilities," Hogyoku said, pouting. "Okay, calm down." Ichigo thought and decided to continue to observe the ritual. Back to Rias, she realized that this boy required all of her pawn pieces, 4 of which are mutated pieces. Before she could stop the ritual, all 8 pawn pieces sank into his body. "Well, it looks like I got myself a cute and strong pawn," she said. A magic circle appeared below them and teleported away. "Well, that was something," Ichigo commented, surprised at what he had just witnessed. The energy she used was the one I sensed, Hogyoku said. But, clearly she's not a sinner, Yawatch said. Well, what should we do then? Ichigo said. Why don't we do some recon to see what we can gather about this community? Kiyoka suggested. Good idea. Ichigo thought to his spirits. Ichigo then went on a walk around town, asking around for information. He learned that up the road is Kuo Academy, a private prestigious school that recently became co-ed. The redhead he saw is a girl named Rias, and she is one of the most popular girls in the school. He also learned that the other boy he saw was a guy named Issei, one of 3 boys that are major perverts at the school. This got Ichigo angry since he hates perverts. Not finding anything else, he decided to see if Yasaka knew anything about the girl and what happened to the boy. Yasaka's shrine/home. Back at Yasaka's shrine/home, Ichigo walked to the gates and greeted the guards in front of the shrine. As he walked through the gates, he ended up crashing into Kunu. Sorry, Kunu. I didn't see you. Ichigo apologized. Papa, you came back, she stated, ignoring Ichigo's apology with how overjoyed she was. Kuna-sama, where are you? Shouted a maid behind Kunu before spotting her in front of Ichigo. Kunu. There you are. She then noticed Ichigo's presence. Oh, hello, Ichigo-sama. Hello, maid-san. Sorry, I did not catch your name. Ichigo said. My name is Sakura, Ichigo-sama. The newly dubbed Sakura told him. Sakura-san, do you know where Yasaka is? Ichigo asked. I know where Mama is. Let's go, Papa. Kuno said excitedly before speeding ahead. Okay, Kuno-chan. Ichigo agreed before following the young girl. Sakura sighed, knowing that her mistress will likely be mad at her, but follows behind Ichigo and Kunu. Eventually, they reached a door being guarded by 4 guards. Hello, Darius. Heinkel. Jurso. Zampano. Kunu greeted. Kuna-sama, they yelled in surprise. What are you doing here? You are not supposed to be here. Darius questioned. A few seconds later, Ichigo caught up with Kunu. Who are you? The 4 yelled and got into their battle stances, ready for anything. I'm Ichigo, a friend of Kunu and Yasaka. Ichigo introduced himself. Lies, Darius yelled before him, and the other 3 transformed. Darius transformed into a bipedal gorilla, Heinkel transformed into a humanoid lion, Jurso transformed into a creature resembling a bipedal frogfish, and Zampano transformed into a creature resembling a hedgehog or a boar. Ichigo, seeing this, pushed Kunu behind him and drew both Tsuki no Hansha and Kokogetsu. Right before they attacked each other, they heard the door open. What is going on? Yasaka yelled. Yasaka-sama, we have an intruder trying to kidnap both you and Kuna-sama. Darius reported as he pointed at Ichigo. Ichigo? What are you doing here? She asked in confusion. I was just looking for you. There's something I want to talk with you. Ichigo explained. Guards, he is not trying to kidnap me. He is a friend. Return to your human form and resume positions. Yasaka ordered the guards before focusing on Ichigo and her daughter. Ichigo, Kunu, you can come inside. Hi, Yasaka-sama. The guards replied before turning back into their human forms. Ichigo put away both of his blades and entered the room with Kunu. Upon entering the room, Ichigo noticed another person already inside. The guest was a male in his early 20s with shoulder-length crimson-red hair and blue-green eyes. Ichigo immediately noticed the man's similarities to the girl he saw at the park, Rias if he recalled right. Apologies, Lucifer Dano. What were we talking about before being interrupted? Yasaka asked. We were talking about using your shrine or another private location in Kyoto to have our 3-fraction meeting, Yasaka Dano, Sirzechs replied. Right. Yasaka hummed and thought, her eyes flicking to Ichigo as an idea came to her. Well, I believe that, if Ichigo-kun is willing to be here for security, then right here on Shrine would be a viable location to hold your meeting, Yasaka said. Wait, Yasaka-Ichigo tried to say but was interrupted by Lucifer. Ichigo? Would his full name be Ichigo Kurosaki? Is he the gentleman right next to you? Sirzechs asked, his attention focusing on the young man. Yes, and yes, Yasaka confirmed. I see. Then, Kurosaki-san, may I talk to you after my meeting with Yasaka-dano? Sirzechs asked. Sure. Lucifer-sama Ichigo replied. Also, why would I be included in this meeting? Everyone here knows what happened during your fight with Aizen. We all felt your power at that time. It was stronger than my full power. Lucifer admitted. And we all know that you didn't lose your powers like you told the Shinigami. Ichigo sighed and said. I do not want to get involved with another war that I have little connection with. Ichigo, you will not be involved with politics. You will only be a paid mercenary that we hired to supervise the meeting in 3 weeks. Yasaka said. Well, I guess that is fine. Please tell me more about this meeting, then, including who is showing up and what they are. Ichigo requested, and both leaders quickly told him about the devils, fallen angel, and angels. The meeting will consist of me and Seraphal Leviathan representing the devils. Azazel and Barakiel will represent the fallen angels. Finally, we have Michael and Gabriel representing the angels. The Satan said. We may have some extra people attending but won't be involved with the actual meeting. Okay then. I agree to provide security for this meeting, Ichigo agreed. The meeting ended after that and Yasaka left the room to allow the two to have some privacy. So, Lucifer-sama, Ichigo began. Call me Sirzechs, Kurosaki-san. Lucifer-sama is for when we're in a formal setting. Sirzechs corrected Ichigo, who nodded. Call me Ichigo then. So, do you have a relative named Rias Gremory? Ichigo asked. Yes. That is my sister. Sirzechs answered. Are you interested in her? He asked with a glare. No. I just sensed Riatsa similar to that of a sinner, and when I teleported to the location of it, I noticed her with a boy. Ichigo said. How can you feel a sinner's Riatsu? The Satan asked. Sirzechs was aware that no sinner left hell since, due to his title, he acts as a watchman over hell. Ichigo proceeded to tell the redhead what happened 2 years ago, how he went to hell to save his sisters. When he mentioned meeting with the former Jigaku no Kotai, Sirzechs was shocked. Not even he was honored with meeting Jigaku no Kotai. When Ichigo told him he received the title of Jigaku no Kotai and the golden armor, Sirzechs almost ended up bowing to Ichigo right there. By having that title and armor, Ichigo is effectively the ruler of hell. Since the underworld is one of the many pocket dimensions in hell, all devils and fallen angels are technically servants under Ichigo now. I see. Well, getting back on track, I have something to ask of you, Ichigo. Sirzechs began. I am willing to pay you until the day of the meeting to protect Rias as well as train her and her peerage, Sirzechs stated. What's a peerage? Ichigo asked. Well, due to the Great War, the devils suffered massive losses. We needed more devils, but it is difficult for us to reproduce. This issue led to one of my friends to invent the evil pieces. They are a total of 16 pieces, each set having 1 king, 1 queen, 2 knights, 2 bishops, 2 rooks, and 8 pawns, and we use them to convert other beings to devils. These newly reincarnated devils are similar to servants, friends, and/or family. Okay. Not to be mean, Sirzechs, but what will be the payment for my services? Ichigo asked. Well, I can arrange you to have a familiar. Sirzechs offered. What will be my familiar be? Ichigo asked. Who knows? If you agree, then I will arrange for you to meet with the familiar master and he will help you from there. Sirzechs answered. How will I justify my presence when I'm not a student or staff member of Kuo Academy? Ichigo asked. Well, I'm also the headmaster of the school, so I can hire you. If you agree, you will be an assistant teacher assigned as the club advisor to the Occult Research Club. That is the cover my sister uses for her peerage. Also, Sona Citri is another devil frequenting the school. She is the student president and her peerage uses the student council as a cover as well. Seraphal Leviathan, her older sister, might come by and request your services too. My offer, however, is for my sister and her peerage and no one else. Do you accept my offer then? Yes, I do. Ichigo accepted. He will be helping someone and getting paid. A win-win in Ichigo's mind. Excellent. Just go to Kuo Academy in the morning and you can start then. Sirzechs said. After that, he left the room and Yasaka re-entered. So, Ichigo, why did you come here? Yasaka asked and Ichigo told her what happened. So you came here just to ask if I knew anything about that girl who felt like she is from hell. Did I get that correct? Correct, Ichigo said. Then you came here and got lost, found Kunu and she took you here. And now you've ended up accepting to be Sirzechs' sister's teacher until the day of the meeting. Yasaka finished. Yep. That about sums it up, Ichigo confirmed before standing up and stretching out his soreness. Well, I'd better get going. Wait, Yasaka said. It's getting late. Why don't you eat and sleep here for the night? Well, I don't. Ichigo said before Yasaka gave him an angry look that could kill a lesser man. Fine. He relented, causing to Yasaka smile. Time skip, morning. The next day, Ichigo showed up to Kuo Academy wearing a white dress shirt with an unbuttoned collar tucked into black dress pants and black shoes. He walked around the building, grumbling about lack of directions. Excuse me. Do you need help? Asked a female voice. Ichigo turned around and saw none other than Rias Gremory herself behind him. It looks like you're lost. Are you a new student? She asked with a slight smile. No. I have a job opening and I was told to go to the office to get it finished. Ichigo replied. Job opening? She questioned, not remembering her brother talk about there being a job opening. Yes. Can you show me where the office is? Ichigo asked. Sure. Just go down the hall and take a right. It will be the last door on the left. She instructed him. Thanks. Ichigo thanked. Following her directions, Ichigo was able to find the office easily. Hello. How can I help you? The office secretary asked. Hello. I am supposed to meet the headmaster here. Ichigo said. Okay. What is your name? She asked. Ichigo Kurosaki, Ichigo answered. Headmaster, a man named Ichigo Kurosaki is claiming that you requested to see him? The secretary asked through the phone on her desk. Ah. Please let him in, Reika-san. Sirzechs answered. Hi. Reika the secretary then put down the phone and looked at Ichigo. The headmaster will see you now, Kurosaki-san. Take a right and walk down the hall until you see a red door. That's where the headmaster will meet you. Thank you, Ichigo said and left. A few minutes later, he arrived at the door and knocked. Come in. Sirzechs' voice came from the other side and Ichigo walked in. Once inside, Ichigo saw Sirzechs sitting behind a desk and wearing a suit. Behind him and to his right was a woman appearing to be in her early 20s with silver hair and matching eyes. Her hair features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest was let down, ending in twin braids. She was currently wearing a blue and white French-made outfit with long sleeves and a white-made headband over her head and red lipstick. Welcome to Kuo Academy, Kurosaki-sama. My name is Graphia Lucifuge. I am Lucifer-sama's queen and in charge of all the maids in the service of the Gremory. Graphia greeted and introduced herself. Ah, you forgot the most important role of yours, my dear, Sirzechs said with a smile. You are also my wife, which I would prefer to have at the moment over my maid. He complained with a fit of faux anger. Can we just finish whatever needs to be done? Ichigo asked, breaking the argument. Here you go, Ichigo. Sirzechs handed Ichigo the necessary information and school administration ID. Once Ichigo checked all the needed information that was there, he left the office and went to the English classroom. Reaching the classroom, Ichigo talked to the teacher and presented the paperwork to them. After going over it, the teacher was satisfied and pointed at a chair in the back of the classroom. At 8:30 a.m., the bell rang and the students began to enter the classroom. Ichigo looked over the students and immediately recognized Rias. Ichigo noted which class she belonged to and, once the students calmed down, he was told to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Kurosaki Ichigo. I am an assistant teacher currently going through training. The headmaster allowed me to watch your class among others to gain some experience. And before you ask, no, my hair is not dyed." "Thank you," Ichigo said before walking to the back of the classroom. Eventually, the school day was over and the students left. Ichigo looked at the map given to him by Sirzechs and found the old school building. Entered the building, he went to the room that the redhead told him was being used by the Occult Research Club. Finding the room, he knocked on the door politely. "Come in." Hearing that, Ichigo opened the door and walked in. Inside the room, he saw Rias sitting behind a desk and Issei sitting by a beautiful young woman that looked about the same age as Rias. She had very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair is tied in a long ponytail with 2 strands sticking out from the top and the rest sloping backward, tied with an orange ribbon. She wore the customary Kuo Academy girls' school uniform along with black knee-high socks. Next, Ichigo saw a young man with short blonde hair, gray eyes and a mole under his left eye wearing the Kuo Academy boys' school uniform. Finally, he laid eyes on a little girl with white hair and hazel eyes. The front of her hair has 2 long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. Like the older girls, she wore the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform but without the shoulder cape. "Hello Kurosaki-sensei, why are you here?" Rias asked in confusion. "Go and ask your brother," Ichigo replied. "Ni-sama?" Rias questioned in confusion. Suddenly a red seal appeared and everyone except Ichigo and Issei recognized the seal as the Gremri family teleportation seal. The seal glowed a bright red and once the lights disappeared, Sirzechs and Grafia could be seen standing on where the seal had been. "Hello, my Rias-chan," Sirzechs said with over-the-top excitement. He attempted to hug his dear sister, but Ichigo and Grafia both punched him in the gut and he fell on his knees. Ichigo and Grafia looked at each other and smirked subtlety at each other. Ichigo already knew that Grafia was going to ask. "Idiot called my dad." "This idiot," Grafia replied before facing Rias and her peerage. "Since Sirzechs-sama is unable to tell you the news, I will do so. From this point forward, Kurosaki-sama is going to be your class advisor until the day of the meeting with the 3 fractions. During that time, he will also train all 5 of you." "Really?" Rias asked in growing hope. Training from Ichigo might just be what she needed to gain an advantage over her fiancé. "Yep," Ichigo confirmed. Grafia then grabbed her king and both of them disappeared in a glow of red. "So, introductions are needed," Rias said with a clap of her hands. "On my right, we have Issei Hayadu, my newest member and only pawn. By his side is Akeno Himojima, my queen. Yuto Kiba is my knight and Koneko Tuju my rook. If you didn't already know, my name is Ichigo Kurosaki," Ichigo said. "Who?" Issei asked. "Wait," Rias said. "You mean the Ichigo Kurosaki that killed Aizen?" "That Ichigo Kurosaki?" Rias asked for clarification with wide eyes and using Ichigo's side. "Yes. That was me about 3 years ago," Ichigo answered. Immediately Rias, Akeno and Yuto fainted while Koneko and Issei simply gave him a questionable look. "Koneko, Issei, get those 3 off the floor while I find something to drink." "Do either of you want something?" Ichigo questioned. "Milk tea, please," Koneko requested. "Any tea is fine," Issei shrugged. "Okay," Ichigo replied and went to find the kitchen. 7 minutes later, Rias, Akeno and Yuto began to wake up. "Ow, my head," Rias winced. "Akeno, Yuto, are you two alright?" "Fine, Bucho," the 2 replied in unison. All 3 of them then realized they were sitting on the couch. "How did we get on the couch?" All three thought. I asked Issei and Koneko to move you three to the couch while I made everyone some tea. I do apologize for exploring the clubhouse, Ichigo said while pushing the tea cart. Immediately the room filled with the sweet smell of fresh milk tea. Akeno, he used the same milk tea from the kitchen, right? Rias asked quietly. He shouldn't have, Bucho, Akeno said. Soon the drinks were passed out and all the members took a sip. They were amazed by the flavor. So, down to business then. As you were just told, I'm here to help train you guys. Ichigo started. Now, for me to get a full assessment of each of your capabilities, we are going to have one-on-one sparring matches. Rias, do you know of a place where we can go that is safe for all of you to go all out? He asked. Well, we can go to a clearing in the forest that is near my family's estate, Rias suggested. Great. Let's go, Ichigo said as he stood up. Wait. Ichigo-sensei, how are you going to get there? I'm able to take my peerage there through my family's teleportation circle, but I can't take you using that. Rias asked. Don't worry about it. I will be able to find it. Just give me a mental image of that clearing, Ichigo assured her. Okay, Rias said before standing up and putting her hands near Ichigo's eyes, sending the mental image to him. Do you have it? Is it the one in the mountains? Ichigo asked. Yes, that's the one, Rias confirmed. Okay, see you there. With that said, Ichigo opened a normal garganta and jumped inside. Did Ichigo-sensei just rip a hole in space and jump inside? Yuto asked with an incredulous expression on his face. The others wore similar expressions too. Yes. Yes, he did, Rias said. Getting her bearings back, she told everyone to gather around her to teleport them. Soon her family's seal appeared and took all of them away. Scene change, forest clearing. Ichigo arrived at the clearing a few minutes later and looked around. This should work. It will allow them all to go all out without harming anyone and no one will need to worry too much about collateral damage either. Ichigo then saw a red transportation seal appear a few feet away from him, from which Rias and the others came from. Ichigo-sensei, are you here? Rias asked, looking for their teacher as the seal faded. Yes, I'm here, Ichigo said, waited for everyone to gather around him. Alright now, when we spar, I want you to go all out and use every trick you can think of. He started. I will have a barrier set up so that there will be no danger for those not participating in the battle. The barrier will also block out the others' views, so no need to worry about showing your secret techniques. Ichigo said. We are going to start from youngest peerage member to oldest. It will be Koneko, then Yuto, followed by Akeno and finally Rias. Issei, since you just became a devil yesterday, I want Rias to talk to you while I fight the others. I've already figured out what your training is going to consist of. With that said, Ichigo then turned his back to the group and started setting up a few keto barriers. Hachijio Sogai, Ichigo called out, and 8 orange pillars of energy rose about 40 feet up from the ground. Once the pillars stopped growing, orange walls began to form in between the pillars. Soon the walls completely covered the area and, once it was done, it vanished as if it was never there. Alright, the barrier is in place, Ichigo said with a nod at his work. The group of devils was surprised by how simplistic the barrier looks and some questioned how strong it could be. The special thing about this barrier is that it erases whatever is within it from existence and removes the space it takes up from an outsider's inner consciousness, making it so no one can even perceive its presence. If any secrets are revealed inside the box, only I and anyone else inside it will know about it. Ichigo explained. Come, Koneko, let's start, Ichigo called out and Koneko followed him into the barrier, Ichigo willing it to open a door for them to enter. Once the keto barrier closed, the others outside forgot about Ichigo and Koneko but did not panic because they could still remember the effects of the keto barrier. With nothing better to do, everyone sat down and waited for their turn while answering any questions Issei had. Ichigo vs. Koneko. Inside the barrier, Ichigo and Koneko did some light stretching while keeping constant eye contact with each other. Koneko, are you ready? Ichigo asked as Koneko got into a fighting stance. Unlike her, however, Ichigo stayed in a more casual stance. Yes, she said, and quickly used her natural speed as an Nikomata to go in for a quick punch in the gut. Ichigo immediately saw it and caught her punch with his left hand. Koneko was slightly surprised at that. As a rook, her specialty is strength, and until now, no one had ever managed to catch any of her hits. Ichigo quickly took advantage of her surprise and used his right hand to punch her in the face. Koneko tried to dodge, but her left hand was still being held by Ichigo. She got hit by the punch and was sent sliding back a few feet away from her opponent. So, looks like you were reborn as a rook, Ichigo deduced, seeing that his punch didn't leave any bruise. He had held back on that punch, but she still should have had some bruise from it. What else do you know? I know you have more things to use here. Use them. Koneko sighed at that and transformed into her Nikomata form. She then began to use Senjutsu to attempt to get an edge on Ichigo. Then she suddenly gasped, having accidentally seen how much Ryuryoku Ichigo has with her enhanced senses. Even when Ichigo was using 1% of his Ryuryoku, it was still immense. It flowed around him like flames. 1. Ichigo quickly used her state of shock to his advantage and punched her in the gut, snapping her out of her shock and slamming her into the ground. Koneko, we are done here. I can see that you are still young and untrained with your powers. You're scared of your powers, but I can help you with that, Ichigo stated, causing Koneko to get slightly nervous and making Ichigo remember when he used to fear his hollow powers. Ichigo then decided to use some healing Kido to heal some of her damage before carrying her out of the barrier. Outside of the barrier. Once Ichigo and Koneko went inside the barrier, Rias asked Yuto to cut a few trees down so that everyone could sit down and talk. Since we got interrupted by Ichigo-sensei and Oni-sama, I will explain everything to you now. Rias began. Except Ichigo-sensei, we are all devils. You remember the girl from last night with black wings, right? She is a fallen angel. Fallen angels are angels originally from heaven that served God but were cast out and sent to hell due to their wicked nature. We devils want to retain control of hell and so have been battling fallen angels ever since. We make pacts with humans for a price to obtain power, whereas the fallen angels take control of humans and use them to destroy us. Moreover, God tasked many angels to destroy both the fallen angels and us devils, making the situation a three-way standoff. Do you understand what I've said so far? Rias asked. Issei nodded until he remembered when Yuma-chan attacked him and told him to blame God. Wait. Why would she want to kill me? Issei asked. That is because you possess a sacred gear, Rias replied. A what? Issei asked. A sacred gear resides in special humans, giving them abilities far above the normal. Although most of them can only take effect within human society, some may possess enough power to harm us devils and the fallen angels. Akeno said, throwing her 2 yen in. Issei, you have that kind of power within your body, Rias said. Eh? But, Issei tried to say before the barrier opened up and everyone saw Ichigo carrying an exhausted and bruised Koneko. Koneko! Rias screamed once she saw the state of her rook. Are you alright? She will be fine. I healed up most of the big injuries. The bruising and scratches will get better by the morning, Ichigo said. Now then. Yuto, you are next. You ready? Yes, Ichigo-sensei. Yuto nodded. Yutoku and Rias called out before her blonde knight could follow Ichigo. Yes, Bucho? Yuto asked. Be careful. Ichigo-sensei is very strong, Rias warned. Don't worry, Bucho. I will, Yuto assured her before following Ichigo into the barrier. As Yuto passed the barrier, the hole closed once more. Ichigo versus Yuto. As Yuto walked in, he noticed there was a small crater in a certain area. Yuto realized that Koneko was slammed or punched that hard. Yuto, are you ready? Ichigo asked, getting into the same position that he started from earlier. Yes, Ichigo-sensei, Yuto replied. Before we start, I recommend activating whatever ability you have, Ichigo said. Very well, sensei, Yuto said. Sword birth, he yelled, and swords of all different sizes and shapes emerged straight out of the ground. My sacred gear is sword birth. It allows me to create an infinite number of demonic swords, all with different abilities. Yuto explained. I see. Interesting. Ichigo wondered. Aren't you not going to draw a blade, Ichigo-sensei? Yuto questioned as he armed himself. No, point really. You don't have enough power to force me to draw any of my blades. Ichigo said with a shrug. If you say so, sensei. I hope you are not that arrogant. Yuto said and quickly lunged at Ichigo with two different swords. Ichigo dodged the first swing and easily dodged the following one and the one after that. After a minute of dodging all of the blonde knight's sword swings, Ichigo grew bored and decided to see what else Yuto could do. The blonde devil noticed that Ichigo wasn't paying attention and decided to use this as his chance to finally get a hit in. Feinting with his left sword, Yuto for a downward swing at Ichigo's head with his right sword. Finally got you now, sensei. Yuto yelled as he struck. The sword hit its mark, making Yuto think that he got first blood. Therefore, he was quite surprised upon noticing that Ichigo had received no damage. Even worse, Yuto saw cracks appear on the blade. He jumped away from his teacher, discarded the cracked blade and grabbed another blade and went for the attack again. Deciding to end the spar here and now, Ichigo grabbed both of the blades. Immediately he noticed Yuto's true emotions. Abandoned. Experimented on. Survivor's grief. Revenge. Closure. Most importantly, a desire to protect the person who raised him. I see, Ichigo whispered. What do you see, sensei? Yuto asked. Ichigo didn't reply and used Chuunpa to move behind Yuto and knocked him out. With the blonde knocked out, the swords created from sword birth disappeared. For this one, I'll have to teach him how to properly swing his swords, help him figure out what his motive for fighting truly is and, most importantly, help him get over his past. Yuto will at one point or another encounter angels using or affiliated with holy swords and will have to keep his cool if he doesn't want to lose his head or endanger the others. Ichigo then picked the blonde up and carried him out of the barrier. Outside of the barrier. Once Yuto disappeared, Rias decided to resume their discussion while Akeno tended to some of Kaneko's wounds. Issei-kun, what were we talking about before Ichigo-sensei came out? Rias asked. You were talking about sacred gears and that I have one. Issei said. Right. Now then, we need to get yours to manifest. Rias said. How? Issei asked. Close your eyes and strike a pose that makes you feel like you could draw out a strong power from within you, Rias instructed. Like this? Issei questioned. Issei cupped his hands together. Why am I doing something so embarrassing? Issei thought. Strange. Why would he choose that pose? Is he a fan of Dragon Ball? Rias thought. It doesn't look like you have any powers, Rias said. Let's try this method instead. Try using your feelings to release all of your power at once. Rias instructed. Issei replied. Then I'll Kamehameha. Issei yelled. Suddenly there was a red light and on Issei's left hand, a green gem began to form, followed by a red armored glove. What is this? He asked. That's your sacred gear, Rias replied. Then the orange barrier appeared once more and the door opened, allowing Rias to see Yuto being carried out by Ichigo. Yuto, she yelled. This time I only knocked him out with a blow behind the head, Ichigo said. Now then. Akeno, it's your turn. Okay, Ichigo-sensei, Akeno obliged and walked towards Ichigo, who gave the unconscious Yuto to Rias. He then guided Akeno to the orange barrier, it closing as they walked in. Ichigo vs. Akeno. Once Akeno walked inside the barrier, she immediately noticed where Ichigo tested both Koneko and Yuto. Said hybrid guided her to an undisturbed area and told her to get ready. Using her magic, Akeno changed out of her school uniform and into a uniform that Ichigo recognized as a traditional Miko outfit consisting of a white haori with red accents, a pair of red hakama and a pair of zori with white tabi. "You ready?" Ichigo asked. "Yes, Ichigo-sensei," she replied before shooting a bunch of lightning bolts at Ichigo. The hybrid quickly dodged them and decided to play fire with fire or, in this case, lightning with lightning. "Heido number 4, Byakurai," Ichigo called out, shooting lightning of his own at Akeno. "Eh? So, sensei can do magic too?" Akeno commented and began to use other elemental spells. Ichigo again matched her, firing a few Shikao, Sokatsui, Heian and Sorin Sokatsui and forcing Akeno to fly away and hover in the sky. "Is this all you can do, Akeno?" Ichigo questioned as he blasted a Gaki Rekko at the she-devil, forcing Akeno to dodge the green energy beams. Akeno deduced that Ichigo was too strong to fight head-to-head and started using hit-and-run tactics. She used her wings to blow up some dust for cover before bombarding her opponent with spells. Ichigo remained calm and cast Bakudo number 39, and Kozen to block Akeno's attacks while trying to sense her Ryuryoku. Once he found her, Ichigo yelled, "Carriage of Thunder! Bridge of a spinning wheel! With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo number 61, Rikujakoro." Akeno was casting spells when 6 rods of yellow light suddenly came out of nowhere and struck her midsection, preventing her from moving. "Sensei, stop going easy on me," Akeno complained once she noticed that Ichigo was walking towards her. The hybrid sighed and, against his better judgment, decided to use one of the more powerful Kido. Raising his right index finger, Ichigo began to chant. "Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep." As Ichigo chanted, blackish purple energy started to wrap around Akeno. "Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse." As the chant continued, the blackish purple energy began to form walls, trapping Akeno in a large tower. "Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness." "Heido number 90, Koro Hitsuji." Ichigo yelled and several spear-like protrusions pierced the tower. Ichigo decided to let her be in there for 5 seconds before breaking Koro Hitsuji. Upon releasing Akeno, Ichigo saw that her Miko clothing was scratched up, as were many parts of her body. She was unconscious but, strangely, her face was blushing red. Ichigo then noticed a small wet spot on the ground and realized something about Akeno. She is a masochist. Damn it. She's not going to stop hounding me after this. Damn it all. Ichigo complained. He then proceeded to carry Akeno, bridal style, out of the barrier. Outside of the barrier. "So, Rias, what else do you wish to talk about before your turn?" Issei asked. "Well, what do you want?" Rias asked. "What do I want?" Issei questioned, confusion clearly on his face. "Let me rephrase that. What is your dream?" Rias asked. "I want to become a harem king." Issei started with not 1 ounce of shame. "Is that possible now that I'm a devil?" he asked, eyes filled with hope. "Of course it is. First, you must accumulate achievements. The price paid for signing a contract with a human is also one of the routes that devils take to gain power. If your achievements are acknowledged, you will be promoted in the ranks of devil society. Once you become a high-class devil like me, you will be allowed to become a king of your peerage," Rias told her pawn. "So, if I become a king, having a harem will no longer be a mere dream?" Issei asked. "Yes, your dream will no longer be a dream. And the first step to achieving your dream is to pass out these flyers," Rias said, handing him a flyer. "We have simplified pentagram flyers because humans who can draw this kind of pentagram have become almost non-existent. We pass out these flyers to people who have strong desires, which are the kind of people more inclined to summon us," Rias said. "Okay. When am I going to get my flyers?" Issei asked. "I will likely be exhausted after my test with Ichigo-sensei, so my familiar will help bring the boxes of flyers to your house tonight. Okay then. Issei nodded. Rias, how do I make my sacred gear disappear? Also, when I am going to get a familiar? Issei asked. To make your sacred gear disappear, just will it to disappear. As for a familiar, I need to make arrangements with the familiar master. Give me a few days to make it happen. Rias replied. Okay. Issei nodded as the barrier reappeared and the door opened. Rias and Issei were not surprised to see Ichigo look mostly unharmed while Akeno looked way worse when compared to Koneko. The hybrid walked to the two unconscious bodies and lightly placed Akeno down next to Yuto. Alright, Rias, you're the last one to be tested, Ichigo said. Okay, Ichigo-sensei. Rias got up and followed Ichigo back into the barrier. Ichigo versus Rias. Rias walked in and noticed that the clearing was almost destroyed, only the central area remaining intact from all the fighting. You ready, Rias? Ichigo asked. Yes, Ichigo-sensei, Rias confirmed before firing black and red bullets of demonic energy at Ichigo, who quickly dodged them. Ichigo quickly noticed that, when the bullets hit the ground, they immediately disintegrated it. Ichigo fired back with a few Byakurai, which the redhead either blocked or dodged before countering with more of her bullets of destruction. Ichigo mentally questioned if this was all that Rias knows how to do. Deciding to end this, Ichigo cast a Rikujikoro and soon enough, he saw Rias stuck in it. Checkmate, Rias, Ichigo said as he walked towards her. Indeed, sensei. Rias sighed as Ichigo broke the Rikujikoro. I will discuss your training schedule with you and your brother. For now, let's go get the others. Ichigo said. Okay, Ichigo-sensei, Rias agreed and the two walked out of the barrier. Once outside, Ichigo and Rias saw that the other three had finally woken up. Okay. I've finished evaluating you all and will be talking with Sirzechs about your training schedule. After school tomorrow, I will meet you all in the club room to talk with you. Are there any questions? Ichigo said. I have one, Akeno said. Will we be able to learn any of those spells you used? No, you will likely not be able to do any of the spells I used. My type of magic is different from the one you use. Ichigo explained, bringing Akeno's hopes down. Anything else? Ichigo asked again and the silence was the group's reply. Okay then. See you all tomorrow. Ichigo then opened a red garganta and jumped into it while the devils went back to their room thanks to Rias' teleporting circle. Chapter 7, Arc 2. Both Sirzechs and Graphia were doing paperwork in the office. Ichigo-kun should be arriving in a little bit, Graphia said. Yes. Hope he didn't hurt Riachan too badly. Sirzechs said. Soon they saw a red garganta open up in the middle of the office. Ichigo casually walked out of it. Hey. I just finished testing out Rias's peerage. Ichigo said. Except for her new pawn, everyone has a basic foundation, but they need help. Oh? How so? Sirzechs asked. All of them need more variety in their techniques. Sirzechs nodded his head. During my match with Rias, all she did was fire her red energy attacks. The attack wasn't that powerful and it consumed much of her energy and power to fire. I see, what else did you notice? Sirzechs pulled out a sheet of paper and began to take notes. For Koneko, different fighting styles. During our match, she used a generic fighting style and relied on her increased strength from being a rook. Sirzechs motioned for him to continue. During my spar with Yuto, he is a very good swordsman and he can use different kinds of swords, but he lacks the magic capacity to maintain the swords for a long time. He also should see if he could use those swords differently. What about Akeno? She suffers from a similar problem as Rias. She has access to a diverse set of spells, but all of them aren't that powerful. So what can I do to help? Sirzechs asked. I believe I could take care of Issei, Koneko, and Yuto, but I need someone knowledgeable with your magic style to teach them all magic, Ichigo said. I believe that I can teach the peerage different magic that I know of, said a stranger. The stranger appears male in his late 20s. He had long slits of his eyes, shallow smile, and slightly wavy hair which is a mixture of black and blonde. He was wearing a crimson robe with distinguished design and radiated a creepy aura from his body. Ah. McGregor. I forgot about you. Sorry old friend, with your large knowledge you can teach Ria-chan's peerage some other magic they can use. Sirzechs said. Okay then. McGregor-san. Please come by the clubroom after school tomorrow. Ichigo said. Sure. I was getting bored here anyway. McGregor replied. Ichigo ripped open another red garganta and was about to walk in it before Graphia called out. Kurosaka-sama. Graphia called out. Yes? Graphia-san. I forgot to give you this, she said and handed Ichigo a white envelope. What is this? Ichigo asked. This is the key and address to the house we rented out for your time here, Graphia said. Wait. You rented out a house for me? Ichigo said. Why? Do you take us a fool, Ichigo-kun? We know you do not have a house to live in, so we found a house near Kuo Academy for you. It is also near Hayadu residence. So, if you need to talk or give him more training, then it'll be more convenient. Graphia said. Okay. Thanks. Ichigo said and walked in the red garganta. Scene change, temporary home. Ichigo arrived outside of the house. The house looked like a normal two-story terrace house with a light red exterior, a balcony on the second floor, and a brown roof. Ichigo walked in and saw the house. It had the standard living area and kitchen. Ichigo walked upstairs and saw that it had 5 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Ichigo went back to the kitchen and saw that the kitchen was fully stocked. On the fridge was a note by Graphia. Every week, we will restock the food in the fridge and cabinets. If there is anything that you do not want, please write it down and place it on the fridge. Hey Hogyoko and Kiyoka, can you cast some house protection kidos? Ichigo asked. Sure Ichigo-kun, Kiyoka replied. Okay, Ichigo, Hogyoku answered. Kiyoka and Hogyoku appeared and began to cast kido around the house. We're done, Kiyoka said. Okay then. All 4 of you can come out of my mindscape if you wish. Ichigo said. All 4 of Ichigo's spirits manifested in the house. You guys can do whatever you want, but, Zangetsu, if you decide to get drunk, do not get too wild or I will use that kido on you, Ichigo said. Which one? Zangetsu asked. Number 69. Ichigo glared. No. No. Anything but that kido. I'll be a good hollow Zanpakuto. Zangetsu yelled before running to the kitchen. Yawatch got himself a glass of whiskey and went moongazing. Kiyoka and a hesitant Hogyoku went to watch some TV. Ichigo decided to go to sleep. Scene change, next day, morning. The next day, Ichigo woke up in the rented house Graphia gave him. Ichigo did his normal morning ritual. Ichigo ate some breakfast and decided to walk around town. He walked by a convenience store and saw a little girl sitting on the curb of the store. Ichigo noticed the shoppers ignoring her presence. When he walked closer, he noticed she had straight long silver hair and blue eyes. She was wearing silver armor, with a purple dress underneath. Hello? Ichigo asked, moving towards her. She looked and gave him a confused look. One moment later, she took out a notebook and began to write something down. Hello, how are you? She wrote. I am fine. Why are you sitting down here? Ichigo asked. I do not have a place to go to. She wrote. I see. Where are you from? Ichigo asked. You would not believe me. She wrote. Try me, Ichigo replied smiling. My name is Euclid Hellscythe, I came from the underworld. She wrote. Ichigo stared at her. Euclid expected the worst and tried to curl herself into a ball, expecting him to ridicule her about her name or her home. Wait. The underworld that devils and fallen angels inhabit? Ichigo asked. Hearing this, Euclid paused and went to scribble in her notebook. Wait. You know about the underworld? She wrote. Yes, I do Yuklawud. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo said, introducing himself. Hey, Yuklawud. Do you want to get something to eat? No thanks. She wrote back, but then her stomach growled, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Looks like that's a yes. Come on. Ichigo said while he picked up the ripped piece of paper Yuklawud wrote on. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Ichigo's house. Hey Yuklawud, can I call you EU? Ichigo asked. Why? Yuklawud wrote. I have a bad habit with names, Ichigo said. I have a friend. His name is Yasutora Sato and I nicknamed him Chad. I see, you can. The newly dubbed EU wrote. What do you want to eat? Ichigo asked. Anything is fine, EU replied. Ichigo looked into the cupboard and decided to make some rice with sesame chicken. When everything was placed on the table, both Ichigo and EU sat down. Itada Kamasu, Ichigo said, and started eating. While they were eating, Ichigo heard a tap and a scratching noise. Ichigo looked up and see EU pointing to the notepad on the table. Thank you for the food. EU wrote. No problem, Ichigo said. A few minutes later, both Ichigo and EU were full. Gotcha Sasama, Ichigo said and began to get up. EU quickly tapped the table to gain Ichigo's attention. Let me help with the cleanup. It is the least I can do. She wrote. No. That is rude as a host to make a guest clean up. Ichigo said. Go and relax on the couch, EU replied with a tap on the table, pointing at the note again. Ichigo sighed, realizing that EU wouldn't accept his answer. Just help bring the plates to the sink. I'll wash them later. Ichigo said. A few minutes later, Ichigo and EU were sitting in Ichigo's living room with some tea set aside for later. What do you want to talk about? Ichigo asked. What are you doing here? EU wrote. Well, I had issues that forced me to leave Karakura town. On my journey, I ended up finding Sirzechs. From there, he employed me to train his sister and her peerage for a few weeks until the date for the meeting. Ichigo said. What kind of meeting? EU asked. Well, Sirzechs is planning a meeting with the 3 fractions in Kyoto. The meeting will be at Yasaka's temple. The main people participating in the meeting will be Sirzechs himself and Seraphal Leviathan to represent the devils. Azazel will represent the fallen angels. Finally, we have Michael representing the angels. So, young Sirzechs and his friends won their war in the underworld. She wrote. Wait. You know Sirzechs? Ichigo asked. Know him. Do I know him? Of course, I know that little red-haired brat. She wrote. Ichigo noticed how much deep the words were on the pad, showing her was annoyed. I know that the devils had a civil war in the underworld, but how did you not get involved? Ichigo asked. 1 second, a lot of writing. She wrote. Ichigo gave her a few minutes to write out her story. She ripped some pages and stacked it face down. Are you done? Ichigo asked once he saw her stop moving. She gave him a nod and gave him the stack of papers. I was once a part of a unit called the Seventh Abyss. We were created to protect the underworld from all enemies. The Seventh Abyss was made up of the 7 strongest warriors of the underworld at that time. When the civil war in the underworld started, both Satan's faction and anti-Satan's faction tried to recruit us many times. However, we said no to both fractions. We did not interfere with the war because we feared our strength. With just 1 member would instantly turn the tide. Eventually, Seventh Abyss disbanded when the captain was killed. She wrote. I see. What do you want to do now? Ichigo asked. I do not know. She replied. EU. Why do you wear armor? Ichigo asked. EU signaled Ichigo to give her 1 moment and began writing multiple pages again. Soon she signaled Ichigo that she was finished and handed him another stack of papers. I can change reality. She wrote. This reminds me of Oraheim and her powers. Ichigo thought as he continued to read the notes. However, I cannot control it. My best friend, Niglirian Eberosu, is a blacksmith and she forged me this armor to control my power. Hey EU, does your power affect everything or does it only affect things that you picked out? Ichigo questioned. EU gave him a thoughtful look. Eventually, she wrote a reply back. I do not know. She wrote. Hey, when we have some time, let's experiment to see if you can control these powers, Ichigo said. Why, she scribed. It sounds like you are scared of your powers. Is that correct? EU nodded her head. I was just like you once. I feared a part of my powers due to its origins. Due to this fear, I wasn't strong enough to protect my friends. In the end, I had to gain control of that power to defeat my enemy. Ichigo said. I see, but I don't want to hurt you if I say the wrong thing. She replied. Do not worry. I trust you. Ichigo assured. Look at the time, Ichigo said as he looked at the clock. I need to meet Rias and the gang for their first day of training, Ichigo said as he got up from the couch. EU, do you want to come? Me? Why? She wrote. I asked if you wanted to explore this town. As well as to see Sirzechs' sister. Ichigo said. Wait. Venalana and Zeoticus had another child. She quickly wrote. Who is Venalana and Zeoticus? Ichigo asked as he locks the door. They are the parents of your boss. She wrote back. Oh, Ichigo said. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Kuo Academy. Many of the students at Kuo Academy already left for home. The only ones that remained were the students in clubs or the student council. The two walked towards the Occult Research Club when suddenly they heard someone yelling at them. Stop! Who are you and what are you doing here? A girl yelled. Ichigo and Euclid stopped and looked at the girl. The young woman with long straight black hair that extended down to her knees with split bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. She was wearing the standard Kuo Academy uniform in addition to blue, semi-rimmed glasses with square lenses. Hello. My name is Ichigo and this is EU. We have an appointment with Rias at the Occult Research Club. Ichigo said. I or Shitori-sama were not informed on this matter. She said. I will personally escort you there. She said. Okay. Wait. What is your name? Ichigo asked. My name is Tsubaki Shinra. I am the vice president of Kuo Academy Student Council. Shinra replied. All right then. Can we hurry a little? I do not want to be late for our appointment. Ichigo said and resumed walking. EU and Shinra followed behind Ichigo. A few minutes later, they arrived at the clubhouse. Thank you, Shinra, for the escort, Ichigo said. No problem. Make sure you tell Rias next time to inform the school if she has any non-student guests. Shinra said. Okay, Ichigo said as they walked into the clubhouse. They arrived at the main office area with all 5 members there. Hello, Kurosaki-sensei, Rias said. Who is the girl behind you? Hello. Please call me EU. EU wrote. Hello, EU. Everyone said. So, Ichigo-sensei, how are we going to train? Rias asked. Well, a while back, I obtained a device, Ichigo said as he took out the trainer. It allows me to create a pocket dimension we could use to train in, Ichigo explained. I see, Rias said. Anyways, this is what I noticed during our sparring match yesterday, Ichigo said. He pulled out a sheet of paper. During our spar, both Rias and Akeno used the same spells over and over with little change in power. So, we decided to have someone come here to teach both of you more advanced spells and help grow your powers. Yuto will also join you too because he needs to increase the amount of energy he has. Suddenly a red transport seal appeared to Ichigo's left side. Rias looked at the seal and recognized it as her brother's transport seal. From the seal, McGregor appeared. "Speak of the devil," Ichigo said. Everyone cringed at Ichigo's pun. "Sorry that I was slightly late," McGregor said. "No problem. I was just telling them about the training plan," Ichigo said. "Okay then. Please continue," McGregor said. "Okay. I will upload both of you with McGregor into the game dimension. I will have an AI with you to act as a game master. With the AI's assistance, McGregor will be able to manipulate the surrounding dimension to help train you," Ichigo said. He pointed the video game at the group of 3 and said, "Install." A green beam with zeros and 1 shot from the video game and hit the group of 4. It converted them into zeros and ones and they absorbed it into the video game. "Now then. I will be in charge of your training personally." Issei and Koneko grew slightly nervous. Koneko remembering how easily Ichigo defeated her, while Issei remembered all the damage his comrades suffered. "Let's go," Ichigo said. He gave the video game to EU and showed her how to install people in. Once Ichigo got into position, he gave her the signal for her to install them into his dimension. Soon the green beam shot at them and transported them into their separate dimension. Scene change, game dimension, with McGregor, Rias, Akeno, and Yuto. The 4 of them appeared in an empty field with a cloudy sky. "Wow," the 3 young devils said. "Wow indeed," McGregor said. "Looks like you like it," someone said. They turned around and seized Ichigo. Unlike what Ichigo wore outside, this Ichigo was wearing a dark blue dress shirt and necktie with a French continental dark suit. "Hello everyone. I am an AI created to help you with your training," the AI spoke. "Wait. What do we call you if we need you?" Rias asked. "Just call Game Master or GM if needed," the GM replied. "Now then, in the game dimension, time ratio is 1 minute to 30 minutes. Since Ichigo-sama set the timer for 1 hour outside time, you will train for 30 hours here. I can create anything that is needed for training such as targets, enemies or allies." "Well, let's get started," McGregor said. "GM, I want you to create 2 targets for Rias and Akeno. The target will have the durability of a mid-level devil. Once the target is destroyed, the dummies will immediately be regenerated and restore their energies." "Done," GM said, and 2 dummies appeared, and the GM disappeared. "Good. Rias, I want you to blow up that dummy over there with your power of destruction. Akeno, the same thing with the other target with your lightning." The 2 complied with McGregor's order. "What I want you to do is to do this drill constantly. But each time uses a little less energy to fuel that attack than before. Call me over once you can no longer destroy the dummies with 1 shot. Got it, ladies?" McGregor said. "Yes," they answered. McGregor turned to Yuto. "Ichigo told me that you need to increase your magic capacity. Is that correct?" "It is," Yuto replied. "How come?" "Ichigo suggested that my weapons powers are not strong enough. He also mentioned that I should try and develop range attacks to further diversify my attacks." "Do you have any ideas?" "I considered using my swords as projectiles," Yuto said. "Show me?" Yuto nodded as he closed his eyes. He gathered his magic energy and fired a sword in the air. The sword appeared as an ordinary sword. It flew a few feet before it fell to the ground. A few magic circles appeared around them. "I see," McGregor mumbled. Yuto looked confused. "It appears that your sword birth isn't used to creating weapons and firing them in that manner. So, I need to practice doing that?" Yuto asked. "Correct," McGregor said. "I need a target with the defense capability of a low-ranked devil." A target appeared for Yuto. "For now, you will be 25 meters, 82.2 feet, away from the target. I want you to concentrate to form the sword, shoot it at the target and hopefully hit the target. McGregor instructed. I will try, Yuto said as he began to concentrate on the task at hand. 10 minutes later, Rias was the first one to call McGregor over. McGregor-sensei. Rias said. Coming Rias-sama, McGregor said as he got off his chair. Now then I am going to call GM to reset your dummy's durability and recover all the energy you used. The next phase is for you to use the absolute minimum energy that you found, to destroy the dummy in one shot. The dummy will immediately regenerate, and you continuously do it until you exhaust your magical reserve. The GM will set a counter to count how many you destroyed and your rate of fire. McGregor instructed. Not being rude, McGregor-sensei, but why? Rias asked. The reason for this is simple. The first phase allows the user to figure out the minimum amount of energy needed to destroy the target. When we started, you were wasting the extra energy you used in your attack. Now, you slowly can control your energy to use it more efficiently. By constantly doing this, it allows your body to slowly increase magical reserves and increase your speed with using power of destruction. McGregor said. 5 minutes later, Akeno finished the first phase and he had to set her up for the second phase. McGregor-sensei, Yuto called out. McGregor walked over to see that Yuto managed to pierce the target with the sword. Good. Good. Now then, let's do this again at a slightly farther distance. McGregor suggested. Yuto walked a few meters away from the target and redid the exercise. McGregor-sensei, Rias said. I think we're done, Akeno said. Both girls were on the ground, drained from this exercise. Now then ladies, let's look at the numbers. Rias Gremory destroyed a total of 75 dummies in 15 minutes. Rias's rate of fire is 5 dummies in 1 minute. While Akeno was able to destroy 40 dummies in 10 minutes. Resulting in Akeno having a rate of 4 dummies in 1 minute. McGregor reported. Rias was smiling a little while Akeno pouted since she scored less. Now then, Rias, I want you to read these books, McGregor said as he brought out some books. These will help you with starting to learn offensive and defensive magic. Once you get the theory down, practice on this dummy. If you need any help, call me over. Got it? McGregor asked. Yes, McGregor-sensei, Rias said and moved to the table with the books. While you, Akeno, you have the versatility of magic. However, I know you are holding back. I know who your father is, and I have seen his lightning. I know that you can use it, but you stick to just normal lightning. Why? He asked. I do not need his powers, Akeno said coldly. Stupid girl. If you used the holy magic in you, you would be stronger. McGregor said. I will be stronger without his power, Akeno said. Sigh. I guess I need to get someone else to talk to you about this. McGregor said. GM. Yes? The GM appeared. Can you send a message to Kurosaki-san? McGregor asked. It is possible. What is the message? The GM asked. Tell him. She needs the talk. McGregor stated. Alright then, GM said and disappeared. Akeno, since for that entire phase 1, you used your lightning. I want you to use the rest of your magic until Ichigo arrives. McGregor said angrily at Akeno. Okay. She said. As the GM healed her up and get ready for phase 1 again. An hour later, Ichigo appeared to see Akeno was using ice magic for phase 1. She soon finished it when Ichigo reached her. The GM appeared and healed her. Hello, Akeno, Ichigo said. Hello, sensei. What are you doing here? Akeno asked. I am here to talk to you and your hatred towards your power, Ichigo said. Akeno was about to get angry but Ichigo resumed talking. Look, let me tell you a story. If the story does not change your feelings on the matter, I won't force it upon you. Ichigo said. Fine, Akeno said. Before I start, you know about Shinigami and Hollows, correct? Ichigo asked. Yes. I was told about them. Akeno said. Good. This makes my story easier to tell. There was a boy, he was 9 walkings home with his mother. That day, it was raining very hard. While walking, he saw a girl standing by the river. When suddenly she fell in. At the moment, the boy ran and tried to save the girl. The mother realized that the girl the boy saw was not real but a trick of a hollow. The boy reached the girl and at that moment, he realized that the girl was a ruse. Soon the culprit revealed himself as a hollow and attacked the child. The mother rushed in and protected the child. The child's mother died and her warm body laid on the child. The hollow disappeared and the child realized his mistake. The child blamed himself for his mother's death. As time progressed, the child grew into a young man. The young man ended up encountering a hollow and risked his life to gain Shinigami powers. The girl who gave him her powers ended up tried and found guilty for the act. The young man lost that borrowed power and decided to take the risk to gain power once more. This time risking the possibility of becoming a Shinigami or a hollow. He pulled through with obtaining Shinigami powers. Due to him using that method, he gained the thing that he hated. He gained an inner hollow. The madman who caused one of his friends to be charged for an unjust crime almost got killed, kidnapped another friend and took her to the land of hollows. He ended up going into the land of hollows to rescue her. When he arrived there, he ended up meeting a child being chased by 2 hollows. The young man soon found out that the girl he saved was, in fact, a hollow. The child hollow found out that the young man was a Shinigami. She feared for her life since Shinigami is a hollow's enemy. Over time, the child hollow trusted the young man. The young man was forced to use his hollow powers to defeat his enemies. While in a battle, the young man died. When he died, the hollow took over his body. At that moment, his friends saw the hollow manifest. The beast was the antithesis to what their friend was. Their friend was a merciful protector. The beast was a merciless berserker. The beast easily decimated the foe and it attacked his friends. His friends eventually were able to help the young man regain his consciousness and took back control of his body. But everyone who witnessed the being became scared of the young man. When the young man discovered the fact, he too became scared of his powers. The young man got into other battles and ended up losing the fights due to that fear. In the end, the young man's friends and family were at risk, and to have the power to protect them, he had to accept the hollow instead of shunning it away. The young man made peace with his hollow. Ichigo finished his story. Akeno sat there lost in thought. She could make the obvious connections in the story. His hollow is the equivalent to her fallen heritage. His story is a warning of what could happen to her, or the peerage. Thank you, Ichigo-sensei, for telling me that story, Akeno said. No problem, my dear. Ichigo said, now any last questions before I go back to training with Issei? One question, sensei, Akeno said. Ask away, Ichigo replied. Who was that story about? Akeno asked. You are looking at him, Ichigo said and disappeared. Scene change, game dimension, with Ichigo, Issei, and Koneko. The 3 appeared in an empty field with a cloudy sky. Alright then. Issei, you need a lot of help in general. Ichigo started. I know. Issei said. Koneko, to learn an actual fighting style and not just relying on the strength boost from the rook piece, Ichigo said to Koneko. Okay, Ichigo-sensei. She said. Issei, you are going to be taught by me, Ichigo said. Issei became very worried. Koneko, you are going to be trained by Kiyoka. Who? Koneko asked. Me, Kiyoka said as she manifested herself. Do not worry, Koneko. She is someone I trust with my life. Ichigo said. Okay, Koneko replied. Kiyoka grabbed Koneko and shunpoed away. Scene change, game dimension, Kiyoka and Koneko. Koneko and Kiyoka soon arrived at a clearing in a forest. The clearing was surrounded by trees and flowers. Okay, Koneko, I know you are an Nikomata, so please change into that, Kiyoka asked politely. No, Koneko said. Why? Kiyoka asked. Koneko didn't respond. Sigh. Koneko, I will give you two options. Option 1 is you tell me right now. Or option 2 is going to be something very bad. Which option do you want? Kiyoka said. Koneko gave it some thought and eventually decided on her answer. Option 1. She said and transformed into her Nikomata form. A pair of white cat ears and a pair of matching white tails appeared, and her eye pupils become more cat-like. Good. Now then, why did you not want to change? Kiyoka said. Because of my sister. She replied. Your sister? Kyoko asked. Nei-san took care of me after Oka-san and Oto-san died. At one point, we were rescued by a devil. Nei-san was reincarnated into one of the members of his peerage. At some point, Nei-san lost control of her powers and killed her master. She fled the scene, abandoning me. She was labeled as a stray devil and I got the blame for his death. Eventually, Lucifer-sama intervened and I ended up in Rias-sama's care. I am just scared that I will become a monster like Nei-san. Koneko finished sharing her story. Kyoko walked over to Koneko and hugged her. Dear. Let's get comfortable. Kyoka said. Why? Koneko asked. Kyoka sat and leaned on a tree. I want to tell you a story. It might help you get over your fear of your powers. Kyoka said. Do you want me to tell you? Okay, Koneko said and laid on her lap. You know what hollows and shinigami are, right? Kyoka asked. Yes. When I was younger and Nei-san was teaching me senjutsu, she mentioned it. Koneko said. With that, Kyoka told Koneko Ichigo's story to her. When Kyoka finished her story, Koneko was amazed at the young man's story. She realized she wanted to protect Bucho, she needed to accept her powers instead of fearing it. Thank you for the story, Kyoka-sensei. But I have one question. Koneko said. Yes, dear, Kyoka replied. Who was the young man in the story? Koneko questioned. Who do you think it is? I'll give you a hint, you met him before. Kyoka said. Who? I met him before. No. It can't be, Koneko thought. It's Ichigo-sensei, isn't it? She replied. Ding. Correct. Let's give the girl a prize. Kyoka yelled. Out of nowhere, a plate of nice fresh taiyaki appeared in front of Koneko. She was surprised at the sudden appearance of her favorite treat. Go on. Eat one, she encouraged. Koneko grabbed one and took a bit. It was delicious. How? She asked. As a GM, I can tell the game to make anything. That includes food, a house, or a cat toy. She teased. Okay, we used quite a bit of time. Let's go and resume training. Kyoka said. Okay. Kyoka-sensei. Koneko replied. The two stood up and walked towards the clearing once more. The first thing is going to be your hand-to-hand fighting techniques. Kyoka started. Put these on. Kyoka handed Koneko two silver-looking bracelets. What are these? Koneko questioned. These are special braces that will not allow you to use any of your powers, Kyoka said. Koneko looked surprised at the bracelets. The reason is that this allows you to learn hand-to-hand combat without relying on your powers. As you get better with the techniques, we will decrease how much power the bracelets will bind. Kyoka said. Who will be my opponent? Koneko asked. I will teach you the techniques first. After that, you will practice using it with your sparring partner. Kyoka said. Koneko used 4 hours to get the techniques down correctly. Some techniques were how to properly punch and kick, how to fall properly and quickly get back up, come counterattack when fighting stronger foes, and learning and using pressure points. After that, she spent another 2 hours slowly using her senjutsu with all the new techniques she learned. As of that moment, she can only increase her offensive powers. Sensei, I mastered the various techniques you showed me. A few senjutsu techniques I know. Can I now meet my sparring partner? Koneko asked. Sure. She is standing right behind you. Kiyoka said. Hello, said a girl behind Koneko. Koneko immediately jumped and turned around ready to fight her opponent. Koneko stared at another girl that looked about her age. She appeared to be a young girl with a faint blush on her cheeks who was wearing a white t-shirt and a knee-length, pink skirt with white dots. She had round purple eyes and long, black hair with a purple tint. It was parted down the middle, with two strands of her bangs in the middle of her face, opposing each other. The rest of her hair is shoulder length. This is going to be your opponent. Her name is Yururu Tsumugia. In a way, she is like you. Small for her size, yet packs a lot of power. She is your sparring partner. Kiyoka said. The two fighters got into a fighting stance. Their right hand blocked their face while the left hand was ready for quick jabs. Begin. Kiyoka said. Tsumugia quickly came with a powerful right punch to the gut. Koneko, seeing this, dodged to the right. Koneko then used senjutsu to locate various points where Ryuryoku flows in the arm and attacked those points, too. Aha! Yururu screamed. Many of the pathway systems are closely intertwined with many of the body's major organs. Debilitating and even fatal damage can be done very easily. Yururu now has her right arm disabled. She vanished above Koneko and tried to strike down with an axe kick to the head. Koneko sensed the attack, quickly jumped back, causing the axe kick to hit the ground, kicking up rocks and dust. Koneko closed her eyes as she tried to sense the surroundings for Yururu. She found her behind, ready to do a roundhouse. Koneko let the kick come but grabbed the leg. Yururu was surprised by the tactic and Koneko used the roundhouse momentum to spin Yururu before flinging her in the sky. End. Kiyoka said. Winner Koneko. Koneko smiled since she won with her new skills. Congratulations Koneko for winning. Thank you Yururu for fighting. Kiyoka said. Yururu smiled and disappeared into the rainbow sparkles. 4. Now then, rest for a few hours and then we can get into illusions. Kiyoka smiled. Hi Kiyoka-sensei, Koneko said. The two spent a few hours of training. Alright then Koneko, you pretty much got all the basics I could teach you. On future training, you need to review fighting styles and learn how to combine them. Kiyoka instructed. Hi. Kiyoka-sensei. I have to go report to Ichigo. Before I go, here is a tablet. It allows you to summon anything you want as long as it helps you relax. Kiyoka said. Think all of the yarn balls. Kiyoka teased before disappearing. Baka Kiyoka-sensei, Koneko said as she looked through the tablet options. Suddenly a bucket of water appeared out of nowhere and fell on Koneko. Koneko was angry but then noticed a note. Do not be mean to your sensei, or I will take away your reward. Kiyoka wrote. Scene change, game dimension, Ichigo and Issei. Now then Issei. I want to ask you a question. A simple question. Why do you want to be stronger? Ichigo asked. Issei was about to open his mouth when Ichigo continued talking. It better not something stupid like becoming a harem king or anything. Issei closed his mouth. I am going to be reading this book. We will not start training until you figure out why you want to get stronger. Ichigo said. Ichigo took out a book titled, The Art of War by Sun Tzu. 10 minutes passed before Ichigo heard anything from Issei. Ichigo-sensei, I think I found an answer, Issei said. What is your reason to fight? Ichigo said. I must fight for Bucho since she saved my life, Issei said. Good, I want you to remember your reason for the first exercise, Ichigo said as he stood up and put a fedora on his head. The first exercise is to knock this fedora off my head. Seems easy, Issei said. Suddenly a fist flew towards Issei's head. Issei dodged the attack. While you survived me attacking you, Ichigo said as he got into a fighting stance. Now then Issei, I recommend you activate your sacred gear, Ichigo said. Issei willed for his sacred gear to appear and he got into a typical fighting stance he saw in various animes. Timer online. Ichigo yelled. Above them, they see a timer set for 1 hour. Countdown, 5 seconds start. Once Ichigo finished, they both heard a voice around them. This match is about to start, fighters ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight! Ichigo charged in with a straight punch. Issei did the only thing he could do. He ran. Issei ran into the forest. He hid behind a tree. Issei was breathing heavily. Come on out, Issei. You won't be able to knock this fedora off my head if you are hiding. Ichigo taunted. Damn. Ichigo-sensei is too strong. I need more power, but how? Issei thought. You can use me, said a deep voice in his thoughts. Who are you? Where are you coming from? Issei questioned. Look down on your left arm. The voice replied. Issei looked down and see his sacred gear. You are the one who is talking to me? Issei thought back. Yes. My name is Draig. I am the spirit that resides in your sacred gear, boosted gear. Draig revealed. So, what can you do? Issei asked as the forest rumbled as one of Ichigo's attacks hit a nearby tree. I can temporarily boost your attacks, Draig said. That means I have a chance against Ichigo-sensei, Issei shouted. It does. Let's fight your sensei together. Yeah. Issei said. Wait. How do I use your power? My power at this state can only boost your power every 10 seconds, Draig said. Alright. Issei said. How many boosts can you do right now? Unfortunately, due to your weak body, you can safely handle 3 times, Draig said. Okay. I hope I can get this right. Issei said. He thought before he looked up from his hiding hole. Issei gasped. When Issei was talking to Draig, Ichigo somehow destroyed the entire forest except for the few trees Issei that tried to hide behind. Issei, are you done talking with your sacred gear? Ichigo asked. Ichigo ended up getting a chair and resumed reading from his chair. Yeah. Issei said. Good. I decided to clear the remaining forest to make this a fair and even fight. Ichigo said as he placed the book down and stood up from the chair. He walked towards Issei. Looks like I got one shot, Issei said. Issei then charged towards Ichigo. Boost. The sacred gear said. Issei then punched Ichigo right in the face. He expected Ichigo to flinch or anything, but he didn't flinch. Is that all the power you can muster? Ichigo asked. Ichigo tightened his fist and punched Issei in the face, sending him crashing into the ground. Ow, Issei mumbled. Come on, Issei, Ichigo said. Are you giving up already? Ichigo asked. No, Issei said as he tries to get up. Good. You're not giving up yet. Ichigo said as Issei got into a fighting stance again. Draig, any more support you could give me? Issei asked. Everything in life has a price. Draig cryptically warned. Before Issei could reply, Ichigo charged in with a right hook at Issei's face, sending him back to the ground. Come on, Issei. You said that your goal is to protect Rias. How will you protect her if you can't even stop me at based strength? Ichigo said. Draig. I want it. Give me more power. Issei begged. I will grant you a small boost of my power. You will feel it tomorrow, Draig warned. I do. Issei shouted. Suddenly a wave of large green energy blasted from the boosted gear. I have the power to punch God off his feet right now. All right. You're gonna have to go, Ichigo. Issei then raised his hand. Explosion. Suddenly the boosted gear on Issei changed. It grew longer to the size of Issei's elbow with yellow spikes and side blades. Ichigo sent a punch towards him. Issei dodged the attack. He raised his fist and punched Ichigo the face, knocking him off his feet. Suddenly the sacred gear vanished as Issei collapsed, falling unconscious. Ichigo walked over and picked up the fedora. He dusted the hat off. On his face was a small bruise. Ichigo chuckled as the bruise quickly healed. "Looks like you got the potential," Ichigo said as he picked up the unconscious devil. Scene change, an hour later. Issei opened his eyes. His blurry eyes could see something red. "Bucho?" Issei asked. "Oh, Issei," Rias said. Suddenly Issei's face was wrapped in something warm and soft. "Apé." Issei thought as he recognized this feeling. "Rias, I think you should let go before he collapsed again, this time from blood loss," Ichigo commented. Rias quickly let go of Issei's head. Issei did begin to have a small nosebleed. "Anyways," Ichigo said, getting Issei's attention. "I'm pretty sure you're wondering why I put you in that dangerous situation." Ichigo started. "And I would have shown you my fury if Issei died," Rias commented. "It's due to your sacred gear," Ichigo said. "My sacred gear?" "Issei-kun, your sacred gear is one of the 13 Longinus. These are weapons that can kill gods. Yours Issei-kun is a mid-tier Longinus possessed by a dragon named Drake. Due to that alone will cause many to want to attack you," Rias said. "Just like Rainier," Issei mumbled, as he remembered what she said before she attacked him. "Indeed," Rias said. "Issei," Ichigo called out. "Even though you appear weak, you managed to draw that much power from your sacred gear. Now I want you to talk with Drake a little more and then we can begin basic training to get you physically and magically stronger," Ichigo said. "Yes, Ichigo-sensei," Issei said. Ichigo turned to Rias. "You can return to your training," Ichigo said. "You better not break him," Rice warned before she flew away. Ichigo chuckled. Chapter 8, Arc 2. Eventually, their time in the game dimension ended and everyone was sent out. Ichigo ordered everyone to meet up 3 hours before slowly decreased the time acceleration so that their body doesn't suffer from the after effects of this type of training. 1. Ichigo told the peerage that he would be unavailable to train them for a few days. MacArthur agreed to help the peerage for those days, mainly focusing on magical training and a little bit on the physical side. Ichigo gave Rias his phone number if anything happens in the few days. 3-day time skip. Ichigo walked with EU to Kuo Academy. Ichigo used the 3 days to get Kiyoka and Hogyoku to help EU with her powers. Ichigo told EU that to keep her armor on so that no one knows she has obtained mastery of her powers. Hogyoku was able to modify the enchantments on EU's armor so that she can use about 20% of her powers even with the armor on. When the two walked into the club, they saw that the club now had a new member. "Yo," Ichigo said. "Hello everyone." EU wrote. "Konnichiwa Ichigo-sensei." "Konnichiwa EU-san." The club said. "Now who is this?" Ichigo asked looking at Asia. Asia immediately got scared and hid behind Issei. "Asia. It's all right," Issei reassured. "He was the one who trains us to be stronger. But, had some matters to attend to a few days ago." "Konnichiwa. My name is Asia Argento. I was a nun before branded as a heretic and fled to the fallen angels. I got rescued by Issei-kun and Rias-san rebirthed me as a devil," Asia said. "Hello, Asia. I hope you are adapting to the change well," he said. "Yes, I am," she replied. "What piece did Rias use?" Ichigo asked. "I used the bishop piece," Rias said. "Hello, Bucho." Everyone said except Ichigo who went with his usual yo. "Hello." EU wrote. "Hello everyone," she greeted. "Ichigo-sensei, I didn't know you would be here." "Sorry," Ichigo said. "So what is the plan today?" Ichigo asked. "Well, we are planning to go to the familiar forest," Rias said. "Where?" Issei and Asia asked. Well, you two remember yesterday that I said that was the last time you two will be passing out summoning flyers? Rias asked. Yes. I remember you telling us. Asia said. Well, familiars are the ones who pass out flyers while we answer them, Rias explained. Okay, Issei said. Ichigo-sensei, my brother said that he promised you a familiar as well. Is that correct? Rias asked. He did. But, I didn't expect it so soon. Ichigo said. Do I get one? EU wrote. Yes, if you find one, Rias said. Alright then. Let's go. Issei said. Suddenly someone knocked on the clubroom door. Come in. Akeno said. The door opened and revealed Sona Citri and the group of people. Excuse us, Citri said as she entered. That lady. Issei said. Who is she? Asia asked. Shirtori Sana-senpai, the student body president here. The one next to her is the VP, Shinra Tsubaki-senpai. And wait a minute, they've brought the whole student council with them. Issei said. What are you all doing here? Rias asked. We've both acquired more peerage members, so we wanted to introduce everyone properly. Sona Citri said. Peerage members? She can't mean. Issei said. Her real name is Sona Shitori. She is the head of one of the top-class devil clans. Akeno said. So there are other devils at this school? Issei asked. Didn't you tell them about us, Rias-senpai? It also concerns me that fellow devils didn't notice our existence. Genshiro Saji said. Saji, we have decided to turn a blind eye on each other. It is only natural that Hayadu-kun would not know about us. Shitori said. Wait, aren't you the guy who recently joined the student council? Issei asked. Aren't you from class 2C? Saji Genshiro. Shitori interrupted. He's my pawn. This is my pawn, Hayadu Issei. And my bishop, Asia Argento. Rias said. So you're a pawn too? We're so similar. Issei said. To be called similar to the swine who's part of the most perverted trio on campus, my pride has been deeply wounded, Saji replied. What the fuck was that, jackass? Issei yelled. Oh, you want to fight? Saji replied. I may be a beginner, but I've already got 4 pieces under my belt, Saji replied. Saji cut it out, Shitori said. You might want to know that he claimed 8 pieces. 8, but isn't that all of them? Saji asked. I can't believe it. Not an unremarkable guy likes this. Saji said. Shut up. Issei yelled. I'm sorry, Hayadu-kun, Argento-san. I hope that you all get along well as fellow pieces. Right, Saji. Shitori said. Yes. Nice to meet you. Saji said and raised his hand out. I'm so pleased to meet you, Asia replied. The pleasure is all mine. I'm honored to meet a pretty girl like you. Saji said. Issei immediately broke the handshake and began one with Saji. It looked like Issei was trying to break Saji's fingers. Saji-kun. I too am pleased to meet you. Let me rephrase that, if you lay a finger on her, you're fucking dead. Issei said. Enough. Ichigo yelled. Getting annoyed with this. Now then, why are you here? Ichigo asked. Why you? Saji said. Letting go of Issei's hand and pointed at Ichigo. And who do you think you are? My name is Kurosaki Ichigo. Have you heard of it, Shitori? Ichigo asked. The entire student council group minus Seiji gasped. Wait, the same Kurosaki Ichigo who fought and defeated Aizen? Shitori asked. Yep, Ichigo said. Immediately Shitori bowed down towards Ichigo and apologizes. I am sorry Kurosaki-sama for letting my pawn be rude towards you. Master. Seiji said, surprised seeing his master bow down to this person. Now that this little argument is settled, can we go to that forest? Ichigo asked. What forest? Shitori asked. Well, both my pawn and bishop earned the rights for a familiar, Rias said. Well, my pawn also earned that right, Shitori said. In that case, how about we have a duel to determine who gets to go to the forest first? Rias suggested. A duel? Shitori asked. Whoever wins gets permission to go to the forest, Rias said. Well, Ichigo-sensei and EU-san will be going with either party. I hope you didn't have a raiding game in mind, Shitori said. I would never. For starters, I could never get permission for that, Rias said. That's true, Shitori said. And besides, there's your health to consider. That has nothing to do with it, Rias argued back. Since this place is a high school, why don't you settle it with sports? Ichigo suggested. That sounds good. But, which game? Shitori said. Dodgeball, Ichigo said. Why? Shitori and Rias said. Because everyone is stronger than a normal human, any sports equipment for any other game will likely be destroyed. As well as I can use the trainer to make an anti-magic room to prevent anyone from trying to cheat. Ichigo said. Trainer? Shitori asked. A device that I have which allows me to help with their training, Ichigo said. Everyone go change into PE gear while I make the anti-magic room and I will teleport everyone in it, Ichigo stated as he started to tinker with the trainer. Soon everyone filed out of the room, leaving EU and Ichigo. EU, you find staying outside. She gave him a nod and took out a book. 7 Pillars of Wisdom, a triumph, good book choice, Ichigo said. 10 minutes later, everyone returned. Everyone ready? Yes, Ichigo-sensei/Sama, the entire group said. All right then. EU, here you do it. Ichigo gave the device to EU. She then pressed the necessary buttons and the entire group got sent to the anti-magic room. Scene change, trainer, anti-magic room. Ichigo then took the time to explain the rules of dodgeball as well as a demonstration for people who never played the game since Shitori's peerage has more people. Ichigo told her to pick out her 6 players to match up with Rias to make it a little fairer. She was fine with it and her team is now herself, Shinra Tsubaki, Tsubasa Yura, Tomo Meguri, Rei Kasaka, and Genshiro Saji. Ready? Ichigo asked. Everyone gave a yes. 5-second countdown start. Team Gremory vs Team Citri. The speaker blasted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. The game only lasted 10 minutes with Rias' team winning. Mainly due to Team Citri not used to not being able to use their magic. Yay! Everyone in Team Gremory said. Ichigo then ordered the game to send everyone out. Scene change, clubhouse. The members ended up having a small celebration with juice for defeating the school council. Time to find your familiar, Rias said. Right now? Asia asked. As Akeno formed a teleportation seal and Ichigo was given the coordinates and info on the meeting place. You can only find him on nights with a full moon, Rias answered. Him? Issei asked. The familiar master, Rias said. Soon the room glowed red and the group disappeared while EU and Ichigo went via Garganta. Soon the group meets up in a dark forest. What is this place? Issei asked. It is the forest where familiar are created, Akeno said. We found our familiar here, Yuto said. Koneko agreed. I'm not surprised, looks like anything might pop up around here, Issei said. This is true, Asia said. Got it, someone said. Who's there? Issei asked. I'm familiar Master Zatuji. Zatuji replied. Familiar. Issei started. Master? Asia finished. What a lovely full moon tonight, Zatuji said. The perfect night for familiar hunting. With me by your side, you can get any familiar you want. He is a professional in regards to familiar, Akeno said. Now then, what kind of familiar do you wish for? Zatuji asked. A fast one? A strong one? Or a poisonous one? Let's see, any cute familiar? Particularly female? Issei asked. Ichigo then punched Issei in the head. Tisk tisk tisk. Nothing like that. Zatuji replied. A familiar should be brave and strong. A familiar that can cut his power in half and benefit you. Zatuji said to Issei. I would also like a cute familiar, Asia asked unconsciously using the doggy eyes. Okay, dear. Zatuji said instantly. Ichigo gave a quick chuckle. Remembering the time Yuzu and sometime Karen would use the doggy eyes. Yuzu. Karen. I wonder how they are. Ichigo thought. Thank you, kind sir. Asia replied. Issei got annoyed and about to argue with Zatuji until Ichigo put his hand on Issei's shoulders forcing him to back down. Now what about you two? Zatuji asked. Well, I read that familiars work best when they can feel their partner's energy. And then follow that pull towards them. Correct? Ichigo asked. That is the older method of finding familiars. But that only works if you are strong. Are you too strong? Zatuji asked. Yes, we are, Ichigo said. While EU nodded. Alright then. Since you two wish to use the older method, you two will do it at the end and the center of the forest. Zatuji told the two. Okay, Ichigo said. Soon the entire group began walking in the forest. While they were walking around, they found a sprite dragon that Asia decided as a familiar and named Rasei. Rai because of lightning and because of Issei's name. With more walking, they couldn't find any familiar for Issei. Zatuji gave up on Issei and shifted the group to the center of the forest. At the center there lies a stump. Now then, for you two who wish to use this method must release all binding of powers in place and sit on the stump. Then flare your power for about 10 seconds. From there, you will sit until your potential familiar flare their power at you. This stump is connected to other trees in this forest. The stump allows more potential familiars to sense your power. In turn, it also helps guide those familiars here. Zatuji explained. He turned to Ichigo and EU. Who wants to start? I will go first. EU wrote. Alright then. I'll hold your armor. Ichigo said. While EU began to take her armor off. Why is she taking her armor off? Issei asked. Her armor is a power suppressor due to how strong her powers are, Ichigo answered. Okay, Mississippi. Are you ready? Zatuji asked. EU nodded and began to flare her power. Her power shot up towards the sky in a column of purple. Everyone except Ichigo fell on their faces as EU flared her power for the needed 10 seconds. EU. You are done. Ichigo yelled. EU heard what Ichigo said and stopped flaring her powers. Everyone got up and dusted himself off. Wow. She is that strong. Rias said in surprise. Yep, Ichigo said. EU then got off the stump. You got a familiar coming over here? Ichigo asked. EU nodded her head. Let's wait till EU's familiar arrive before I flare mine. Why? Issei asked. When Issei fought with Ichigo, his powers felt nothing like EU's. Issei, that was about 1% of my power, Ichigo said. Issei jaw dropped as how much power Ichigo has. Soon they heard a rustling from the trees. From the trees, they see a black bird flew out of the trees and landed on EU's arm. It bowed to EU. EU then lowered her head to simulate a bow. Zatuji gasped. What is it? Rias asked. Impossible. Zatuji said. What? Everyone except Ichigo asked. That bird is a phoenix, Zatuji said. A phoenix. Everyone screamed except for Ichigo and EU, who are entertaining the phoenix.
I thought they were extinct, Akeno said.
I thought too.
So now we need to form the familiar bond,
Zatuji said. Can you write down the words she needs to say? Ichigo asked as he hands Zatuji EU's notepad and pen. Why? Zatuji asked. EU has a curse placed on her voice. It causes her powers to go out of control even with the armor limiting her powers. Ichigo explained.
That is fine, Zatuji said, and he wrote down the words EU needed to say.
Zatuji then handed EU back her notepad and pen. Ichigo sent her to the game dimension to complete the ritual.
A few minutes later she's back out with her phoenix on her shoulder.
Uyami, Dusk. EU wrote. So that is her name? Ichigo asked. EU nodded. Everyone. Judging by everyone's impression on the floor, if I flare my power, likely everyone will die. Ichigo bluntly said.
Everyone looked at Ichigo in shock. I will teleport everyone in the game dimension, so keep you all safe, Ichigo said.
Everyone agreed.
Ichigo sent the group into the game dimension and walked towards the stump.
Ready? Ichigo asked. All the spirits, yes.
Ichigo changed to his soul form and sat down on the stump and began lowering his power. Due to Ichigo's power being a higher dimensional tier, Ichigo needs to lower his Ryatsu for it to be felt by anything.
A sea of power descended to the entire forest. The sea of power was in 4 colors. White with some blue, while the other one is black with a bit of red. Ichigo counted 10 seconds and stopped the power flare.
Ichigo then sensed 2 beings that wish to be with Ichigo but is bounded and can't leave their respective areas. Ichigo decided to go pick them up first and perform the ritual once he got both of them. The first one he found was a cave. As he walked in the cave, he found a black egg giving off a crimson glow, too. Ichigo went and picked it up and it stopped glowing red. Ichigo then went to find the other one. He found it next to a tree where the moonlight shined down at the egg. The egg was white and gave off a bluish glow, 3. Ichigo then went back to the stump and placed the 2 eggs next to each other. In the name of Ichigo Kurosaki, I bind thee to me as my familiar. Ichigo yelled and the 2 green squares appeared to both. Once the green squares vanished, the eggs hatched and 2 dragons escaped the egg and climbed on Ichigo's shoulders. They both look like Issei but with different colors. One was white and sky blue all over with blue eyes, while the other is all black with red eyes. For the white one, I am going to name you. Wait, are either you male? Ichigo asked the 2 baby dragons. Both the white and black dragon growled at him. Looks like both of you are female. Ichigo pointed at the white one. Your name is Kazara. The newly dubbed Kazara, 4, growled happily. Ichigo then pointed to the black dragon. I'm going to name you Valiona, 5. The newly dubbed Valiona growled happily with its new name. Ichigo then brought back the gang and Zatuji. They now see Ichigo with 2 baby dragons on his shoulder. Zatuji fainted when he saw the 2 dragons. Ichigo kicked him a few times to get him up. I thought I saw the 2 celestial dragons, Zatuji said. So I guess these 2 are connected to something called the true heavenly dragons. Ichigo thought. Explain now, Ichigo said. I do not know much, but some texts say that there were 2 dragons that were even stronger than the 2 heavenly dragon. Well, thank you for your help, Zatuji. Rias thanked and the entire group disappeared. Scene change, clubhouse. Everyone arrived safely at the clubhouse. Ichigo walked with EU, Issei, and Asia back to their house respectively. Hey Issei and Asia, can you 2 come over to my house for a second? Ichigo asked. Sure, Issei said. Okay, Ichigo-sensei, Asia said. They soon arrived at Ichigo's house and they all sat down on the couch. What do you need to talk about, sensei? Issei asked. I don't need to talk to you, Issei, Ichigo said. Why did you ask for me and Asia to come here? Issei questioned. Draig, I want to talk to you, Ichigo said. Very well then, Draig said.
Who said that? Asia asked. Ichigo pointed at Issei's arm. Now then. Protector of the balance, you want information on the two baby dragons that are now your familiars? Draig asked. So you can hear conversations from the outside, Ichigo said. Can you manifest in the real world? I do not know if it is possible, Draig said. Issei just will him into existence, Ichigo said. It's not as if you can will spirits from objects in your soul out here, Issei said. You shouldn't challenge King Dragon Boy, Zangetsu said as he manifest. Soon Yawatch, Kiyoka, and Hogyoku manifested. Hello Zangetsu, Yawatch, Kiyoka, and Hogyoku. Ichigo greeted. EU waved at the four. Issei and Asia were jaws dropped. Hogyoku, do you think you can help Draig manifest himself? Ichigo asked. I do not know. But let me try. Boy, summon your sacred gear. Hogyoku said. Issei compiled and summoned his sacred gear. Dragon Booster. Hogyoku then placed her hands on the sacred gear and was able to visually see how this scared gear worked. A sacred gear is a bastard version of a Zanpakuto. Some seals prevent the dragon from leaving the gear. There are others where it prevents the dragon from possessing the host. She found a seal where it prevents the dragon from manifesting and another one to teach his partner how to use the boosted gear. She used her power to destroy the two seals. From the outside, two of the red scales turned purple. It is done, dragon. Now try and manifest yourself. From the sacred gear, the green gem began to glow and everyone soon heard manifest. The green glow died down and we see a red suit of armor, 6, in front of everyone. Freedom! It has been so long. Draig said. Now then. Tell us about the celestial dragons. Ichigo said. The two celestial dragons never said what their names were. The white one, the one you dubbed Kazara, her titles were the White Empress, Maiden of Destruction and Messiah of Light. While the black one, the one you dubbed as Valiona, her titles were the Black Empress, Maiden of Infernos and Messiah of Darkness. Draig said. Thank you, Draig. Your reward is that of your freedom. It is in the hands of Issei, he now has the power to manifest you any time he wants. As well as you have the power to teach your partner now. Ichigo said. Thank you. Thank you. I can now have a bigger impact on my host. Draig said as he disappeared into the boosted gear. Eventually, the two went back to Issei's house. Ichigo told his Zanpakuto spirits that he was going to sleep. Ichigo changed into sleeping attire and went to bed. Soon Kazara and Valiona crawled into his bed and slept next to their new master. Ichigo woke up the next day seeing something quite adorable. EU was hugging his left arm like a body pillow, while Kazara and Valiona were lying on his stomach. Ichigo turned his head to the left and saw Yuyami sleeping by the ledge. Ichigo chuckled seeing this. Ichigo used his right hand to softly nudge EU to wake her up. 5 more minutes, she said. Ichigo felt her powers trying to force him to comply, but he did it again. EU opened her eyes and gave Ichigo the dreaded doggy eyes. EU. Do you want breakfast, yes or no? Ichigo challenged EU. Breakfast, EU said, admitting defeat and letting go of Ichigo's arm. Ichigo softly picked up Kazara and Valiona and placed them on the bed while Ichigo got up. Ichigo stretched a little and got up to make breakfast. After a delicious breakfast, Ichigo received a mental nudge. Ichigo decided to sit down and see who sent him a mental nudge. Scene change, Mindscape. Ichigo opened his eyes and saw all 4 of his spirits on guard. Ichigo looked at where they were facing and saw a Kusanada bowing. King, he has been here about 3 hours after you fell asleep, Zangetsu said. Thank you, Zangetsu, Ichigo said. Ichigo then turned to the Kusanada. The Kusanada started speaking. Hello, Jigaku no Kotai, Kusanada said. Kusanada, what is your reason for being here? Ichigo asked. My lord, while we are managing hell, we found human souls in a pocket dimension in hell.
These souls do not have a hell chain, as well as we detect that these souls have not committed enough sins to be sent there.
The Kusanada stated. How is this possible? Ichigo asked. We had an investigation going on and we found some type of writing on it.
They have the world burial doll marked on their body. We had some Kusanada stand by in that area to see what happens. A black portal opened up and deposited the souls there. It took some attempts, but we were able to pinpoint the source of this phenomenon.
Kusanada reported. Now then, what do you need me for? Ichigo asked. It seems that you handled the problem. The problem is that we the Kusanada cannot leave hell. The source is outside of hell and in another universe, the Kusanada said. I see. I will go and deal with this.
Ichigo said as he left his mindscape.
EU. I have something to do by myself. Please stay safe.
Ichigo said and jumped in a red Garganta. Ichigo soon found a Kusanada.
The Kusanada leads Ichigo to the location.
When Ichigo arrived, he saw the black portal depositing another body.
Ichigo quickly jumped into the portal. Scene change, Azura Cryon World 1. Ichigo arrived in Japan.
This Japan was filled with destruction. Ichigo walked and saw a couple talking.
So Ritsan, what are going to do with the Azura Machina now that our world in World 2 is saved? The man asked. I do not know. I know for certain that these remaining Azura Machina are too dangerous.
The women, Ichigo figured as Ritsan said. Especially how dangerous it is, especially for the burial doll.
If the handler overuses it, the burial doll loses its soul.
Ichigo immediately connected the dots.
Somehow this Azura Machina is the source of the souls the Kusanada found. Ichigo went to confront the two scientists. So, run this by me again. Ichigo said. Ichigo was sitting down in some sort of sitting room facing the two scientists. We help invented a robot called Azura Machina. It is a machine that requires a human sacrifice known as a burial doll. The human that controls the machine is known as a handler and has often have had a close relationship with his or her burial doll. The man said. The man's name is Nataka Natsum.
The Azura Machina was created as a way to fix the world that God has abandoned by making deals with demons.
The female explained. Her name is Ritsu Shiizumi. However, overusing the Azura Machina will cause the burial doll's soul to disappear. Well, I found the souls from the burial dolls. Ichigo said. What? They yelled. How? You know what hell is, correct? Ichigo asked. Their souls ended up in hell? Nataka said. Yes, Ichigo said. You still have their bodies, right? Yes. Their bodies end up in suspended animation as a way to remember their sacrifice. Ritsu said. Well,
I can bring those souls here so that they can reunite with their bodies.
Ichigo said. How? Nataka. Well, I am the boss of the Kusanada. They are the guardians of hell.
They told me about the strange souls they found appearing in hell.
Ichigo said. Let's try and fix this, Ritsu said.
Ichigo used his power to open the gates of hell and brought the souls to the world. Ichigo placed each soul back to their correct bodies. The bodies and souls from World 2 soon disappeared. Ritsu and Nataka explained that objects from other worlds would return to their original world and their families.
Now that we got this mess over, I am going back, Ichigo said. Wait. The two yelled. They dragged Ichigo over to 6 briefcases. These are the remaining Azura Machina we have. Nataka started.
Ichigo, we were wondering if you can take these remaining Azura machines and dispose of them in your universe.
Ritsu finished. Okay, Ichigo said and grabbed the pile of briefcases.
Immediately, Ichigo started to glow purple and a column of purple energy shot from it. Once the purple column disappeared, Ichigo's shadow began to grow larger and then split into 6. From those shadows, Kurigane, Shirogane, Hijui, Hagane, Rhodonite, and Bismuth emerged.
How did they appear?
The two scientists asked. Ichigo walked and opened the chest cavity to Kurigane to see who is in there powering the Azura Machina. When they looked inside, it turns out there was nobody there.
They then went to the other 5 checks inside. All of them were also empty. How are all 6 of them operating? Nataka asked.
I got a theory, Hogyoku said and manifested herself.
Who are you? Ritsu asked. I am one of the beings in Ichigo's soul. My name is Hogyoku. Hogyoku introduced herself. From what I was able to see, the Azura Machina is powered by Ryatsu.
The Azura Machina uses the burial doll as a source of Ryatsu since the handler does not know how to channel their Ryatsu to their Azura Machina. When the handler makes a contract with a demon, the contract helps create a cycle of Ryatsu that flows from the handler to the demon. From there, the Azura Machina opens another path for it to receive Ryatsu from the handler.
Hogyoku said.
Due to Ichigo's immense reserves, he can fully control all 6 Azura Machina without needing a burial doll. Ichigo sighed with this new information. More power of me to deal with, Ichigo said.
Well, thank you, Ichigo, for taking care of our Azura Machina problem. Nataka joked. Well, looks like our job here is done.
Ichigo said and willed the 6 machines to disappear.
The 6 disappeared into Ichigo's shadow as well as Hogyoku. Wait, Ichigo-kun! Nataka yelled. Yes? Ichigo replied. Ichigo, we have one more Azura machine we ask you to take with you if you wish, Nataka said. And this one is? Ichigo asked and looked around. Up there. He pointed. Ichigo looked up and saw a spaceship. Really? A spaceship? Ichigo questioned. Yep. Her name is Yuzhio.
She is our mother ship for the Azura Machina.
Ritsu said. She also has an automatic repair station of the Azura Machina. How am I going to pilot this thing? Ichigo questioned. To keep this project a secret, we created homunculus to be the crew members, Ritsu answered and gave him a remote. What is this? Ichigo asked.
This is a remote that signals Yuzhio to teleport the user to the command center, Ritsu explained.
Okay then. Anything else? Ichigo asked. The two shook their head.
Ichigo then pressed the button and was teleported to the command center. Ichigo sat down and willed Hell's Gate to open once more to allow Yuzhio to go through.
How am I going to store Yuzhio? Ichigo wondered. Why don't you put her in your mindscape? It's not as if the 6 Azura Machina went anywhere. Hogyoku said. Wait. What do you mean? Ichigo said.
Ichigo, when the 6 Azura Machina disappeared, they reappeared in your mindscape, Kiyoka said.
Okay then, Ichigo said and stood up. Halt! Ichigo ordered.
Yuzhio stopped moving. I want to see every personnel on this ship, Ichigo ordered.
Yes, sir. The two closest to him replied. Attention! Captain Kurosaki orders all personnel to meet at the command center. I repeat, all personnel to meet at the command center.
A few minutes later, Ichigo saw 6 people standing in front of him.
My name is Marvelous, 7, and I am in charge of Yuzhio if Captain Kurosaki is unavailable, Marvelous said. My name is Joe Gibkin, 7, and I am in charge of Yuzhio if Marvelous is unavailable, Joe said.
My name is Ahim de Famil, 7, and I am the lookout and navigator, Ahim said. My name is Gayakari, 7, and Luca Milfi, 7, and we are in charge of the infantry.
They said.
My name is Don Dogoyer, 7, and I am the engineer for Yuzhio as well as the doctor for any reason, Don said.
Okay then. I will not need Yuzhio for a while. What will you do in the meanwhile? Ichigo asked. Well,
before we are always on standby waiting for a daughter attack.
Since you do not need us, we can probably increase our fleet size. Marvelous answered. How? Ichigo asked. On board Yuzhio, we can produce any material needed.
Likely we will orbit around a planet and convert asteroids into material needed to upgrade the fleet.
Don said.
Okay then, Ichigo said. Captain, Don called out.
Yes?
Ichigo asked.
Captain, please hand me the old tracker and your phone. Don requested.
Ichigo complied and handed Don the requested objects.
Here you go, Captain. Don handed Ichigo his phone back. Ichigo didn't notice anything different. Captain. Dial 5501 and we will instantly come to your destination. Don instructed.
Okay, Ichigo said and willed for the gates of hell to open near Saturn. Yuzhio flew out of hell and Ichigo used a Garganta to get back to his house.
He arrived in both Kazara and Valiona jumped on him while EU was reading another book.
She smiled at the scene.
So what happened? EU asked.
I just got 7 giant robots in my control, Ichigo said.
Bullshit, EU said. Ichigo sighed.
I'll show you, Ichigo said.
Kiyoka, can you come out here and take control of the controller? Ichigo asked.
Sure, Kiyoka said and manifested herself. Ichigo handed Kiyoka the trainer and she teleported them into the game dimension.
Come here again. Ichigo yelled.
His shadow immediately grew longer and bigger.
More obscure than the darkness coming out from the abyss that is the shadow cast by the light of science.
An ominous voice resonates as Kuragain slowly rose from his shadow.
EU, do you think I am lying? Ichigo asked. No, can I see the others? She asked. Fine, Ichigo said. Rise Shiragain. Ichigo yelled.
His shadow once again grew longer and bigger. Darker than darkness, emerging from the abyss, that is the sword that judges the shadow of science. The ominous voice resonates as Shiragain slowly rose from his shadow.
Freeze Hisui. Ichigo yelled.
His shadow once again grew longer and bigger. More silent than the darkness sleeping at the sea of ice that is the shadow froze in the melody of science. The ominous voice resonates as Hisui slowly rose from his shadow.
Awaken Hagain. Ichigo yelled.
His shadow once again grew longer and bigger. Out of the forge darker than darkness, with the steel forged by the hammer of science. The ominous voice resonates as Hagain slowly rose from his shadow.
Bind Rhodonite. Ichigo yelled.
His shadow once again grew longer and bigger.
Chains forged by darkness binds all in the name of science.
The ominous voice resonates as Rhodonite slowly rose from his shadow.
Destroy Bismuth. Ichigo yelled.
His shadow once again grew longer and bigger. From despair blacker than darkness, the Fang that grieves the sin of science. The ominous voice resonates as Bismuth slowly rose from his shadow.
Ichigo, this is 6. Where is the 7th? EU questioned.
Ichigo flipped his phone and dialed 5501 and pressed send. Unlike the other 6, it didn't come from Ichigo's shadow but instead, a wormhole opened up and a white ship began to come out. From the darkness of the nothing, ascend to find the light of infinity.
The ominous voice resonates. EU was amazed off the power her friend and crush now have. Thank you, everyone, I just wanted to show EU.
The 6 Azura machine nodded and disappeared to Ichigo's mindscape.
While Yuzhio fired 2 more missiles and opened another wormhole and flew in it. Ichigo and EU soon left the game dimension. Ichigo thanked Kiyoka for controlling the trainer for his demonstration. Kiyoka went back to Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo and EU looked at the clock and decided to go to the clubhouse.
A few minutes later, they were outside of the clubroom. They were about to open the door when they heard yelling.
Fu, it's been a long time since I came to the human world. My lovely Rias. I have come to see you. Now then Rias, it's sudden but let's go visit the location for the ceremony. The date is set as well. It's better to get it over with, the man said. Let go of me, Riser, Rias said. Hey, you. You're being impolite to Bucho. Wait, what's with that attitude towards girls? Issei questioned. Huh? Who the hell are you? The man questioned. I am Rias Grammar-sama's family, her pawn Hayadu Issei. Issei said. Fu, I see, he replied. And who are you? Issei questioned.
The man cringed.
Eh? You didn't tell your servants about me? Wait, some people don't know about me? Is this a reincarnated human? That must be it.
The man said towards Rias. It's only because there was no need, that's why I didn't tell them, Rias replied.
Aha, you're harsh as usual. Ha ha.
The man said, trying to keep his cool.
This person is Riser Phoenix-sama. He's a pureblood high-class devil and is the third son from the legendary Phoenix family.
And also, is the spouse of the next heir of the Gremory family.
Graphia said. Ha? Spouse? But isn't Bucho the next heir? Issei questioned. He is going to marry Rias Oju-sama, Graphia said. Nanny! Issei screamed. Stop it. Rias said.
Riser, I have already told you that I will not marry you.
You will.
Riser said back.
You know what the elders think.
Riser shouted, you also know what your job is as the heir of the Gremory family. And I will not allow a rebellious bitch to stain my family's honor.
I will do everything to keep that honor. Including destroying everything you hold dear. Riser finished. Let's see you try. Rias countered. Oju-sama, Riser-sama. Please calm down. If you do something rash, then even I won't sit by idly.
I definitely won't hold back, for Sirzechs-sama's honor.
Graphia said, glaring at the two.
Even I know when to stop, when Sirzechs-sama's peerage is involved.
Riser said.
Oju-sama, Sirzechs-sama informed me that if you truly wish against this, then he is allowing you to participate in a rating game, Graphia said.
So all the old geezers even thought of the situation in case I did want to go against it, Rias said. Oju-sama, do you accept this option? Graphia asked. Of course I accept. Rias said. This is probably the last opportunity for me to get out of this arrangement. Fine then. Riser said.
Unlike you, I have already participated in countless rating games.
Riser said.
I, Graphia, confirm that both parties agree to settle their issues in this rating match.
Do both parties allow me to manage the game's details? Graphia stated. Yes.
Both of them said. I will inform both of the families of the rating game, Graphia said.
The game will be in 24 hours.
She said and disappears.
So Rias, these 5 are your other peerage members. Pathetic. He said, let me show you my full peerage.
He said and summoned his 14 other members. After seeing this, Issei got jealous of the fully female peerage and began giving them a lustful look.
Riser immediately recalled them, noticing Issei's look. My dear Rias, 24 hours till we wed.
He said before disappearing.
Ichigo started walking away. EU was confused and pulled Ichigo's sleeve and gave him a questionable look.
I am just going to talk to Graphia and Sirzechs, Ichigo said.
Do you want to come? Ichigo asked. Certainly.
I want to see if the kid is still whining all the time.
EU wrote.
Ichigo opened a garganta, hugged EU tightly, causing her to blush a little and jump in.
Scene change, Lucifer's office. Come on, Graphia. Why did you go and see Rias without me? Sirzechs said, looking away from Graphia. Sirzechs-sama, I know that you would not stick to business. You would likely embarrass Oju-sama even more. Graphia said. I do not want to talk to my maid. I want to talk to my wife. He yelled back. As a red garganta opened up. Ichigo and EU walked out of it. Hello, Ichigo-san. Graphia said.
Graphia took a closer look and she gasped.
Hellside-sama. She yelled and bowed. Sirzechs fell out of his chair into a bowing position. Ichigo laughed and EU giggled.
The two looked up and see that Ichigo was laughing at them. Then they heard the giggles.
They looked and saw EU giggling. They were shocked. They looked around the office expecting something crazy to be done to the office. What shocked them more was that the office stayed the same. "Hello, Grafia and little brat," EU said. Sirzechs flinched at being called little brat. "Get up, we are here to talk. Not take over the underworld," EU said. Soon the two dusted themselves off and everyone sat down at some couches in another room. "So Ichigo, what are you doing here?" Sirzechs asked. "Well, Ichigo and I were wondering if we can get involved with this raiding game," EU told the two. "How?" Grafia asked. Sirzechs told her to see if there were any loopholes for them to use to help Rias. Unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. "Well, there is an older law we can technically use," EU started. When two lower rank parties are in a battle and one party is losing, a higher ranking party can intervene and save the losing party and place their entire family in a debt. The restrictions are that the total size of the higher rank's army must be equal to or lower than the total survivors of the losing parties. Another requirement is that the higher rank must have no family connections with the family, EU stated. That law is called victim's debt. Due to how the laws evolve, all arguments that normally result in a war now results in a raiding game. Is that correct? EU asked. Yes, it does. How can we use it here? Sirzechs asked. Well, little brat, because of these laws now changes the definition of battle. So, we could use this law to our advantage. EU explained. I understand the fame that revolves around you two, but none of you have any rank in our society. Not even Sirzechs-sama or any other of Great Satans can get involved. Grafia said. Grafia. You forgot one rank that can top all of the Great Satans. Sirzechs said. There is no rank higher than the Great Satans, Grafia said. Unless you. Grafia said, finally figuring out what is going on. Yes, Grafia-san. Ichigo answered and summoned Jigaku no Yoroi. Grafia and EU gasped. They both bowed toward Ichigo. Get up. Get up. Ichigo said and dismissed the armor. Grafia quickly remembered her training and resumed the conversation. So that means if both Rias and Riser are the only ones left, you can invoke this law and step in, Grafia said. Yep. I wanted to tell you this so that we can discuss how your family can pay off the debt. Also, we will only invoke this if Rias is the last one left of her team or is about to admit defeat. EU said. Well, we need to go talk to my parents. Sirzechs said. Wait, EU said. Why don't we play a joke on Venelana and Zeoticus? EU suggested. How? Sirzechs asked. We both put hooded cloaks on us to hide our identity. Since we are escorted by both of you, no one will ask for our identity until we see your parents. I want to see their reactions to me. EU said maniacally. Sirzechs smiled at the idea and decided why not. I'll prepare the teleportation seal, Grafia said. Wait. Don't those only work for devils? Ichigo said. Rias mentioned that she couldn't teleport me by using those, Ichigo explained. Normally that is true. However, we are using special Mao teleportation seals. These seals will allow anyone to be transported with the Mao. Sirzechs explained. Grafia summoned two black cloaks with the Gremory clan symbol on the back of the cloaks. Once the cloaks were fully in place, Sirzechs activated the special Mao seal. Ichigo, EU, Grafia, and Sirzechs teleported to the living room of the Gremory castle. Hello Lucifer-sama, shall I inform of your arrival and your guest's arrival? A maid appeared and asked. Yes, please. He replied. Right away, sir. The maid said and disappeared. The group began to walk down a hallway. They soon reached a throne room and there sat Venelana and Zeoticus. The maid walked in and announced their presence. Entering Lord Lucifer, Lady Lucifuge, and guests. A butler said. Once the group walked into the throne room, the butler closed the doors. Son. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing here? As well as who are your two guests? Sirzechs asked. Grafia turned and nodded. EU was about to pull her cloak off, but Ichigo stopped her. Ichigo then took his off first. Hello. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo. And before you ask, yes, I am the slayer of Aizen and hero of the Winter War. Ichigo said. Hello, dear. Strange question, but do you know someone named Shiba Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki? Venalana asked. How do you know my parents? Ichigo asked. Before we explain, are you their eldest child? Sirzechs asked. Yes, I am. Why? Ichigo responded. Venalana then laughed and stuck her hand in front of her husband. Her husband grumbled and handed her a bag. What the? Ichigo questioned. Sorry, Ichigo-kun. We had a little bet a while ago to see if Ishin's and Masaki's first child will be a boy or a girl. Venalana explained. Wait. You know my parents? Ichigo asked. Yes, we do. We'll explain it later. Venalana said. Well, that one guest introduced himself. Can the mysterious guest now introduce him/herself? Sirzechs asked. Sure, EU said and ripped off her cloak. Both Venalana and Sirzechs both jaw-dropped. My name is Euclid Hellscythe. A former member of 7th Abyss. EU said. Both of them panicked and looked around their throne room expecting chaos and destruction. However, everything looked the same except for Sirzechs on the ground laughing, Ichigo chuckling, and Grafia and EU giggling. Now someone please explain to us why our throne room is not in chaos, Venalana asked once she got over the shock. Well, I was able to get my powers controlled with Ichigo's help. EU said. Well, now that we got that settled, how can we help you? Sirzechs asked. Well, you know that Rias is going to be in a raiding game against Riser tomorrow and we likely expect her to lose due to various reasons, Sirzechs explained. Hellscythe-sama suggested that to prevent her from losing, we invoke the law called victim's debt, Grafia said. Interesting, Sirzechs said. But how are we going to get someone higher rank than us to intervene? Simple, Ichigo said and activated Jigaku no Yoroi. Impossible. How did you get that? Sirzechs yelled. Honey, what is that? Venalana asked. This is armor can only be worn by the Jigaku no Kotai. Satan was the last one granted the title of Jigaku no Kotai. No one would be able to get it unless. Sirzechs explained. You Ichigo are the new Jigaku no Kotai, he yelled. Ichigo smiled. With this, I will be able to intervene since Jigaku no Kotai is a rank higher than all the 72 pillars. This is why we came over here. We wanted to settle what will be paid to resolve this debt. Ichigo said. So what do you want, Ichigo? Power? Sirzechs asked. Nope, got too much of that, Ichigo said. What about women? Sirzechs asked. I got too many troubles involving with women, Ichigo replied. What about Rias's hand in marriage? Sirzechs asked. While she is a beautiful girl in her own right, she is not my type, Ichigo said. What about all of the above? Sirzechs asked. No thanks to any of those, Ichigo answered. Well, there is one thing that I think can help you in whatever journey you venture on, Sirzechs said. Come back after you help Rias and I will allow you to get it. Okay, Ichigo said. Grafia, I will be at my house. Call me when Rias is the last one or is about to admit defeat. Ichigo said. Why don't you want to see the entire thing? She asked. The various people there will find it strange that someone they don't know is there watching, Ichigo said. Fine, Grafia said. Okay. See ya, Ichigo said and they left the room vis garganta. Dad. Are you sure you want to give Ichigo that? Sirzechs asked. Honey, I agree with Sirzechs. That is a sacred treasure that has been in our family since its creation. Venalana said. It's for the best.
Somehow, our family lost the right to wield it and I feel it in my gut, Ichigo will be able to wield it.
Zeoticus said. Well, Dad. Nice to see you. We will come tomorrow. Sirzechs said and left. 24 hours and 10 minutes later. Issei. Issei. You fought well. It's over. Rias said.
Issei pushed her away and tried to walk toward Riser.
It's over, Issei. She said and grabbed Issei's arm. Once again Issei ignored Rias' orders and attempted to walk toward Riser. Issei. Stop right now.
Did you hear what I just Rias said before she saw Issei's face? His face was all bruised up and blood dripping from his mouth and nose.
To get to this point with your will alone. Idiot, well done Issei. She said before lightly placing Issei's down on the floor.
Thank you, Akeno, Yuto, Koneko, Asia, and Issei.
You guys worked so hard for the cowardly me.
She said as she reflects her peerage's action. Rias Gremory ad she said before the entire building began to shake.
What the?
Riser said as he tried to regain his balance. With Yubaluna's concentration broken, Asia was able to reach Issei and began to heal him. In front of Rias, Asia, and an unconscious Issei, a large purple double door appeared with two skeletons giving a one-handed bow.
What? How is the gates of hell here? Riser yelled once he recognized the legendary gate. All the other viewers gave a similar reaction.
Soon the door chains on the door began to shatter. From there, everyone could see a Kusanada walking out of the gate.
Everyone was shocked to see a Kusanada here. Suddenly someone noticed and pointed at Kusanada's forehead.
At a closer look, everyone could see two people standing on top of Kusanada's head.
One was a short person,
while the other was a tall person. They both were wearing similar black cloaks.
Once the Kusanada stopped walking, the two jumped off Kusanada's head and stood at the building's roof. The Kusanada then walked back towards the gate.
Once the Kusanada was inside the gate closed its doors and it began to descend back to the ground.
Who are you? Riser yelled.
The two remained silent.
Answer me,
Riser said before throwing a fireball at the two. The little one snapped her fingers as the fireball hit. He laughed until the dust and smoke disappeared.
The two were not harmed by the attack. Asia. The man said. Finish healing Issei and get Rias out of here. The man ordered. Who are you? Asia asked.
Ichigo decided that it's time to do his reveal. Ichigo grabbed his cloaks and threw it off and revealing himself.
Ichigo-sensei, what are you doing here? Not only that, how are you here and how did you walk out the gates of hell? Ichigo smiles. If you do not know. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo, the Slayer of Aizen, hero of the Winter War and most importantly, the legendary Jigaku no Kotai. Ichigo yelled. Everyone except EU and the rest of the Gremory family jaw-dropped.
Every devil, no matter what rank, was told of the significance of that title.
Impossible. Such lies. Riser yelled. You want proof? Ichigo yelled and summoned Jigaku no Yoroi.
All the devils were forced to bow out of respect of the armor and what that armor means.
Now then. By my title and rank I call upon the law no as, victim's debt. Ichigo yelled. Many of the devils there didn't recognize that law. Only a few oldest devils remembered that law. Rias recognized that law.
Graphia sneaked a piece of paper that told about this law to Rias during the 10-day training. When she realized what truly going on, she was cried out of joy.
Rias Gremory, the heir to the Gremory clan, do you need help? Ichigo asked in Hebrew.
I am Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory house, need assistance. She screamed out in Hebrew. So I, the Jigaku no Kotai, come to your aid.
Do you understand the debt heir to the Gremory? Ichigo yelled back in Hebrew.
I understand the Gremory house is in debt Jigaku no Kotai.
Now save us.
She screamed in Hebrew and passed out from exhaustion.
Riser of Clan Phoenix, you are my opponent. Due to this law, I am allowed at most 2 more ally for me to call upon. However, I determined that I only need 1 other ally for this fight. Now my friend. Step forward and introduce yourself. Allow our new foe to fear for who he now faces.
Ichigo said and smiled. EU grabbed her cloaks and threw it off and revealing herself. Once all the elders got a clearer look, they all fainted.
My name is Euclid Hellscythe, former member of the 7th Abyss.
My new foe should fear what is going to happen, she yelled. She sent a wave of magical energy towards Riser.
Yubaluna's quick action was the only thing that prevented her master from getting hit.
Meanwhile, everyone at the stand that didn't faint now officially fainted. Many of them heard of the legends of the 7th Abyss. Those 7 members are stronger than any of the current Mao. Graphia chuckled at the blackmail material she was able to get on the spectators. Back to the battle, Ichigo drew Kokugutsu and fired a nameless Getsuga Tensho at Riser. Riser barely managed to dodge.
Ichigo decided to try a new technique. Mugen Getsuga Tensho, Infinite Moon Fong Heaven Piercer.
Ichigo yelled and fired a normal-looking Getsuga Tensho towards the sky. In Riser's arrogance, he laughed at the attack.
Ichigo just smiled.
Suddenly many little Getsuga Tensho rained down at Riser.
Yubaluna at the last moment pushed Riser out of the way and took the full assault of Mugen Getsuga Tensho.
Riser's queen retires, Graphia said.
Riser grew angry.
This person dared to interfere with his match.
Dared to interfere with his duty.
Even worse, humiliate him in front of everyone in the underworld.
This fool earned Riser's absolute rage.
In his rage, his only desire is to destroy Ichigo Kurosaki.
Kurosaki Ichigo! How dare you interfere with this battle? He yelled and combusted into flames. I will do everything to incinerate you, Kurosaki Ichigo! He yelled.
Forbidden technique, cursed flames of the phoenix, he yelled, and his entire body became a black and red phoenix and flew towards Ichigo.
EU walked in front of the black and red phoenix. Extinguish, EU said and snaps her fingers toward Riser.
Suddenly the fire went out and Riser fell on his face.
What the? Riser questioned. You forgot what I can do with my powers. I can alter reality to what I wish. EU said. King disqualified. The winner is Team Gremory with assistance from Kurosaki-sama and Hellscythe-sama. Graphia said. Everyone in Rias's peerage yelled in victory.
Rias herself cried since she was now free from her arranged marriage with Riser. While Riser was on the ground with his former peerage huddling around him.
What? How did Riser get disqualified? Issei asked when he was strong enough to stand. Well, this raiding game is Gremory Clan versus Phoenix Clan, Graphia explained.
But, when Riser used that technique, it requires him to sacrifice his connection with his family. When the technique ended, he was no longer Riser Phoenix but Riser No Name. And since in the game, the Riser is no longer a Phoenix Clan, which means he is disqualified.
Graphia explained.
Riser now understood the true significant meaning of what he just did. His former peerage grabbed him and they all left back to Phoenix territory to deal with the effects of his actions. While the club members were teleported back to the clubhouse.
Looks like someone needs a party. I hope we can host that party. Zyataka said as he walks toward the group. Father? Rias asked. Father? Asia and Issei yelled. Not expecting this man could be Rias's father. He looks too young. Yo, Ichigo said. Hello again, EU said. Thank you Ichigo and Hellscythe-sama for your help with my daughter's problem. He said. No problem.
I have a track record on breaking or messing with traditions.
Ichigo joked. Come on everyone, let's head to the mansion, Zyataka said and snapped his finger. Suddenly a black limousine appeared outside the clubhouse. Everyone ran to and sat in the limo. Soon the limo drove into a fake wall into a dimensional portal.
A few minutes later, they saw the mansion.
Everyone laughed at Issei and Asia's reaction to the mansion.
Eventually, they arrived at the front of the Gremory mansion. At the front of the mansion, they saw 2 columns of maids waiting for them. All the maids greeted their master. Rias immediately pinched Issei's cheek, preventing him from embarrassing her in front of her father and later her mother. They soon entered the throne room.
Sitting there was Venalana, Rias's mother. "Hello, Kaisen," Rias said. Koneko immediately hit Issei in the head to prevent him from embarrassing Rias. "Hello everyone. Once again thank you Ichigo and Hellscythe-sama for your actions," Venalana said. "No problem," Ichigo and EU said.
"Now then, for us to settle the debt my family now owes you, please come with me," Sirzechs said.
Ichigo and EU began to walk with him. "Sorry Hellscythe-sama, not even you can follow me. No one except Venalana and Sirzechs knows about what I am going to show you," Sirzechs explained. "Okay," EU said. Ichigo and Sirzechs continued to walk down a hallway.
They soon encountered a dead end. The wall appears to be normal in the mansion. However, in the center of the wall, there appears to be a Gremory seal.
Sirzechs went towards the wall and slid his palm and pressed on the wall and said, "I am Lord Gremory. I command you to open the entrance to the secret chambers." Sirzechs command in Hebrew.
From the wall, the seal of the Gremory clan glowed, and the wall split into 2, revealing a set of stairs.
Sirzechs led Ichigo down the stairs.
Soon they ended up in some kind of shrine with a sword stabbed in with 8 black roses positioned in the shape of an octagram star, 8.
"Where are we?" Ichigo asked. "This is an ancient shrine that has been in my family since the days of Satan.
The sword that is in place here belonged to the first Lord Gremory.
Legends have it the first Lord Gremory slew countless dragons and other beasts.
There is a rumor that there are dragons' souls absorbed by the blade.
Before First Lord Gremory died, he created this shrine as a test of our family.
To find a warrior who is worthy of wielding this blade."
Sirzechs finished his tale. "So you want me to see if I can pull this sacred blade?" Ichigo asked.
"Yes. I feel that you would be worthy of this sacred blade,"
Sirzechs replied. "Okay," Ichigo said and went towards the blade and grabbed it. "Ha-ea!"
Ichigo yelled and gripped the sacred blade and pulled. The blade slowly and surely began to loosen and Ichigo was able to pull it out. Immediately the 8 black roses began to glow red and ignite, creating a column of red infernos.
"Ichigo!" Sirzechs yelled and tried to jump in the column of flames, however, it knocked him back. Scene change, Io walking her all of above, Iemi inside the column of infernos. "What's going on?" Ichigo asked.
Suddenly he heard footsteps. Ichigo turned and saw a being walking towards him. The being wore red armor and various heads of dragon-like beings.
"My name is not important. However, my magic has determined that you Kurosaki Ichigo are worthy of my blade and powers. I will grant you this power if you make a deal with me," the warrior said. "What is this deal?"
"I will accept it if it doesn't involve interfering with my morals or prior agreement,"
Ichigo said. The warrior laughed. "No. My blade's name is Ryugunkan.
It has devoured many souls in it. Many have submitted and merged with the sword, while a few have resisted merging with the blade. Some are portions of Drag and your 2 familiars. I want you to find them and give them back their soul," the warrior explained. "That is fine," Ichigo said.
"Also, I will be gifting you with this armor."
9. This armor is called the Draconic Regalia, forged from the remains of various beasts. Some include Tiamat, Naga, and various wyverns. I fear that some from Hindu practitioners will recognize Naga's remains on this armor and may attack you as well as any loyal servants of Tiamat,"
the warrior warned. "Are you ready for my blessing?" the warrior asked.
"Yes," Ichigo said.
"By my divine authority, I hereby give my blessing to Kurosaki Ichigo," the being said in Hebrew.
Soon the armor and sword dissolved and reformed on Ichigo.
Just like your Zanpakuto, it has a release phase which is Scene change, outside. Sirzechs was worried about Ichigo. This is the first time this ever happened and it involved someone like Ichigo. Sirzechs' worries vanished when he heard Ichigo's voice. "Conquer all who dare challenge my power, Ryuganken." Ichigo yelled. The Inferno Tower began to spin and collapse on it, revealing Ichigo in red armor and wielding the sacred blade. "Ichigo!" Sirzechs said and ran to him. "Are you alright?" he asked. "Yep. But, I had to gain more power. Can I do something nice and not gain more power? Eventually, I will become the strongest thing in all reality." Ichigo complained. "Well, there are two beings so strong they cannot die," Sirzechs said. "Really?" Ichigo asked. "Yep. They are so strong that death does not affect them," Sirzechs said. "Okay. Knowing my luck, I will probably end up meeting one of them," Ichigo said. "Don't jinx it, Ichigo," he replied laughing. The two began to leave the sacred chambers. As they walked, Ichigo sealed Ryuganken, making the armor disappear and returning it to its broadsword form. Ichigo then placed the sword on his back where a sheath appeared. The two eventually reached the exit to the secret chambers. The two men could see Rias, her peerage and EU were partying. Ichigo left Sirzechs and joined the group who were partying. EU was having the time of her life. She never attended any party or celebrations before. She never attended due to her fear of her powers going out of control. Even when she got her armor, she still had all that fear. But, now she looked at her friend. Ichigo. He made this all possible. He was the first one who didn't fear her powers. Instead, he spent his own time and resources to help her gain control of her powers. She never had this feeling before. Such gratitude towards someone. Such emotion toward Ichigo. What is going on? While EU had her mental discussion, Venelana and Sirzechs were having another one. So, Ichigo was able to pull out the blade. Venelana said. Yes. He did. Sirzechs replied. Do you know why Ichigo was able to pull it out? Venelana asked. Well, I do have a theory. That theory involved our mindset. Sirzechs said. Our mindset? Venelana asked. For devils, our mindset is of a warrior. Get the power to defeat our foes, claim rights of conquest and continue. However, Ichigo has a different mindset. Sure, he gets powers to defeat his foes. Instead of defeating his foes to claim rights of conquest, Ichigo defeats his foes to protect his friends and family. Sirzechs explained. I see, makes sense. Venelana commented. Yes, my dear. It does make sense. Especially who raised Ichigo to who he is now. Sirzechs said. After that both Venelana and Sirzechs looked towards the group of teenage-looking friends who are partying the night away. A few hours later, Ichigo grabbed a tired Issei, Asia, and EU and brought them back to their respective homes and laid them in their beds. Once that was done, Ichigo drew Ryuganken and touched a tattoo on Ichigo's right breast. It looks similar to a yin-yang tattoo. When you take a closer look, the yin is in the shape of a dragon with blue eyes, while the yang is in the shape of a black dragon with red eyes. Come Kazara. Come Valiona. The tattoo glowed and his two familiar looked at him curiously. For the past week, both Kazara and Valiona looked the same. You two please touch the sword, Ichigo said. His two familiars compiled and touched the sword. The two glowed and they transformed into dragon-human hybrids. Both the dragon hybrids were about 5 feet 8 inches. Kazara had pale skin, white waist-length hair, and bright blue eyes. Valiona also has pale skin but black waist-length hair and bright red eyes. Hello, master. They said. God damn, Ichigo said. Please don't call me master, Ichigo said. Okay, Kurosaki-sama. They said. Damn it. Please just call me Ichigo. He said. Okay, Ichigo-sama, they said. Ichigo gave up trying to correct them. So, what did returning your souls do? Ichigo asked. Well, Ichigo-sama, when we were killed, most of our soul were absorbed by that blade. The remaining fragment of our soul transformed our bodies into dragon eggs. Our fragmented soul did this as an attempt to put our life on stasis while it tries to find our missing soul or find someone with high enough power to help us recover. Kizara explained. When you flared your power, the remaining fragments of our souls determined that you were worthy of being our protector, Valiona said. When we bonded with you, we were able to acquire a few abilities of yours. Kizara said. What did you get? Ichigo asked. We can breathe hellfire, instant regeneration, and able to have a human-like form. Valiona replied. Okay. But why did it take me returning your souls for you to become this? Ichigo asked. Well, that blade contained about 90% of our soul as well as our powers in it. When we touched the sword returned our souls and powers. Kizara said. Okay. So do you still have a dragon form? Ichigo asked. Yes, we do, but they are too big for this place, Valiona said. Well, I am going to sleep, Ichigo said and went to bed. The two Dracaena decided to go to sleep as well, but with their master. They sneaked to Ichigo's bed and fell asleep hugging him. Ichigo feeling this side in defeat and decided that he needs to go and find her to get his heart back. The next morning, Ichigo woke up with both Valiona and Kizara hugging him. Ichigo smiled at the antic and woke the two Dracaena up to get them to let his arms go. Ichigo soon woke up EU and explained to her what happened last night with his new blade and Valiona and Kizara. Wow! EU said. The four continued to talk a bit more before Ichigo received a phone call. Hello? Ichigo asked. Hello Ichigo, it's me Sirzechs. I need you at my office right now. Sirzechs said on the phone. Okay. Give me a few minutes. He said. Okay. He said and hung up. Well ladies, Sirzechs wants to talk to us, Ichigo said. Valiona and Kizara agreed to go back to Ichigo's tattoo but asked to be released when Ichigo was in danger or back at the house. Ichigo agreed with the idea. When Ichigo and EU got properly dressed, Ichigo ripped a red garganta open and the two walked in. Scene change, Sirzechs' office. Ichigo and EU arrived at Sirzechs' office. In there they saw Sirzechs sitting down on a couch while Grafia was behind him towards his right side. On the other side a handsome-looking man with long blonde hair and wearing some type of golden armor similar to robes an archbishop would wear. Hello, Ichigo and Hellside-sama, Sirzechs said. This gentleman is Michael, the secret ruler of heaven. Hello, Ichigo-kun and Hellside-sama, Michael said. So, there must be a very big reason why we were called urgently. Ichigo asked. Well, a few days ago, someone broke in and stole 3 of the 7 Excalibur fragment blades from the church, Michael said. One of my many assistants sent 2 of our few Excalibur-compatible wielders to Japan to attempt to recover the weapons. Those 2 are armed with 2 more Excalibur fragment blades. Michael explained. The reason why you are here Ichigo is that can you play host to these 2 agents for me? With you there, it might help make the mission smoother especially when Yuto finds out about this. Sirzechs said. Okay. Thanks for the heads up. Ichigo said and both Ichigo and EU stood up. Wait, Michael said and stood up. Ichigo for doing me this favor, I give you the blessing of the elements. It allows you to summon, use, and control the elements. The original ones are fire, water, wind, and earth. Michael said. A tip is that do not limit yourself to only those 4, use science and your will, Michael said and touched Ichigo's forehead. Ichigo felt new knowledge transfer to his head. He understands how to summon and control the original 4 elements. Thank you, Ichigo said. Also, to get those 2 to trust you, show this, Michael said and handed Ichigo a playing card. It has a spade of ace. 10. Okay, Ichigo said. Both Ichigo and EU returned to their home. Just when they were about to relax, Rias burst into the room out of breath. "Sensei!" Rias yelled, "I need your help." "What is going on?" Ichigo asked. "I think Issei in Asia need your help. At his house, I sense holy energy and I couldn't get in," she said. "Okay. Let me deal with it," Ichigo said. Ichigo and EU got up from their chairs and went over next door. Ichigo went to knock on the door. Ichigo heard faintly that Issei said he got the door. He opened it a little to see who it is. When he opened it, he expected more church members. Luckily it was only Ichigo and EU. "Ichigo-sensei, EU, come in." "Issei, who is that?" an older lady said. "Just my tutor, Kaisen," Issei said. He led Ichigo and EU towards the table. "Hello everyone. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo and this is my friend, EU. She is mute so please be patient with her," Ichigo said. "Hello," EU wrote. "Hello," everyone said. "Hey Issei in Asia, let's go to my house so that you can get your daily workout in," Ichigo said. "Okay," they said and got up. "Hey, you two, do you want to come too?" Ichigo said. They were unsure what to say. "Your friend, Michael said that you will be rooming with me for the few days you are visiting," Ichigo said. They said yes after hearing this. Soon everyone left and entered Ichigo's house. Rias was waiting for the two. "Issei! Asia!" Rias yelled and hugged the two. "So nothing happened. Are you hurt? They didn't do anything to you." "It was fine once Ichigo-sensei came," Issei said. "I hope we are not interrupting anything, devils," the girl with the blue hair said. As she grabbed her wrapped package, Ichigo decided to release a little of his Ryatsu to gain everyone's attention. In Ichigo's perspective, everyone fell to their knees except for EU. She just shook lightly. "Now that I got everyone's attention, can we all sit down on the couches please?" Ichigo asked. Everyone compiled and sat down. "Please introduce yourself so that everyone can know their respective identity," Ichigo suggested. "My name is Zenobia," the blue-haired girl said. "My name is Irina," the girl with chestnut hair said. "Now then. I recently got a call from Sirzechs," Ichigo began. "My brother?" Rias asked. "Yep. He told me to meet them in his office. When I arrived there, I met a man named Michael." "Impossible!" Zenobia yelled. "No random person can get a private meeting with the right hand of God," she yelled. "Then explain this," Ichigo said and threw down the ace of spades that Michael gave him. Irina and the card glowed gold for a second and it faded. "Yes. This man is telling the truth," Irina said. "Please explain to Rias on why are you two here. Also what I said at Issei's house is true. You are rooming here with me until the mission is completed," Ichigo said. Zenobia and Irina began to explain the situation to Ichigo, EU, Rias, Asia, and Issei, and the mission. "So, what is the plan?" Issei asked. "Well, Rias should probably call Yuto, Koneko, and Akeno before we get too deep," Ichigo suggested. "That is probably a smart idea," Rias said. She soon used her magic to request their presence. Once everyone arrived at Ichigo's house, Ichigo almost had to restrain Yuto due to the presence of the holy swords. Once Yuto regained control of his anger, Rias got the three up to speed. "I see," Yuto said. "Based on what just happened moments ago, you have a personal problem with the Holy Sword project?" Irina asked. "I do. I don't care to hide it. Seeing a holy sword makes me angry. Especially since you have to ask permission to even use it. However, they don't need permission to get rid of all the test subjects that failed in their experiment," Yuto yelled. "Even for the church, that's one of their biggest turn-offs. The person in charge was exiled as a heretic, and now they're at the side of the fallen angels. Zenobia said. At the side of the fallen angels? What's their name? Yuto asked. Valper Galilei.
The man called the Archbishop of Massacre.
Zenobia answered. So, he followed the fallen angels and they got to him, huh?
I was attacked by someone carrying a holy sword a few days earlier. His name was Fried Selzen.
Do you know him?
Yuto told the group. He is the genius who became an exorcist under the direct leadership of the Vatican Department of the Pope when he was only 13. His contribution in regards to exterminating devils and monsters one after another was unparalleled.
Zenobia said.
But he went too far, going on to lay his hands even on his brothers, Irina added. Fried never had an ounce of faith, right from the beginning.
What he possessed was hostility against monsters and an abnormal obsession with combat.
It was only a matter of time before he was questioned. So, this Fried guy is practically a Kenpachi exorcist.
Ichigo thought as he tried to imagine Kenpachi dressed in a priest outfit.
Ichigo regained his bearing when the 8 other members began to figure out who will go with what.
The group of 10 will split into 4 groups of 2.
Issei is paired with Irina, Rias is paired with Zenobia, Yuto is paired with Koneko, Asia is paired with Akeno and Ichigo is paired with Iu.
Everyone exchanged contract info and Akeno modifies the teleporting seal so that Irina and Zenobia could temporarily use the seal. The groups spend the next few days walking around town, dressed as nuns and priests in an attempt to attract Fried's attention. Soon Issei and Irina founded Fried. Issei immediately used the seal to send a distress signal to the others.
Hey, troop of priests!
I'll show you the way to heaven.
Fried yelled. Suddenly a red seal appeared and revealed the other 6.
It's the brats that I failed to kill. He yelled. Looks like I get another chance to kill you. He yelled. Issei, be careful.
He is using one of the Excalibur fragments.
Draig warned. Okay. Thanks. Boosted gear. Issei yelled. Everyone got into a battle stance. Yuto drew his incinerator, 10.
Zenobia and Irina drew their Excalibur fragments, Koneko got into a fighting stance, Asia, Akeno, and Rias behind the main group.
Everyone, he is using Excalibur rapidly. Zenobia yelled.
Yuto ran towards him swinging incinerator at him.
Fried charged forward and used his Excalibur to slice through Yuto's weapon. Yuto willed his sword to reform and tried to attack again. Once again Fried just charged through and broke the attack.
Zenobia ran behind Fried and swung her Excalibur.
Fried was about to dodge the attack when he looked down at his leg. A rope is tied to his feet. He looks and sees Irina's Excalibur turned into a whip.
Fried used the special powers of his Excalibur and dodged Zenovia's attack.
Yuto brought forth Raven's Wing, 11, and Reform Incinerator.
Yuto ran towards Fried with both swords having fire and wind spinning around the blade.
Yugo Kogiki. Hino Arashi. Fusion attack. Firestorm.
He yelled and swung at Fried. Fried was about to bend back when Zenobia was behind him and also swung her Excalibur.
Fried jumped down and the 2 sword wielders clashed against each other. Zenobia breaking Raven's Wing and Incinerator. Oh ho, it's the sword birth boy. A man said. Old man Valpa, huh? Fried said. Valper Galilei. Yuto said. In the flesh. Fried, what do you think you're doing? Valper Galilei. What do you think, old man? I am trying to have fun.
Fried yelled.
Hurry up. You have an opportunity to get another fragment. Valper yelled.
Right, old man, Fried yelled back. He used his Excalibur and break Irina's Excalibur rope on his leg.
He then ran toward Irina and swung upward.
Irina used her Excalibur and blocked the attack. At that moment, Fried grabbed her Excalibur and Spartan kicked her in the chest, flinging her towards the ground while taking her Excalibur.
Fried used some type of stone and threw it down,
causing an explosion of light and both Fried and Valper to disappear.
Damn it! Yuto yelled. It's all right, Yuto, Issei said to his friend. It's not all right. Yuto argued back. So what are you doing to do about it? Ichigo said as he walked out of a garganta. I apologize for being late, but I was just informed of a personal matter, Ichigo said. What happened? Issei asked. My sisters got kidnapped, Ichigo replied. What? Everyone replied. Chapter 9, Arc 2. Previously in Chapter 8. So what are you doing to do about it? Ichigo said as he walked out of a garganta. I apologize for being late, but I was just informed of a personal matter, Ichigo said. What happened? Issei asked. My sisters got kidnapped, Ichigo replied. What? Everyone replied. Explain please, Rias asked. Okay, Ichigo said. Flashback. Ichigo and EU were walking around Kuo in their priest disguise when suddenly Ichigo's phone went off. Ichigo went to an abandoned alley to answer his phone. Hello Sirzechs, Ichigo said. Hello, Ichigo. I need you to come to my office immediately. Sirzechs said urgently. Okay. Sirzechs. Ichigo said and hung up the phone. EU, change of plans, we are needed at Sirzechs' office, Ichigo said. Both Ichigo and EU took off their priest disguises. Once they were ready, Ichigo ripped open a red garganta and they jump in it. They soon arrived in Sirzechs' office. Sirzechs, what is the issue? Ichigo asked when he saw Sirzechs. Ichigo, I think you need to sit down for this, Sirzechs said. Why? Ichigo asked. I think it is because I am here, said a voice. Ichigo immediately froze. He recognized that voice. After all, he was his teacher for about half a year. A door opened and a familiar man walked out. You could hear his geta clank on the marble floors. It has been a while, hasn't it, Ichigo-kun? Getabashi, how did you find me? Ichigo said. Well, I didn't know you were here. Urahara said. As of a few hours ago, your sisters Yuzu and Karen were kidnapped. What? Ichigo yelled. Getabashi, I want answers now. Well, Ichigo-kun. Urahara started before he opened his fan. Immediately Ichigo was in front of him and single-arm choked Urahara. Not now. No games, Getabashi. Ichigo said. Where the old Ichigo? Urahara joked. The one who I could pick on. Getabashi, Ichigo growled as he tightened his grip on Urahara's throat. Fine, Urahara said again. Ichigo loosened the grip on Urahara's throat. My computers detected an unknown power signature. The programs I have on my computer doesn't have angel, fallen angel or devil power signatures in it for safety reasons. So I took that sample and brought it over to Sirzechs to determine if he could tell me who/what took them. Urahara began. I took a look at the sample Urahara has. Unfortunately, the sample was too weak for me to determine who/what took them. Sirzechs added. During Sirzechs' analysis process, I told him what happened, Urahara said. So I decided to call you to tell you what has happened, Sirzechs said. I do not know who would kidnap them, Urahara admitted. Well, I can name probable 5 groups. Ichigo said. Shinigami for one. They want to lure me back to Karakura town so they could watch me. Hollow is another because they want revenge for killing Aizen. Quincy is the third to train Yuzu and Karen in their Quincy heritage and or use them to recruit me in their army. Fourth is the old Satan faction due to my title. The last group is the fallen angels since they know that I am a threat to whatever they are planning. Ichigo answered. Both Urahara and Sirzechs gave him a confused and surprised look. Did I get any hits? Ichigo asked. Well, those are all valid possibilities and reasons. Urahara said. Are there any other reasons why you are still here? Ichigo asked. Ichigo, everyone missed dash dot. Urahara started. Ichigo immediately got up and began to walk away. Ichigo. Urahara said, trying to get Ichigo to listen to him. Do you want me to tell them you are here? Urahara threatened. Ichigo sighed and snapped his fingers. Little red ripples circles opened up and fired hell's chains at Urahara and pierced his hands. Urahara. I know you did not just threaten me. Ichigo said. Urahara tried to break free from the chains, but the chains didn't budge. Urahara, you must have recognized these chains by now, Ichigo said. No. These chains. It can't be. Urahara said, realizing what they were. But they are. Chains of hell, and I control them. Now then, you have two options. I can throw you into the bottom level of hell and let you suffer there for a while, or you swear to never reveal to anyone this information. Ichigo said. Which one do you choose? Urahara stayed silent for a moment, thinking about what he could do. Urahara sighed and looked at Ichigo. Ichigo, you sure have changed these past weeks, Urahara said. Ichigo didn't respond to Urahara's words. The more chains started to wrap around Urahara. Fine. I choose the second option. Urahara yelled. EU, can you make or create a contract with no loopholes and a major penalty if he breaks it? As well as a failsafe in case I need him to do it. Ichigo asked. Okay, she said and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, a contract was in her hands. She handed the contract to Ichigo. Ichigo read it over and signs the bottom. He then turned the contract around so that Urahara can read it. This is an agreement between Kurosaki Ichigo and Urahara Kisuke. Urahara Kisuke agrees to never reveal any information Urahara learned about Kurosaki Ichigo without his written and physical permission. Kurosaki Ichigo must willingly give permission. He cannot be drugged or drunk or forced to give permission. If Urahara Kisuke breaks this agreement, this soul is to be bounded to hell and will suffer for eternity until the Kurosaki Ichigo says otherwise. That is what the contract stated. Below it, Urahara can see that Ichigo signed it in blood. Ichigo loosened the hell's chains on Urahara's right arm. Urahara made a small cut on his fingers and he signed in blood below Ichigo's signature. Ichigo then handed the contract to Sirzechs, who signed below the two names as witnesses of both signing the contract. He then gave it to EU, who signed it for the same reason. The contract glowed red and then Ichigo and Urahara glowed red. Ichigo then snapped his fingers and the hell's chains disappeared from Urahara's body. Ichigo and EU walked away and left the two by using a red garganta. Sirzechs, can you offer me any information about Ichigo right now? Urahara asked. Sorry, my friend. This is something not even I can help you with. Sirzechs said. He has already helped my little sister, as well as help bring peace between the three fractions. He also has her as his ally. Sirzechs said. You mean the girl he calls EU? Urahara asked. Yes, her real name is E-. Sirzechs stopped midway. Suddenly a piece of paper appeared randomly and flowed down. On the paper, it wrote. It is considered rude to talk about people behind the back. Soon the paper ignited itself. We'll see ya later, my friend, Urahara said and left. End of flashback. Wow. Ichigo senpai can be scary when he wants to, Issei said. Everyone except for Irina and Zenovia agreed with Issei. Those two are trying to understand the fact that the person who practically controls hell is not a devil and is less than 10 feet from them. So anyone cares to update me on what happened? Ichigo asked. Rias gave Ichigo a quick update on what happened to the group. So Irina lost her Excalibur, Yuto found the scientist that fucked up his childhood, and the Issei found Asia's almost rapist. Anything else? They all shook their heads. Well, let's go get some rest. I think all 10 of us should sleep at either my house or Issei's house. Ichigo suggested. Everyone agreed, but another problem arose. Who is sleeping in whose house? After some small debate, Issei, Asia, Akeno, and Rias will sleep at Issei's house. While Ichigo's house will have EU, Irina, Zenovia, Koneko, and Yuto.
The group walked towards the same road. Soon they split and went to their respective house and prepared to go to sleep. Ichigo saw Xenovia hold her Excalibur in one hand and about to leave the house.
"Hey! What are you doing?" Ichigo asked. "I am going to stay up and watch over the house while everyone is asleep," Xenovia said. Ichigo chuckled. "What is so funny?" she yelled.
"I have guards already watching the two houses," Ichigo said and snapped his fingers.
Zangetsu and Yawatch appeared. "These are the two who are watching the houses right now." "And they are?" she asked. "Personal question," Ichigo countered. She decided to let it go and she went back to her room that Ichigo assigned them. Ichigo went to his room and saw Iyu, Kazara, and Valiona ready to cuddle with Ichigo. Ichigo changed and went to bed. Time skip, a few hours later. "Hey, King," Zangetsu said as he appeared back in Ichigo's mindscape. "Yes, Zangetsu?" Ichigo asked.
"I found a guy with short white hair and red eyes,"
Zangetsu said. "How far?" Ichigo asked. "About 200 meters away," Zangetsu said. "Thanks," Ichigo said. "No problem, King," Zangetsu said.
"Hey Iyu, Kazara, Valiona, wake up," Ichigo said and shook the ladies. They all gave him a grouchy look.
Zangetsu found Fried about 200 meters from here.
Immediately they were on guard.
Ichigo quickly woke everyone up from both houses and had them ready to take on Fried.
They soon walked out and faced Fried.
"What's up, people? How you doing tonight?" Fried said. No one replied.
Suddenly in the sky, they saw someone flying in the sky. "I suppose it's nice to meet you, daughter of the Gremory family.
Your red hair is most fitting. I'm reminded of your brother so much, I feel positively nauseous," the man said. "Greetings, fallen angel overseer Kokabiel," Rias said. "Kokabiel? Seriously?" Issei said. "Hello everyone. Likely you are wondering why I'm doing this," Kokabiel asked. "Actually yes. Why are you doing this?" Issei asked. "It is so boring with everyone wanting peace."
"So, I went to steal the Excaliburs to get Goody Two-Shoes Michael to declare war, but, instead, he sent some garbage holy weapon users,"
Kokabiel yelled. "Hey!" Irina and Xenovia yelled.
"So then, I got a better idea, with both the little sisters of both Lucifer and Leviathan both go to the same school. Why don't I kill them to force Lucifer and Leviathan to declare war on us fallen angels?
It'll force the angels to join the fighting," Kokabiel yelled. "Hey, devils and holy girls!" Fried yelled. Everyone looked at Fried. "Look at these pretties.
This is Excalibur Rapidly, Excalibur Nightmare, Excalibur Transparency, and Excalibur Mimic.
Time to fight!" Kokabiel yelled and flew away while Fried threw his flash ball and disappeared.
"Everyone head to the school, I'm calling Sona right now," Rias said.
Everyone quickly ran toward the school.
A few minutes later both Rias's and Sona's peerage, as well as Ichigo and Iyu, met at the courtyard of Kuo Academy. "My peerage will make a barrier to reduce the destruction around the academy," Sona said.
"While my peerage tries to fight Fried," Rias said.
"While I fight Kokabiel," Ichigo said.
Everyone got there and separated.
Rias and Ichigo walked towards a white light.
There they see Valpier and Kokabiel. "Welcome. Is your brother or Leviathan coming?" Kokabiel asked. "No. We will handle it," Rias said. "So he does not recognize Ichigo-sensei or Iyu-sama." Rias looked at Ichigo and Iyu, who already figured out what Rias was thinking. "Well,
I don't want to fight some weaklings, I brought a friend who wants to,"
Kokabiel said and snapped his fingers.
The gang heard a roar behind Kokabiel.
From there, they saw an animal with 3 heads.
Upon closer look, it is revealed to be a Cerberus.
He summoned a beast from hell, one of the gatekeepers of the Greek underworld. He would dare to bring a monster like that into the human world. Rias said. Everyone except Ichigo and EU was nervous. Ichigo sighed and went to the Cerberus. Everyone stared at Ichigo wondering what he was doing. Ichigo went and looked straight at Cerberus's center head, eye-to-eye contact. Eventually, the Cerberus flinched and submitted. Ichigo then went and scratched Cerberus's center's ears. The Cerberus enjoyed it, acting like a happy dog. I'll play with you later, okay, Ichigo told Cerberus. The Cerberus gave him a disappointed look. Ichigo then snapped his finger and opened the gates of hell and Cerberus went in and the door closed. Everyone thought the same things, what the fuck just happened? Kokabiel was embarrassed that the Cerberus he pulled favors for to get was stopped like that. Alright then. Since Cerberus was useless, let's me bring out my pets. Kokabiel yelled and snapped his fingers. The ground began to shake. Suddenly fists burst from the ground. Something giant being began to climb out of the ground. I know what these are. They are ogres. I thought they were all exterminated. Rias said. Many were. One of the last remaining clans came to me and asked for help. I told them in exchange for shelter, I get the strongest ogre of every new generation for my army. Kokabiel yelled. It's complete. Valpier said. Everyone was so distracted by Kokabiel that they forgot Fried and Valpier were there too. The ritual to fuse the 4 holy swords into one is complete. Within 20 minutes, this whole city will be leveled. Valpier said. What? Everyone said. There is no way to cancel the ritual but to defeat Kokabiel, Valpier explained. 20 minutes. How are we going to win this? Issei questioned. Fried, Kokabiel called. Yes, boss? Fried replied. For some last entertainment, show them the power of this fused Excalibur. Kokabiel ordered. Sure. Geez, the boss treats people rough. But. To be able to wield this oh so awesome Excalibur-chan, isn't it the greatest honor imaginable? Fried yelled. Here is the plan. Ichigo yelled to get their attention. Yuto, Irina, and Zenobia, you 3 take care of Fried. I will take care of Kokabiel. Everyone else take care of the ogres. Ichigo said. Okay. Everyone said and scattered. Interesting, you think you are strong enough to fight me one-on-one. Before we fight, tell me, what is your name and how did you summon the gates of hell? Kokabiel questioned as he rose from his throne. Ichigo shifted into his Shinigami form, and drew Kokugitsu. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo and I will defeat you, Ichigo replied. Ichigo's Ryatsu began to flow around him. Stride forth to the gates of heaven and use your might to tear the heavens asunder. Charge forth to the gates of hell and destroy the chains of the damned. Enter the doors of my destiny and use my strength to shatter fate. Zangetsu! Ichigo yelled. Kokugitsu glowed and transformed into Ichigo's true Shurikai. Ichigo held 2 swords, one in each hand. One is in the shape of a kyber knife, while the other resembles a trench knife more than a sword. Getsuga Jujisho! Ichigo yelled and fired a cross-shaped Getsuga Tensho at Kokabiel. He raised his arm and tried to block it. He failed and got slammed into the wall of a building. The rubble shook and Kokabiel flew out. Yes. More, I want more. Kokabiel yelled and launched multiple spears of light. Ichigo used Zangetsu to block or dodge the spears. Stop dodging and attack me, he yelled. Getsuga Jujisho! Ichigo yelled and fired another Getsuga Jujisho. Ichigo then raised his long Zangetsu and a ball of red energy began to form. Heido number 66, Kangabaku! Ichigo yelled and fired a Kangabaku behind the Getsuga Jujisho. Kokabiel threw a giant javelin to counter it Getsuga Jujisho. The javelin and the Getsuga Jujisho cancelled each other, but Kokabiel didn't expect the Kangabaku and got a direct hit in the face. Ichigo then shunped towards Kokabiel and tried to cut his arm off.
Kokabiel used his wings as a shield to block the attack and then fired feathers at Ichigo. All of them bounced off Ichigo. Kokabiel then made 2 light swords and started swinging at Ichigo. He took the attack head-on, getting little to no scratches. Ichigo then used Zangetsu to cut his wings off. Haha ah! Kokabiel yelled and crashed towards the ground. Give up, Kokabiel. You will not win. Ichigo said. Give up? I will not win? Kokabiel questioned. No. I am having fun. I can finally go all out. Kokabiel yelled. I, who am about to awaken, am the blackened angel who has taken the principles of wrath from God. I envy the peace and I pursue the chaos. I shall become the black angel of war. And I shall take you to the depths of chaos. 2, Kokabiel yelled. A column of a black energy shot towards the sky. The column disappeared, revealing a different fallen angel. The fallen angel stood about 7 foot tall, pale skin, red eyes, and 6 wings. Behind him, Ichigo could see glowing black energy being Kokabiel. Kurosaki Ichigo, this is my true form. Now fight me with everything you got. Ichigo shunpaied closer to try and hit Kokabiel. He dodged it and kicked Ichigo down. Ichigo slammed into the ground. Kokabiel used this opportunity to send countless waves of holy javelins towards Ichigo. This continued for the last few minutes. Eventually, Kokabiel stopped his onslaught and asked Ichigo, "Hey, you dead? Is that all you can handle or do you need some motivation?" Kokabiel yelled. Ichigo started to get up when suddenly he heard a voice he hoped that was just an illusion. Ichanii. Yuzu and Karen yelled. Ichigo turned his head up to see Kokabiel holding both Yuzu and Karen in chains. The past 3 years they both grew older now. Both of them are 15 now. Ichigo could see that they were both wearing Karakura high school uniforms. Karen's hair is about shoulder length and tied in a ponytail, while Yuzu kept its neck level. Yuzu. Karen. Ichigo said and started to push himself up. So you do recognize them? Kokabiel laughed. I wonder, what if I do this? He threw them up in the air and shot 2 javelins towards them. Ichanii. They screamed. Kazara. Valiona. Ichigo yelled. From his chest, his yin-yang dragon tattoo glowed. Ichigo's 2 dragon familiars appeared in their full dragon form. Valiona grabbed Yuzu and Karen, while Kazara took the attack. Valiona lowered her dragon hand so that Yuzu and Karen could get off. They immediately ran towards Ichigo. Ichii. They screamed and hugged him. Yuzu. Karen. Nice to see you, but please wait. I will talk to you after, but right now he has made me angry. Kazara and Valiona, protect these 2. Ichigo ordered. They flew back to their master's side. Yuzu and Karen climbed on the dragons and they flew off. Kokabiel. In my entire existence, I have only killed a total of 8 people. You Kokabiel have just earned my full anger. My raw instincts tell me to kill you. Ichigo said. Zangetsu, your king calls upon you. The king calls upon the horse and the horse comes, Zangetsu said and manifest next to Ichigo. Go wild. Let my chains of humanity and mortality that shackle you be released for this moment. 3, Ichigo said. From the wrists and ankles of Zangetsu blue shackles glowed and released before disappearing. Yes. Zangetsu yelled. Zangetsu, do whatever you want, but, in the end, he needs to be alive, Ichigo ordered. Zangetsu immediately launched himself and began to hack and slash at Kokabiel. Scene change. Ichigo then snapped his fingers and said, "Conquer all who dare challenge my power, Ryugunkan." From that, a storm of fire ignited around Ichigo. Ichigo walked out of the flames wearing the draconic regalia and wielding Ryugunkan in his hands. Walked towards the first orcs and jumped and cut the head off. Ichigo looked at the rest, they have only 4 other down. Ichigo sighed. Everyone, get back and help the other group with Freed.
Ichigo ordered. Everyone complied with it. Ichigo then turned Ryuganken and stabbed it down. Kuzurayagen.
From where Ichigo stood, 8 lines of fire shot out and began to rise.
Kuzurayagen, kill the orcs. Ichigo yelled.
The 8 lines of fire turned into Chinese dragons and attacked the ogres. Ichigo easily destroyed all the ogres that were summoned. It was easier since Ichigo took out the leader of the ogres. Once again everyone was amazed by Ichigo's power. Ichigo sheathed Ryuganken and walked toward Fried. Scene change, right when Yuto, Zenobia, and Irina left to Fried in Valpyr.
We see Yuto, Zenobia, and Irina just arrived to see Fried test swinging his fusion Excalibur.
Valpyr Galilei, I am a survivor of the Holy Sword Project.
No, that's not right. I'm something you murdered, something reborn as a devil. Yuto said. I have a question for you. Why would you do such a thing? Yuto asked. Oh, a survivor of that project, huh?
Valpyr said. He then went on about as a child, he was always fascinated with the holy swords and all the despair it gave him when he couldn't wield them. From that despair, he found an idea. To make people who can't use it to be able to use it. After countless attempts, he was able to complete it. Complete? All you did was decide that we were failures and dispose of us. Yuto yelled. I realized that a certain gene was required to use the holy sword and began to research potential users in large numbers. But quite quickly, I discovered that there wasn't a single one of you possessed enough of the gene to be able to use the swords. Even if we attempted to add the chemicals to help strengthen the gene. From that, I was able to make one conclusion. Couldn't I just extract the gene that I needed? Valpyr said. When those of us chosen to wield the swords are blessed, something is put inside our bodies. Zenobia said. That's right. The extracted genes were crystallized. Like this. Valpyr said and took out a bluish crystal. Thanks to this, our research was to make a dramatic leap forward. But those in the church denounced me as a heretic and banished me, even while keeping the results of my research. Looking at you though, it seems that my research has been passed on, though Michael himself condemned me. Valpyr said. You're telling me you slaughtered my comrades and me just so you could take our genes? Yuto questioned. That's right. I used about 3 crystals on Fried. This is the last one. Valpyr said. Ha ha ha. Everyone else who tried couldn't manage and died YKNOOW? Fried said. You toyed with all these lies just to satisfy your desire. Valpyr. Yuto yelled. I'll show those foolish angels and their idiotic believers who dared con. Damn me. All the fruits of my research. Valpyr laughed maniacally. That's why you joined Kokabiel. Just like that. Rias said. The rest of the group soon caught up with Rias while Ichigo stood there and watched. Hey, we should help Yuto, Issei suggested. No. Ichigo countered. This is something he must do. Here, I'll give you this crystal. It's a shadow of what it once was. Valpyr said and threw the crystal and it landed on Yuto's feet. Yuto went on his knees and picked up the crystal. Everyone. I'm sorry. Yuto cried. The crystal began to glow. Yuto was surrounded by his comrades' souls. Everyone. I always kept wondering whether it was okay for me to still be alive. Some children had more dreams than me. Some children longed to live more than me. I wondered whether it was okay for me to be able to live a peaceful life. Yuto said. We're fine now. So? Live, a girl said. We might not be able to do anything one by one. But when we gather together, it's all okay. We're not afraid of anything. We've accepted the Holy Sword. Even if there isn't a God watching over us, our heart will always be. The group spoke. 1, Yuto said. From where Yuto stood, a blue light began to spin around him. My comrades never wished for revenge.
They never did. However, I must defeat the evil that is right before me, so that no other generation will receive the same fate as ours," Yuto said. He then stuck his right hand out and yelled, "I forged this sword from the flames of hell, demon sword, Marauder." Yuto yelled and Marauder appeared. Yuto then stuck his left hand out. "I forged this sword from the water of purity, holy sword, savior," Yuto yelled. For everyone except Ichigo was shocked by what Yuto said. Even more shocked when a sword similar to Marauder appeared. However, where the red was on Marauder is replaced with blue, the black is replaced with white, and the gem is golden. He then got into a dual-wielding stance, Savior in front left hand and Marauder is back right hand. He then dashed towards Valper and swung with his two swords, cutting one of Valper's arm. "Freed!" Valper yelled. "Right!" Freed replied and attacked Yuto. He dodged some of the attacks while using the Savior to block the swing from Excalibur. Freed swung his Excalibur in front of Yuto, forcing him to jump back to get some distance. "Rias Grammarice Knight, our alliance is still in place, correct?" Zenobia asked. "I'd like to think so," Yuto replied. "Then let us destroy that Excalibur," Zenobia said. "Are you okay with that?" Yuto questioned. "It's still a holy sword, and yet in a way, it is no longer one. It is now nothing but a corrupted blade." Zenobia explained her reason. "Understood then," Yuto said. "Irina," Zenobia said. "Hi." Irina responded. "Catch," Zenobia said and threw Excalibur destruction at her. "Hold on to this until the battle is over." "What about you?" "You don't have a weapon to fight against that thing," Irina questioned. "Are you sure?" Zenobia said. "Wait. You can't mean," Irina said, realizing what Zenobia was about to do. She raised her arm out and closed her eyes. "Peter, Basil, Dennis, and Blessed Virgin Mary, I ask all of you to be by my side." From her right side, a golden ripple formed, turning into a type of golden chain seal. From it, a large uniquely shaped broadsword with a blue blade and a golden edge appeared. The sword has a semicircular guard on the left side of the handle that extends to the bottom just above the pommel, with a small extension on the right side of the handle, with silver chains wrapped around the sword. Zenobia slowly moved her arm towards the handle of the sword while saying, "By the imbued powers of all the saints within it, I release this blade." The chains that wrapped around the sword snapped. "Holy Sword Durandal!" she yelled, wielding the Durandal in her hands. It is a holy sword claimed to be capable of slaying anything in this world. A sword that is almost at the same level as the original Excalibur. She said. "Impossible. No one should be able to wield that sword," Valper yelled. "Unlike everyone here who were artificially made compatible, I am naturally compatible with the holy swords," Zenobia revealed. "Since my partner has revealed her true power, time for me to step it up," Yuto yelled. He raised his swords parallel, blades facing towards the ground and sky while the tips pointing at Freed. "Hell and heaven!" Yuto yelled. Marauder glowed red and black while Savior glowed blue and white. Issei, the knight. He has achieved it. Drake spoke. "What? What did achieve?" Issei asked. "Yes, I'm sure. The knight has achieved it." "Balance breaker," Drake said. "Now the powers of heaven and hell, there will be one," Yuto chanted as he brought the two swords closer together with each word spoken. Soon the two gems touch each other. From the gems a black fire and white fire dance around the blades. Soon the fire dance exploded out, revealing a bigger sword. It kind of looked like Marauder or Savior. The blade is silver with a black wing and white wing on either side of the handguard. The gem is a spinning yin and yang ball. The guard is red and blue crisscrossed. Due to how massive the broadsword was, Yuto was forced to wield it with two hands. "Awake, Protector!" 5, Yuto yelled. How? Valper tried to comprehend a sword made of holy and demonic energy.
Let's see how pathetic those swords are compared to my Excalibur. Fried yelled and fired needles tentacles at them. Zenobia swung Durandal at it and shattered them.
It is super tough even when I am using this blade. Zenobia jumped and swung down towards Fried.
Fried dodged the attack.
Yuto appeared and swung his broadsword towards Fried's back. He took the hit and got sent flying. Yuto continued to swing at Fried. Fried blocked most of the attacks.
I will not let you hurt others with that sword. Yuto yelled and slammed Protector against the Excalibur, breaking the sword.
Impossible. I will not be beaten by a shitey demon. Fried yelled angrily.
Zenobia slammed the blunt edge of Durandal at Fried's head, knocking him out.
Ichigo walked towards the group and clapping. Yuto. Zenobia. Good job. Ichigo said. Not yet, Ichigo-sensei, Yuto said and faced Valper. It's time for you to pay for the countless suffering that you have caused. Yuto said. Wait. How is this possible? Valper said when suddenly his eyes widened and gave off an insane smile. I see, now I understand.
If the balance between holy and demonic powers crumbles, then all things will fall in place.
It means that not only the demon lord but God would. Valper was interrupted when Zangetsu threw a bloody and beaten Kokabiel at them.
All of his 6 pairs of wings were torn apart from his body and his arms and legs were bent in odd angles.
Well. King, thanks for the fun. I'm going to go back. Zangetsu said. Sure. See you later. Ichigo said and Zangetsu disappeared.
Kokabiel regained consciousness and laughed. So all my plans have fallen, Kokabiel said.
Yes, Ichigo said. Even the one where you blow up the town.
Everyone gave him a strange look. When I used Kuzurayujin, the power I summoned shattered the spell seal Kokabiel placed for his spell, Ichigo explained.
I see. Kokabiel said. But there's one plan that you didn't stop. Kokabiel said. God is dead. He died in the Great War. Balance in the world is crumbling. He yelled. Everyone except Ichigo was shocked. Asia and Zenobia all collapsed.
Ichigo walked towards the group of 3 and drew Suki no Hansha and slammed the hilt on the 3's forehead. On each of their forehead, they see the symbol on their forehead. The symbol began to glow crimson.
Suddenly the earth began to shake.
The earthquake abruptly woke Asia and Zenobia back up.
Everyone was surprised to see the gates of hell.
Valper Galilei, Fried Selzen and Kokabiel, hell has judged your sins and ruled that you shall be sent to hell, Ichigo said.
From the gate, a Kushinada's hand came and grabbed the 3. No! Valper yelled. Fuck! Fried yelled. I will get my revenge on you all. Kokabiel yelled. Once the Kushinada pulled them and the gates closed and disappeared. Alright then. I should get a call in 3, 2, 1.
Ichigo said and his phone rang.
Hello? Hello, Ichigo. Thank you for saving my sister and Leviathan's sister. Sirzechs said. What is the reason for calling me? Ichigo asked. Can you give Kokabiel to Azazel? Sirzechs asked. Can't. Threw all 3 of them into hell. Ichigo said. Sigh. Can you bring him out once we are at the meeting in a few days? Sirzechs asked.
That is fine, Ichigo said. Also, we all will give you your payment at the meeting, Sirzechs said.
Okay, Ichigo said.
Also, you will be the security detail for transporting everyone, including the 2 exorcists, and Rias-chan and Leviathan's sister's peerage, Sirzechs said.
Okay. Anything else? Ichigo asked. Urahara wa-Sirzechs began to say before Ichigo ended the call. Irina and Zenobia, you will be staying with me until the meeting with the 3 fractions. I will also be security for you in both peerages here from here to Kyoto. Ichigo said. Anyone have any important questions that I have to answer now? No one responded. Good. Issei, let Irina and Zenobia stay at your house at the time being. I will have some issues going on at my house. I'll come to get them when I finished with the issues at hand, Ichigo said and walked toward his two dragon familiars. Scene change, safe area. Come on. We need to see if Ichini is safe, Yuzu argued. You do not need to worry about Master, Kazara said. The two dragons decided that one will stay in dragon form while the other stays in their Dracaena form. But Yuzu tried arguing again. Yuzu. Stop it. I know you are worried about Ichini. But he is not going to let anything hurt us. Remember, he dove into hell rescue us. Karen said. Both Kazara and Valiona knew about hell but didn't know their master dove into hell for his sister. Kazara, Valiona, thank you for protecting my sisters. Ichigo thanked. No problem, Ichigo-sama. They said once Valiona turned into her Dracaena form. Ichigo opened a garganta and told the girls, Yuzu, Karen, you want to come? Yuzu and Karen nodded and walked with Ichigo. They soon arrived at Ichigo's house. Wow. Nice house. Karen said. You live here? I'm going to make some tea. Yuzu said and ran into the kitchen. Well. I will be living here for a few more days, then I'm going somewhere else. Ichigo said. What? Karen asked. Why? I am paid to do some work for those people. They let me stay here for the time being. Suddenly Yuyami appeared with EU. She gave him an angry look. Hey, sorry. I have family issues and I kind of forgot you. Ichigo said. EU understood and decided to let it slide for now. Who is that? Karen asked. Her name is EU, Ichigo said. Back to the main question, when are you going to come back home? Karen asked. I do not know, Ichigo said. What? Karen said. Why? I want to ask you this. How old were you when I went to rescue Rukia? Ichigo asked. My age. Karen said. What does th dash? How much do you know? What I did for the few months I officially had my powers. Ichigo asked. Not much. Toshiro didn't say much when we dated. Karen said. You guys broke up? Ichigo asked. Yeah. After you left, we had a little fallout and we decided to remain friends. Karen said. How many times do you think I died? Ichigo asked. What? Karen asked. How many times do you think I died? Ichigo repeated. Never? Karen guessed. Twice, Ichigo answered. Twice. Karen yelled. Not believing Ichigo's answer. I died to awaken my true Shinigami powers and when I was fighting the strongest hollow of Aizen's army, Ichigo said and began to take his shirt off. Karen is the 15-year-old. She was blushed at how toned her brother's body was. But then saw all the scars his body had. Then she saw it. The circular hole in the middle of Ichigo's chest. The hole went through my body, Ichigo said and turned around so that she could see the true amount of damage he took. That town gives me a lot of bad memories, Karen. I was going through post-traumatic stress disorder. I know you read Dad's books and know what I am talking about. Ichigo stood up and turned around. Yuzu just walked into the living room and saw all the scars on Ichigo's back and chest. Yuzu dropped the tea tray and blushed as a typical high school girl would. Ichigo seeing the tray fall, he shoo-and-ped towards Yuzu and caught the tray. Yuzu. Are you okay? Ichigo asked. Yuzu mumbled. Come sit down, Ichigo said as he brought the tea tray to the sofa. Yuzu nodded her head as she sat next to Karen, who brought Yuzu up to speed with their current discussion. Ichigo put his shirt back on and sat down in front of them. So, how is school? It's fine. Ichi and I. Yuzu said. Any boys you two like that I should be informed of? Ichigo asked. They said. Oh. Should I practice my overprotective brother speech? He teased. No. They yelled. Ichigo chuckled at their reaction. Ichi and are you certain that you're not returning to Karakura town? Karen asked. Ichigo sighed. For the time being, I am not, Ichigo answered. Why? You have your powers back now. Yuzu questioned. 2 reasons, Ichigo said. The first is that I no longer have a place in Karakura town. Yuzu and Karen opened their mouth, ready to argue, but Ichigo raised his hand, signaling them to allow him to finish his point. I am a protector. I could see those who I protected no longer needed me to protect them. Ichigo said. Yuzu stood up from the couch and slapped him in the face. Ichigo shocked to see Yuzu do that. Said who? She whispered. Who said that we don't you? She asked. She's right, Karen said as she stood up with Yuzu. Who said that we don't need you? Ichi and we will always need you, Yuzu admitted. You are everything that we needed. You took the role of our parents when Kaisen died, and while Gochin mourned for her loss. Karen said. And we will not leave you. Yuzu said. Ichigo stared at them. He could tell they were serious about this. What about schooling? Ichigo asked. Well, I can solve that problem, Sirzechs and Rias said as they walk in. How? Karen asked. Have you heard of Kuo Academy? Sirzechs asked. Yes. Yuzu said. It is a prestigious school that only the best of the best could get to. It was an all-girls school, but recently it became a co-ed school. You are looking at the principal of the school, Sirzechs said. I can just have it where you do online courses for now. Once the new semester starts, you will need to go to class. Sirzechs offered. What about tests? Yuzu asked. When you need to take tests, you can have Ichigo call me or my wife and we will be the administrators, Sirzechs said as he and Rias step out of a teleportation seal. Maid. Not wife. Rias said. I want my wife. Not my maid. Sirzechs whine. Byakurai, Ichigo said and shot Sirzechs in the face. Are you done? Ichigo asked. If so then please leave and I will see you at the meeting in a few days, Ichigo said and Rias dragged Sirzechs to the teleportation seal she created. Ichi and Who is that? Yuzu asked. Well, my boss for a few more days, one of the 4 rulers of the underworld and a fellow overprotective brother. Ichigo said. What? The girl said. Don't worry. If he does anything harmful to either one of you, then I will have some fun with him. Ichigo said. Okay, Ichi and They said. Look at the time, I need to make sure that Zenovia and Irina get back here, Ichigo said as he stood up. Yuzu, if you decide to make dinner, make sure you have enough for 19 people. Why 19? Yuzu asked. Knowing my luck, our neighbors and guests have not eaten yet. I am also allowing my familiars and my spirits to eat your cooking. Ichigo answered. Okay. Yuzu said. Ichigo then left the neighbor's house. To think we would be able to find him, Karen said. And told him what we were thinking about. Yuzu said. Let's include the curry that Ichi and loves, Karen said. Yep. Yuzu said. Let me help, Karen said and the two went to work in the kitchen. Ichigo walked over to Issei's house and went to the door and knocked. Ichigo heard someone say coming. When the door opened he saw Asia in a revealing nightgown. Ichigo-sensei. Asia said. Hello, Asia. I am not going to question your clothing choice, but can you please call Irina and Zenovia? Ichigo said. Sure, Asia said as she blushes in embarrassment. She let Ichigo walk in the house. He greeted Rias who was also wearing a revealing nightgown. Rias, you know I can send him a picture of what I see right now, right? Ichigo whispered to her. Rias blushed in embarrassment. Just kidding.
But, imagine what your brother's reaction will be when he sees you wearing that.
Ichigo said. Soon Zenovia and Irina arrived.
They were carrying the Excalibur Destruction and the fragments of Excalibur Rapidly, Excalibur Nightmare, Excalibur Transparency, and Excalibur Mimic.
You have everything you need? Ichigo asked. They both nodded. Have you two ate yet? They shook their heads. He then turned to Issei, Rias, and Asia and asked. Let me guess, none of you ate dinner yet?
The three shook their heads. Come over to my house, Yuzu probably finished making dinner, Ichigo said.
The entire group of 5 began to walk towards Ichigo's house.
Yuzu, Karen, I'm back, Ichigo said.
The entire group walked in and smelled all the amazing food. They all thought the same thing. Thank you, Ichigo-sensei. Rias asked if she could call Yuto and Koneko. Ichigo allowed her. While Akeno used some magic to have the table moved outside and expanded to occupy 13 people. Hey Akeno, make 19 spots. Why Ichigo-sensei? I only count 13. Akeno said.
Now then, please do not freak out or yell, Ichigo warned the group. Suddenly Kazara, Valiona, Zangetsu, Yawachi, Hogyoku, and Kiyoka appeared. These all are the physical manifestations of my power in my familiar's humanoid form, Ichigo said. Soon Koneko and Yuto arrived and everyone sat down and dug into the food. Everyone, even Zangetsu, felt blessed at the amazing food they were able to eat. They even fought for the last crumbs. Eventually, everyone finished and Akeno used magic to wash all the dishes and put them away. Rias's peerage soon thanked Yuzu for the meal and Ichigo for inviting them and left, leaving Ichigo, Zenovia, Irina, Yuzu and Karen alone. His spirits and familiars thanked him for the meal and went back to his mindscape/seals. Hey Yuzu, why don't you talk to Irina? She lived in England. Ichigo said. Really? Yuzu asked. Yes, Irina replied embarrassed. Soon Yuzu dragged Irina to the living room. Karen was going to ask Ichigo something but saw that he was going to talk to Zenovia. Karen, we can talk in a little later, okay? Ichigo said. Sure Ichi and I, Karen said and walked to the living room. Ichigo leads Zenovia to the front porch. So, how are you holding up? Ichigo said. What do you mean? Zenovia asked. About God being dead, Ichigo said. It's hard knowing that the being you believe in is not real. Zenovia said. So, what are you going to do now? Ichigo asked. What do you mean? Zenovia asked. Well, Michael will likely have to kick you out of the church to keep the secret of God's death as tight as it can. Irina will likely be fine knowing due to being Michael's ace. Likely she accidentally found out and was told of it. However, you do not have that option. So, what will you do? Ichigo asked. Well, Rias gave me the option to be her knight if I wish. Zenovia said. The question stands, do you want to? Ichigo asked. I should know. Zenovia began mumbling. Zenovia. Ichigo said, snapping Zenovia out of her mumbling. I want you to hear what I am going to tell you. Abandon your fear. Look forward. Move forward and never stop. You'll age if you pull back. You'll die if you hesitate. Ichigo said and turned from her. Use this night to think. Think if you wish to move forward left or forward right. Ichigo then left, leaving Zenovia by herself in the moonlight. Time skip. A few days have passed since Kokabiel's attack. Yuzu and Karen called Issei to let him know that they will not be returning home because they found Ichigo and wanted to stay by his side. When Issei questioned them about schooling, they told him that Ichigo's friend has it covered. Zenovia decided to join Rias' peerage and become her other knight. It was funny seeing Zenovia try to thank God and suddenly felt pain from it.
Yasaka's temple got attacked and everyone agreed to have the meeting somewhere else. Everyone decided to have it at Kuo Academy. Ichigo went to see how was Yasaka and Kunu.
Kunu was happy seeing her papa again. Yasaka told him that someone leaked out that the 3 fractions are coming there and some of the yokai disagreed with her decision to host the fraction meeting here.
Hey Yasaka, can you do me a favor? Ichigo asked. What is it, Ichigo? She questioned.
Can you use what you can and find this person? Ichigo said and passed Yasaka a folder. She opened and began to read the profile.
Yasaka didn't know why, but she felt immediately a lot of motherly rage. Who is she? Yasaka mumbled.
She was the first person to steal my heart, Ichigo said. She was the love of my short life I have known her.
But an incident happened, and she left with my heart, and I want it back. Ichigo said.
Sure Ichigo, Yasaka said.
The rest of the time he played with Kunu.
Soon his alarm went off, indicating the time of the meeting.
Ichigo told Kunu that he had to leave.
She pouted and Ichigo ended up giving her a plushie of him that Hogyoku made. This got her excited, especially the plushie was enchanted to move around and help her.
It also lets Yasaka see from the plushie's perspective. Ichigo said goodbye to the two and Ichigo left to Kuo Academy. Scene change, Kuo Academy, conference room.
Rias and the rest of her peerage and walked in the meeting room and saw Sirzechs and Sarah fall, not in her cosplay but her business suit, sitting on the left side.
With Sona and Tsubaki leaning on the wall behind them. Another side they see Azazel and a young man with dark silver hair and light blue eyes.
He is wearing a dark green v-neck shirt with a high-collared black leather jacket over it, burgundy jeans with a silver chain drooping down over them and black leather chaps with 3 bands encircling his right calf, and black shoes with black buckles. In the middle side, Michael sat down, and they saw Irina standing behind him. Rias and her peerage soon stood next to Sona and Tsubaki and behind Sirzechs and Sarah fall.
Allow me to introduce them. This is my sister and her peerage. They did very well in their recent battle with Kokabiel. Sirzechs said. However, one is missing right now and will be arriving at any minute.
Immediately after that, a black garganta opened up and Ichigo jumped out.
Sorry, I am late. I got caught up with Yasaka. Ichigo apologizes. That is okay Ichigo-kun, Michael said. Please just Ichigo. I do not like honorifics. Ichigo said. Okay, Michael said.
Continuing with introductions, behind me is my ace, Irina Shido. Since everyone is introducing each other, behind me is Valley, the White Dragon Emperor, Azazel said.
Yo, Vala said. It has been a while, hasn't it, Draig?
A voice spoke from Vala's direction.
It has, Albion.
To think both of us are now involved with our killers.
Draig said.
Since you are here now, can you hand Kokabiel over? Azazel asked politely.
Okay,
Ichigo said and snapped his fingers. On the floor, a red ripple appeared, from it Kokabiel in a prone position and rocking. Everyone remembered his prideful and arrogant self. Now they see what appears to be a broken, nervous Kokabiel. It took him a few seconds to realize that he is no longer in hell and another few seconds to realize Ichigo was staring at him.
Please Lord Kurosei-sama. I beg forgiveness. Kokabiel yelled and bowed to Ichigo. Kokabiel, I now set you free from your imprisonment and return you to Azazel, Ichigo said. Immediately the chains of hell attached to Kokabiel fell apart and Kokabiel was free. Azazel immediately teleported him away. Just to let you know, he no longer has any wings. Ichigo said. What? Everyone said.
During the battle with Zangetsu, he ripped off and devoured Kokabiel's wings, Ichigo said.
I see. Everyone replied. Now that everyone has introduced their representatives, let's start the peace conference, Sirzechs said. Ichigo looked outside and could see angels, devils and fallen angels on standby outside the school.
The conference was mostly hearing what happened in the battle involving Kokabiel and the Excaliburs, as well as to smooth out the last kinks with the peace treaty with all 3 fractions. The last part of this meeting is to renew the agreement both the original Lucifer and Azazel had with the Jigaku no Kotai, Sirzechs said as he pulled out a contract each. Ichigo, in your journey, as the new Jigaku no Kotai, if you encounter any others that uses hell as a pocket dimension, you must re-establish the contract between hell and those beings, Sirzechs explained. Ichigo took each contract and read them. The contract stated that both the devils and fallen angel will be allowed to occupy a small portion of hell, dubbed Underworld. In exchange for self-government rights, when the Jigaku no Kotai requires it, all devils and fallen angel will fight for Jigaku no Kotai. If any dares to attack the Jigaku no Kotai or any under Jigaku no Kotai's protection, the Jigaku no Kotai has the right to seek retribution. The guilty party is tried for treason in an attempt to destroy the government. In any case where this contract is violated, the Jigaku no Kotai has the right and authority to evict all people living at that pocket dimension.
Ichigo decided that the contract is fair and signed it. Sirzechs signed it and passed it to Azazel. Azazel also signed it and gave it to Michael. Michael signed the contract as a witness. Soon the contract glowed red and 3 copies were made and stored in a safe location. Suddenly time stopped. What was that just now? Issei questioned. It can't be. Yuto said, time has stopped? Seems so, Azazel replied. Leaving only us, who possesses advanced capabilities. Us, with the power of the dragons, Vala said. And those who were able to protect themselves with their holy swords. What could it be? Irina asked. I'm still fine, and it's all thanks to you, Rias said looking at Issei. Suddenly the building shook from an explosion. Everyone rushed to the window and see people in robes flowing down from a giant seal in the sky. Who the heck are they? Issei asked. Those are magicians, Rias said. Magicians? Issei replied. Geez, how impudent of them to leave me, the magical girl, out of it. Seraphals complained and cast a few defensive barriers to protect everyone from the initial attacks. But, what is this power? Michael questioned. It's possible that they have forcibly activated the power of that half-vampire boy and turned it into a balance breaker. Azazel theorized. Who? Ichigo asked. I'll explain later, Ichigo, Rias said. They did this to Gasper? Issei said. There are only a few who possess suppressive capabilities. Likely, he is now in the hands of the enemy, Sirzechs said. Bucho, Yuto said. For these terrorists to have taken advantage of one of my very own household members. There is nothing more humiliating than this. Rias said. The bodyguards and escorts. Teleportation magic? There is someone who is connecting the 2 gates from within the barrier. Michael said. Reversely, it would seem that we are currently incapable of using our teleportation magic, Rias replied. We've been had, Azazel said. I agree. Not only have they considered such timing, but their strategy also included the manipulation of one of the Gremory household members. Sirzechs said. So a traitor has. Irina said. We cannot just sit idly here. If Gasper Kuen's powers continue to intensify at this rate, even we will eventually be. Sirzechs theorized. Even Lord Sirzechs and the others? Gasper is that strong? Issei said. That's because he is a mutation piece, Yuto explained. Mutation piece? Issei questioned. A piece that can invoke a wide variety of different phenomenon. The bishop piece that Gasper currently possesses is the equivalent of several pieces, with only that one piece used for the transformation. It's as such, called the mutation piece. Rias explained. So he was that powerful? Issei replied. His delicate capabilities are beyond measure. Which is why he was sealed away. Rias said. Meanwhile, the protective barriers protecting them began to break. Not being rude and all, but is there any way us to start doing something? Ichigo questioned the group. Oni-sama. There is still one rook piece at the old school building that I haven't used yet. Rias said. A rook piece? Sirzechs said. I see, a casting move. Casting? Issei questioned.
A move where the rook and the king piece exchange places. A special move conducted in a chess game.
Yuto explained. But, for you to go there alone? Sirzechs said in concern. Gasper is a member of my peerage. I will take responsibility and bring him back with me. Rias said. If we use Sirzechs-sama's power, we could teleport another person there as well, Grafia suggested. Then I'll go. Issei volunteer. I will protect Bucho. I entrust her to you, Sirzechs said. Hi. Issei replied. Flinging those terrorists away from that half-vampire will be easy, right? Then I can do it for you if you want. Valley interrupted. You? Issei yelled. Hey!
Ichigo yelled, regaining everyone's attention.
Rias and Issei will take care of Gasper. Everyone else defend the school. Ichigo summarized everyone's roles. Valley immediately ran and unleashed his balance breaker. Don't worry.
He will serve as a distraction to give you time to set up that ritual.
Azazel said. Everyone can see that the magicians are redirecting their attacks towards Vala now. Sirzechs and Rias soon set up the casting circle and Issei and Rias walked in.
I'm leaving her to you, Issei-kun, Sirzechs said, and the two disappeared.
Suddenly an orange seal appeared.
From it, a woman appeared with tan skin with long brown hair tied into a bun with a headset and purple eyes. She wore a dress that was extremely low-cut and had a high slit on it which exposed a large portion of her breasts.
A good day to you, current Mao Lucifer and Leviathan. The newcomer sneered. What are you doing here? Seraphal asked.
You're one of the descendants of the Leviathan, Sirzechs said in recognition.
Kateria Leviathan. World destruction and chaos.
The newly introduced Kateria said and brought up her staff.
The space in the staff began to glow.
Ichigo immediately drew Kokogetsu and flung a weak Getsuga Tensho at her. The Getsuga Tensho collided with her spell, causing a massive explosion, destroying the building.
Luckily the Azazel, Michael, and Sirzechs summoned a barrier to protect them. What are you planning to do, Kateria? Sirzechs asked.
I simply hold the opposite opinion of what is being discussed in this meeting.
She replied.
If God and the original devils are no longer here, then this world needs to be reformed. Why is there always someone or some group always trying to recreate the world? Ichigo commented on. She then blabbed on about the new world that her team wishes to make. Eventually, Azazel told the others that he will take care of her.
And the two began to fight. Meanwhile, the remaining group is behind the magical barrier. This time, Seraphal is talking over Azazel's position. We are completely outnumbered. We need to prevent this from becoming an attrition battle. Grafia is currently analyzing the gate. Sirzechs said.
Which means we have to buy ourselves time until she finishes, Surreal said.
Hey! I got an idea.
Ichigo said, gaining everyone's attention. Take a few steps away from me and lower this barrier, Ichigo said.
What are you planning to do? Sirzechs asked. To test drive something, Ichigo said and took a deep breath. Come Kurigane! Ichigo yelled.
His shadow immediately grew longer and bigger.
More obscure than the darkness coming out from the abyss, that is the shadow cast by the light of science.
An ominous voice resonated as Kurigane slowly rose from his shadow.
What is that? Everyone said in alarm. Wait. One more to go. Ichigo said. Rise Shirogane! Ichigo yelled.
His shadow once again grew longer and bigger. Darker than darkness, emerging from the abyss, that is the sword that judges the illusion of science. The ominous voice resonated as Shirogane rose from his shadow. Kurigane, I want you to generate a gravity ball to absorb all the magicians in the air.
Shirogane, I want you to create a pocket dimension to store them for the time being. Ichigo ordered the Azura Machina. The two nodded, understanding their orders.
Kurigane brought up its right hand and fired a dark violet energy ball. The dark violet energy ball, which turns out to be a gravity ball, began to gather all the magicians. Shirogane summoned its sword and created a pocket dimension to store them.
Everyone was amazed at what was going on. Azazel ended finishing his fight with Kateria and lost his arm. Suddenly Azazel was slammed to the ground by something. "Looks like that packed quite a punch, didn't it, Valley?" Azazel said. "Sorry about that. Being on this side is way more fun," Valis said. Immediately Issei confronted Valley and began to fight. Somehow during the fight, Issei was able to steal a part of Albion and incorporate it into his sacred gear. Eventually, Vela decided to release his Juggernaut drive. "I, who am about to awaken, am the heavenly dragon who has taken the principles of supremacy from God," Vala began. You can hear Drake yelling out Boost and Albion trying to persuade Vala to not do it. "Ryukaji Arashi Bakuha," Ichigo yelled. An arrow made of white flames hit directly at Vala's chest and interrupting Vala's chant to activate Juggernaut drive. The force of Ichigo's attack caused Vala's balance breaker to break apart and giving Vala third-degree burns on his chest area. "What was that?" Vala managed to yell out. "So it seems that the powers of Ryugankan have awakened again," Albion said. Suddenly a man broke the barrier and landed next to Valley. The young man with short black hair and wore an ancient Chinese armor. "Biko, why are you here?" Valley asked. "The battle is about to start between the northern assassins, so they say you should quickly return," Biko said. "I see, so it's time already, huh?" Valley replied. "Who the hell are you?" Issei asked. Suddenly appearing like that. "That guy is Biko," Azazel said. "He is a descendant of the great victorious fighting Buddha." "What?" Issei replied, trying to understand what Azazel said. "To put it simply, he is from the line of Sun Wukong, the famous monkey from the Journey to the West," Azazel said. "Sun Wukong?" Issei said. "I never thought that you'd also be a member of the Chaos Brigade. The world sure is at its end already." "No, the White Dragon and Sun Wukong, in a way both of you look good for each other," Azazel said. Ka. "Unlike my ancestor, I live more of a free life, you know? Nice meeting you, Red Dragon Emperor," Biko said and spun his staff overhead and slammed one of the ends to the ground, causing a portal to open, allowing them to disappear. Everyone was able to recover from the fight and Ichigo is Shirogane to make a key to allow the leaders to interrogate the magicians for more info. After the mess is cleaned up, Sirzechs pulled Ichigo to the side. "Ichigo, thanks for the assistance with the invasion," Sirzechs said. "No problem," Ichigo replied. "I'm going to host a formal party tomorrow night to formally celebrate the treaty between the three fractions. I was wondering if your four are willing to come," Sirzechs offered. "Let me ask the girls and we'll see about it," Ichigo replied. "Okay. Also, tomorrow morning, meet me at my office so we can deal with payment," Sirzechs said. "Okay," Ichigo said and jumped in a Garganta and went to sleep. When Ichigo returned, he sees Yuzu, Karen, Iu, Kizara, and Valiona waiting for Ichigo to sleep with. "Yuzu, Karen, this will not be a permanent thing," Ichigo said. "Yes, Ichi nii," they replied. Ichigo sighed and changed attires and got ready for bed. Ichigo laid on his bed. Yuzu and Karen climbed and claimed the left and right side of Ichigo. Iu laid on Ichigo's chest. Valiona and Kizara cuddled behind Yuzu and Karen. With that, Ichigo allowed himself to go to bed, knowing that his life is going to get way worse. Chapter 10, Arc 2. Opening scene, Temp Home. The next day, Ichigo woke up with Yuzu and Karen claimed the left and right side of Ichigo. Iu was lying on Ichigo's chest. Valiona and Kizara cuddled behind Yuzu and Karen. "Girls. It's morning and I got stuff to do today," Ichigo said. The girls untangled themselves and allowed Ichigo to get out of bed. Ichigo then headed to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, everyone was sitting down and eating breakfast. "Girls, I will be going to see Sirzechs and receive my payment from the three fractions," Ichigo said. "Okay. the girls said. Ichigo ripped open a red garganta.
Right before Ichigo jumped in, Ichigo remembered something.
Girls! Ichigo yelled. Everyone looked at Ichigo.
While I am gone, pack all of your personal belongings. Also, in a few hours, Grafia is going to pick you all up to get dressed up for a formal evening party Sirzechs invited us to tonight.
Ichigo said and quickly jumped in the red garganta. What? All 5 girls yelled out. Scene change, Sirzechs' office.
Ichigo jumped out of the red garganta and sees Sirzechs, Michael and Azazel standing in the office.
Hello everyone, Ichigo said.
Hello, Sirzechs said.
Hello Ichigo-kun, Michael said. Yo, Azazel said. Now that you are here, let's start giving you the payment, Sirzechs said. He walked behind his desk and pulled out a black briefcase and placed it on the table.
Ichigo, I want you to pour as much of your Ryatsu as you can into this black briefcase until you hear a crack sound, Sirzechs instructed Ichigo. Ichigo grabbed the briefcase and sent it to this mindscape. There his spirits began to flood the briefcase with his Ryatsu. Soon enough they heard a loud crack.
Ichigo soon brought the briefcase back out.
Now then, place the briefcase on my table and open it, Sirzechs said.
Ichigo did as instructed. The briefcase contained a complete set of evil pieces. Unlike their normal coloring, white with black engravings, these appear to be black with red engravings. My payment for your services for these past weeks is your own set of evil pieces. Ajuka decided to name them chaos pieces since they are very different compared to the original evil pieces he made. Unlike the normal ones, these will not change the receiver into a devil. Sirzechs explained.
As he presented the pieces to Ichigo, Sirzechs commented when he saw the pieces. Somehow all of your pieces appear to be mutated pieces, Sirzechs commented. Ichigo then took the king piece and allowed it to be absorbed into this body. From his mindscape, he can see that one of his skyscrapers became the king piece.
Ichigo, do you know what to say to use the pieces? Sirzechs asked.
I do, Ichigo said.
Sirzechs sat back down and Azazel stood up. Ichigo, from me, I give you this brand new car. Azazel said through a set of keys to Ichigo.
To summon the car from anywhere, just click the red button on the back.
The car is a black Challenger SRT Hellcat.
It also has a special modification to it that I'll show you after the meeting.
Azazel said. Okay, Ichigo said. Azazel sat down and Michael stood up. Ichigo. Thank you for all your assistance.
Unlike my other leaders, I do not have many material things to give as payment.
Michael started. However, I do have access to much lost knowledge. My payment for your services for these past weeks is this. Michael said and gave Ichigo a USB. What's in here? Ichigo asked.
What I gave you is a digital copy of all knowledge locked inside the Vatican's secret archives, Michael said casually.
What?
Ichigo, Azazel, and Sirzechs yelled.
Ichigo looked at the two and asked. Wait.
Why are you two surprised? Well, Ichigo, the Vatican's secret archives contain much knowledge that not even I know of, Sirzechs said. In various times, many other groups would attempt to enter the Vatican's secret archives to seek out heaven's secrets.
I would know because I tried to enter once. Azazel said. Correction 12 times. Michael corrected. Ichigo could see Azazel pouting.
Where was I? Yes, Ichigo.
I honestly had a very hard decision on what to give you. You already had power. You also have many weapons. So I decided to give you knowledge. Michael said.
He then summoned a silver suitcase and gave it to Ichigo.
Ichigo placed the suitcase on Sirzechs' table and opened it. Ichigo gasped at what was inside.
Inside were various texts from Shakespeare. Ichigo gently picked one up and looked inside.
How did you manage to get a first edition, signed copy of Shakespeare various novels? Ichigo yelled. Michael gave Ichigo a small smile. Magic, my friend, Michael said and disappeared.
Ichigo sent both briefcases and the USB to his mindscape.
Sirzechs, before I leave with Azazel, can you explain to me what is Chaos Brigade? Ichigo asked. They are new factions formed. Rumors have it where it is led by Ophis. Sirzechs said. Who is Ophis? Ichigo asked. Ophis is the dragon god known as the Ouroboros dragon and the infinite dragon god. She is one of the most powerful beings in existence. Azazel said. With Ichigo's small amount of curiosity satisfied, everyone Ichigo and Azazel stood up said bye to Sirzechs and entered a red garganta. Scene change, temp home. Ichigo and Azazel appeared outside the house Ichigo lived in for the few weeks. Come on. Remember you can summon her by pressing the red button. Azazel instructed. Ichigo found that the key has 3 buttons, a lock button, and an unlock button and a red button. Ichigo then pressed the red button. A few seconds later, the car appeared in front of them. It was like what Azazel said it was, a black Challenger SRT Hellcat. Unlike a normal Challenger SRT Hellcat, it had 4 doors instead of the normal 2 doors. This modified black Challenger SRT Hellcat has an option where it opens a small pocket dimension. It is a house very similar to this. Azazel then showed Ichigo how to access it. Azazel inserted the key into the car and then pressed the unlock button. From there, Azazel pulled out the key and the two walked in from the backside. In it, the pocket dimension looks and feels like the house Ichigo lived in for the few weeks. Azazel showed Ichigo a tablet on the wall. If you need anything added such as a shooting range or a pool or more rooms, or one big room, then type it here and it will be added, Azazel instructed and demonstrated. They soon left the pocket dimension. The car itself is made of a special type of metal I invented. If the metal is damaged, Azazel said and fired a holy javelin in the car. The car got dent by the attack and then began to self-repair itself. The titanium will repair itself when damaged. The glass around the car also has the same ability as the titanium. It also has a special camouflage mode to allow it to blend in with its surroundings. It also can act like your Quincy ring and fire rounds made of Ryatsu. The last thing, the car can drive on land and sea. It can also withstand traveling through dimensions, that includes going to heaven, underworld, and soul society. Azazel finished. How is this powered? Ichigo asked. It is powered by your Ryatsu and the Raisher in the air, Azazel answered. Thanks, Ichigo said as Azazel disappeared. Ichigo decided to visit Yasaka and Kunu before he leaves Kuo town. Ichigo opened and left in a black garganta. Scene change, Kyoto, Yasaka's temple. Ichigo jumped out of the garganta to Yasaka's courtyard. Ichigo walked around the courtyard. He found Yasaka leaning on a tree with Kuno lying on her lap. Hello Yasaka, Ichigo said. Papa. Kuno screamed and tackled Ichigo's leg. Hello Ichigo, Yasaka said. What brings you here? She asked. Well, I just received my payment from the 3 fractions and I am planning to go somewhere else. Ichigo said. Are you going to leave me and Mama? Kunu asked as she looked at Ichigo. Ichigo could tell that Kunu was sad and about to cry. I am not leaving you and your mama forever, Ichigo said. I'll come to visit soon. I'll bring your Tuo basin as well. Ichigo said. Really? Kuno asked. I promise, Ichigo said. Huggy? Kuno asked. Ichigo chuckled. Ichigo lowered himself and hugged Kunu. Hey Yasaka, do you and Kunu want to go out for lunch? Ichigo asked. I must apologize, I can't leave the temple due to a pre-arranged meeting, but if you want to take Kunu with you that is fine. She said. Ichigo and a properly dressed Kunu went out to Kyoto for lunch. Kunu, what do you want to eat? Ichigo asked. Kunu said trying to think, making an adorable face. Ichigo laughed at her face. When she sees her papa laughing at her, she blushed red and hid her face in Ichigo's long hair. Eventually, the two went to a ramen stall. Ichigo realized that this is the same one they went to the first time. The two enjoyed their meal, with Ichigo feeding Kunu mostly.
While they were walking, they passed by a bakery that sold cakes.
Papa.
Kuno said, getting Ichigo's attention.
Yes, Kuno? Ichigo asked, wondering what got her attention. Can we go in here? She asked and pointed at the bakery.
Sure, Ichigo said.
Yay! Kuno said, and the two walked in.
Inside the bakery, Ichigo put Kuno down and let her walk around admiring the cakes and other baked goods. Ichigo thought maybe the others want some cake and decided to call them.
Hey EU, Ichigo called from his phone. Ichigo didn't realize that while he was talking on the phone someone else is eavesdropping. EU? Does he mean Euplawud? I must investigate more. The person wondered.
So, you and Karen want chocolate cake, Yuzu wants strawberry cheesecake, and both Kazara and Valiona want red velvet, Ichigo said.
Yes, EU replied. Okay. See ya later, Ichigo said and hung up. The person you were talking to that you called EU, is she Euplawud Hellscythe? The little girl asked. Ichigo was quite surprised that this person knew EU's full name.
The young girl has long black hair down to her hips and gray eyes and wore a black gothic Lolita dress.
Yes. That was her. Who are you, if I may ask? Ichigo replied. My name is Ophis. She replied.
What is your name? She asked.
Ichigo Kurosaki, Ichigo replied. Shit.
I am going to stab Zeoticus when I see him. Ichigo mentally noted as he recalled his previous discussion with him.
Ophis nodded in recognizing that name.
Ichigo stood there wait for his cake orders.
What are you doing here, by the way? Ichigo asked, noticing Ophis was looking at various desserts.
She pointed at the various desserts in the display.
I want to eat these cookies, but he will not allow me to. He keeps on telling me I need something called money. Ophis said.
Ichigo just sighed and walked back to the counter and added the cookies Ophis wanted to this bill.
10 minutes the baker handed Ichigo all the desserts he ordered.
Ichigo ordered 2 mochi cakes for Kuno and Yasaka, 2 chocolate cakes for Yu and Karen, 2 red velvet cakes for Valiona and Kazara, a strawberry cheesecake for Yuzu, and 4 boxes of cookies for Ophis. Here, Ichigo said and handed Ophis the 4 boxes of cookies.
As Ichigo was walking back to Yasaka's temple, Ophis followed along. How do you know Euplawud? Ophis asked. Well, I helped her similarly to you. I met her at another store. Ichigo began telling Ophis of how he met EU.
Ophis remained silent throughout the entire story.
Eventually, Ichigo returned Kuno to Yasaka and left with Ophis back to his house. So Ophis, are the leader of Kao's brigade? Ichigo asked. No. She replied. No? Ichigo questioned.
I'm more of a figurehead than anything else, Ophis said.
Why did you make Kao's brigade if you are just a figurehead of the organization? Ichigo asked. I didn't make it.
It was already formed by the time they found me. I needed help with something at that time. In an exchange with helping me with my problem, they would spread rumors about me leading Kao's brigade to attract other members and strike fear to their enemies.
Ophis answered. So, why do you need their help? Ichigo asked.
I want to get rid of Great Red, Ophis said.
Who? Ichigo asked.
Great Red is a powerful dragon that resides in my dimensional gap, Ophis said.
Okay. I don't see the problem. Ichigo said. With him there, I can't have the silence that I want.
So, I decided to work with the Kao's brigade to help me kill him.
Ophis said. I see.
You do know that it is impossible to kill Great Red.
Ichigo replied. Why? Ophis asked.
Because both of you don't have any ties to the concept of death.
Meaning you two cannot die. Ichigo said. If those weaklings can't help me, then can you help me? Ophis asked.
No, Ichigo responded. You can still weaken him to the point where I can kick him out of my dimension, Ophis suggested.
No. Ichigo replied. Have you at least considered talking to him? Ichigo asked. Ophis didn't respond for a few seconds. Before he could protest, Ophis grabbed Ichigo's arm and dragged Ichigo through a portal. Scene change, dimension gap. When Ichigo's sight cleared up again, he realized that he was in the iridescent amalgamation of colors. Ichigo decided to assume that this is Ophis's dimensional gap. A second later, he heard something that sounded akin to a loud cheer or whoop of joy, followed by a massive red western dragon with a horn on its snout appearing right in front of him. Hello. Your name is Kurosaki Ichigo, right? Great Red said. Yes. Is your name Great Red? Ichigo asked. Yes, it is, the giant dragon replied. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Yeah, I was kind of dragged here by little Miss Ophis right here. He placed his right hand atop her head for emphasis. Really? Why? Great Red inquired. She's trying to get me to help her kill you, Ichigo answered. She wants to kill me? Why's that? Great Red asked. Something about you barging into her home and taking away the silence that she loves so much, Ichigo answered. Well, she should have just come and told me so. Great Red stated, causing Ophis to look at him with wide eyes. I would have been quieter and moved over to another part of the dimensional gap. See? I told you that you should have just talked to him, he reprimanded. You never even considered doing that, and when I mentioned it you just brushed it off. What do you have to say for yourself, young lady? Ophis lowered her head in shame. Sorry. Sorry for not listening and for causing you trouble. Ophis said. You know, Great Red interrupted. Seeing this makes you two looks like a Nissan Animato, especially with the Nissan telling off you just gave her. Ichigo looked at the red dragon in shock, having not realized that he'd gone into his Onii-chan mode. Damn it. I did that instinctively, probably because she looks a similar age to my younger sisters. Ichigo thought. Ophis on the other hand immediately grabbed the teen's hand. Onii-chan. Ophis said. Ichigo sighed. While Great Red laughed and Ophis smiled. Once Great Red stopped laughing, he continued talking to Ichigo. Ichigo. Thank you for solving Ophis's problem with me. I knew she didn't like me but never said why or told me. To show thanks, I will give you a few gifts. My first gift is my blessing. Great Red said. My blessing, if you get Ophis as well, will allow you to slowly remove the concept of death from you. For you to finish the process, you need the approval of 5 other gods/goddesses that associate with the concept of death to approve. Great Red said. Why? Ichigo asked. Couldn't you two remove it for me? Great Red nodded its head. The reason is quite simple and complex at the same time. Great Red said. The simple reason is that I or Ophis has that ability. Ichigo nodded his head, understanding the logic of that. As for why you need to seek out 5 gods/goddesses because they act as agents to the concept of death. You're saying as of the concept of death is a being on its own, Ichigo said. You're right, Onii-chan, Ophis said. Ichigo looked at Ophis. Both of us are known as conceptual beings, beings that represent different concepts of reality. Many gods/goddess draw their powers from their followers or their respective conceptual being. Ophis said. I see. Ichigo said as he processed this new information. Wait. Will I be able to allow other people like friends or family to lose the concept of death? Ichigo asked. I'm not sure. But, I believe that your chaos pieces are linked to you, so theoretically when you lose the concept of death this will apply to them as well. Great Red theorized. Now then, second part. Summon your Ryugunkan. Great Red said. Okay, Ichigo said. Conquer all who dare challenge my power, Ryugunkan. Ichigo yelled. Draconic regalia appeared and covered his entire body. Now then, I shall give your armor an upgrade. This upgrade will turn your armor from red to crimson. When the armor is damaged, it will automatically repair itself. It also can transform into whatever armor/clothing is needed. The last ability Draconic Regalia gains is another mode. This mode allows you to become a dragon temporarily. Your hands and feet will have claws, you gain dragon wings, fly with your wings and breathe fire. Great Red said. Okay, Ichigo said. Great Red then chanted something Ichigo didn't understand. Suddenly Ichigo started to glow red. It soon faded. Ichigo looked at himself. Draconic Regalia now had a crimson color to it. So Ichigo, are you sure you wish for my blessing and my approval to begin the quest? Ophis said. Yes I am, Ichigo said. My first blessing is giving you the ability called Parcelmouth. It allows you to communicate and command all serpents of any kind. Whether they are real or fake, they will obey you. The only exceptions are Great Red and I. We can resist this ability. Another ability I gave you is telepathy and shapeshift. My last thing is that I give you my approval for the quest. Ophis said. Ichigo then glowed black for a moment and stopped. Now the formal blessing to start the quest. Great Red said. Ichigo. Are you sure of this? Great Red asked. I am, Ichigo replied. I, Great Red, also known as the Apocalypse Dragon, the true Red Dragon God Emperor, give my approval for Kurosaki Ichigo to start the quest of death. Great Red said. Ichigo started to glow. Gray and Red began to dance around Ichigo. I, Ophis, also known as the Ouroboros Dragon and the Infinite Dragon God, give my approval for Kurosaki Ichigo to start the quest of death. Ophis said. Ichigo now glowed brighter. In addition to the gray and red, black and purple began to dance around Ichigo. A few seconds the colors spun around Ichigo. Soon the colors were absorbed into Ichigo's body. The quest has begun. Ophis and Great Red said at the same time. Thank you, Ichigo said. Ichigo, you can now open the portal to enter or leave the dimension gap at will now. Great Red said. Ichigo opened the portal and jumped in it. Ophis decided to follow Ichigo and jumped with him. Scene change, Sirzechs' mansion. While the girls finished changing and figuring out what to wear for the formal ceremony/dinner Sirzechs invited them to, they all were talking around a sitting room in the mansion. Suddenly everyone jumped from their seat when an unknown portal opened right in front of them. Grafia, EU. Kazara and Valiona got into a fighting stance ready to destroy whatever comes out of the portal. From the edge of the portal, they could see someone walking with a bunch of boxes. The person put the boxes down to reveal himself as Ichigo. Ladies, why do I feel like I am about to get jumped? Ichigo asked. You came out of a dimensional portal. EU said. Master. We thought you were an enemy. Kazara said. Sorry about that. Here are the cakes you all wanted. Ichigo said. Ichigo took each cake and gave it to the girls. Also, EU, I got a surprise for you, Ichigo said. Really? EU asked. You can come in now, Ichigo said. From the portal, everyone can see a young girl who has long black hair down to her hips and gray eyes and wore a black gothic Lolita dress. Hello EU, the young girl said. Ophis. EU screamed and hugged her friend. Everyone except Grafia quickly went and greeted the new friend. Ichigo-sama, how? Grafia asked. How I befriended Ophis? Ichigo asked. Grafia replied with a nod. Ichigo decided to get all the girls to sit around and Ichigo quickly explained to the girls what just happened. Once that was done, the girls decided to eat the cake and get to know Ophis and exchange stories. Ichi and I, what are you going to wear? Yuzu asked. All the girls stopped eating and looked at Ichigo. Well, I was planning to show up in my armor. Ichigo said. That could work if you want to become a part of our society, Grafia said. All the Mao are going to be in their armor. Since you are attending the event as a guest, you will be in a suit. Grafia said. Really? Ichigo asked. Yes. Come on. Grafia said. Ichigo sighed and followed Grafia.
The girls grabbed their cakes and followed Graphia to see what Ichigo was doing to be dressed in.
Scene change, Sirzechs' mansion. Ichigo and everyone else showed at Sirzechs' mansion.
Ichigo spent a few hours forced to trying on many different combinations of suits, ties, trousers, dress shirts. For the night, Ichigo wore a plain white dress shirt, a charcoal color coat and trousers, a red tie and black loafers.
Everyone, even Graphia, blushed at how handsome Ichigo looked. Yuzu was wearing a navy blue flare dress, 1. Karen went with a black draped jumpsuit, 2. EU went with her usual attire without the armor plates on. EU and Graphia had a little argument about this.
Even though Ichigo managed to help EU with her powers, EU doesn't feel comfortable enough with other clothing.
Kazara decided to go with a gray summer dress, 3. Valiona decided to go with a black and blue tuxedo dress, 4.
While the group was walking around, they noticed Rias and her peerage entering.
Ichigo-senpai, Rias said when she noticed the group. Ichigo and his group walked to where Rias was to also see her peerage wearing their school uniform except Akeno, who was wearing a black kimono.
"Hello," Ichigo said.
"What are you doing here?" she asked.
"Sirzechs invited me here before I leave tomorrow," Ichigo said.
"You're leaving?" Akeno said.
"I am," Ichigo said. "Good evening, Rias," Sona said as her peerage approached.
"Good evening, Sona," Rias said. As Sona approached closer, she saw Ichigo and his group. "Good evening, Kurosaki-sama," Sona said as she and her entire peerage bowed.
"Stop it please," Ichigo said. As Yuzu and Karen smiled seeing Ichigo's usually dislike for formalities.
"How is your training camp going?" Rias asked. "So, Sona said. "Hey Hyoto. How are things going?" Saji asked. "Okay, I guess." "What about you?" Issei asked. "Me? Your teacher's been helping me," Saji said. "Ichigo-senpai is helping you?" Issei said. "What? No. I mean Tannen," Saji said. "Wait. You aren't training with Tannen?" Saji asked.
"Ichigo-senpai gave me a training guide to help me get stronger.
Also, with Ichigo-senpai's help, Drea can teach me more about boosted gear."
When Azazel found out about this, he allowed me to train on my own with him occasionally checking on me.
Issei explained. "Welcome," a loud female voice yelled. Sona gave a slight shiver.
"Sona," the loud voice yelled as she got closer.
"Anasan," Sona said.
"It has been a long time, Lady Sarah Fall," Rias said.
"Oh, Rias. And it looks like the Red Dragon Emperor is doing well, too," Sarah Fall said. "Why yes," Issei said. Sarah Fall noticed Yuzu and Karen.
"And who are these two cute girls?" "They are my sisters," Ichigo said.
"Kurosaki-sama, you have sisters?" Sona said. "Yes. I do. This is Yuzu and Karen,"
Ichigo said as he introduced the two to Sarah Fall. Before Sarah Fall could do anything to humiliate Sona or Ichigo's sister, Sarah Fall's phone went off.
"Looks like the ceremony is going to start in 10 minutes. Got to go," Sarah Fall said as she ran off. "Ichigo-senpai, do you know where you're going to be seated?" Rias asked. "No, I don't. Your brother didn't say anything in regards to that," Ichigo replied. "For now, let's sit together," Rias proposed.
"Sure," Ichigo said.
With that, Rias and Sona guided the large group out to a hallway. "We are to wait in this room until the ceremony begins. The other young devils are here, too. I hope nothing bad happens," Rias said. "Yes," Sona said. Suddenly a large explosion hit. Ichigo immediately cast Danko to protect the large group. "It looks like you want to die, Zephyrdor," someone said. "You stink of virginity. What's wrong with saying the truth? You shitty bitch," another person yelled back. "What's going on?" Zenobia asked. "A fight?" Saji guessed. As I thought, Rias said.
When young devils gather, this usually happens. Someone else said as he stops beside the large group.
Sarorg, Rias said. I'll say my greeting later.
The newly named Sarorg said. He then walked to the two who caused the destruction.
Stop, you two, Sarorg said. Princess of the Agar's family, say Vera. Problem child of the Glaciolabila's family, Zephyrdor. Who you calling a problem child? If you keep talking like that, I'll dash, Zephyrdor yelled.
This is sudden, but this is your last warning, Sarorg said as he began to crack his knuckles.
Any more and you'll have to deal with me. You incompetent fool of the Bale family.
Zephyrdor said as he moved to a punch. Sarorg moved to the side and punched Zephyrdor in the chest, sending him to the wall behind the large group. Asia got hit by the shockwave and was about to fall when someone stopped her fall.
Are you all right?
The unknown devil asked.
Oh. Yes.
Asia squealed. The devil was a gentle-looking, handsome young man with dark green hair.
He is wearing expensive clothing.
Thank you, Asia said once she regained her balance.
No problem, my lady.
The unknown devil said and left the scene.
Amazing, Saji said as he looked at the damage. He is the next leader of the Bale family, Sarorg. He is my cousin. Rias explained. With that done, everyone entered another ballroom. Sona's peerage broke off and went to mingle with the other devils. Ichigo and his group decided to stay with Rias's group. I don't see Issei anywhere, Asia said when she noticed Issei isn't with them.
Come to think of it, I don't see Bucho either.
Zenobia added. Oh.
Good work, Barakiel.
Azazel said. Everyone looked at Azazel.
Azazel noticed Ichigo looking at him. Azazel pointed at Ichigo and then pointed at a spot next to him.
Ichigo sighed and walked right next to Azazel.
It's been a while, you shitty old man from the northern countryside, Azazel said. It's been a long time, you bratty fallen angel.
The old man said. It has been a long time, Lord Odin, god of the Asgard, Sirzechs said. Sirzechs, I came in response to your invitation, Odin said.
As well as to the other thing on the invitation, Odin added. Welcome, Lord Odin, Seraphal said.
Not good, Seraphal, Odin said. Ha?
Seraphal questioned. A young girl like you shouldn't be in such drab clothing at a party, Odin said.
Well then, Seraphal said. Mirrorin Mirumuru spiral.
Seraphal chanted. Ichigo saw Seraphal transformed into her magical girl outfit.
Why did I decided to come here?
Ichigo questioned himself.
Oh? What is this? Odin asked. Oh, you don't know? This is a magical girl.
Seraphal said as she struck her pose.
It's not bad, Odin said. Please think of your position, Lord Odin.
The silver-haired girl said.
Odin looked at her. You represent all of Valhalla. She said. Goodness, you're always so serious. That's why you can't get a single hero for yourself. Odin said. The silver-haired girl looked upset at the comment.
Then her eyes began to water up. She then fell on her knees and cried.
I believe I lost my sanity. Ichigo mentally said. King. You lost that a long time ago. Zangetsu commented.
Ichigo ignored Zangetsu's jab at him.
Sorry. This one here is Rosweiss.
She's talented but too serious.
She can't get a single boyfriend. Odin said. Rosweiss continued to cry even louder. I am very sorry for making you wait, Michael said. Lord Odin, I am glad to see you in good health.
With Michael here, Sirzechs decided to now start the ceremony.
Sirzechs faked cough loud enough to get everyone's attention.
Devils, gods, and fallen angels have reflected on the past and allied together, but there are ones who wish to start war once again. The new alliance with the Norse gods of Asgard is truly heartening.
Sirzechs said to the audience. Sirzechs turned to Odin. Lord Odin, if you have no objections, please sign the pact monument, Sirzechs said.
Yes, Odin said as he walked to the monument and places his hand on the monument.
I have an objection. Someone yelled. Odin looked at the direction of the voice.
So you came, after all.
Foolish boy.
Above the audience, a purple seal appeared and opened to allow a man to walk out of the seal. He has light blue hair that floats behind him with 2 small bangs.
He also has a blue jewel on his forehead and yellow earrings. I am the Norse god, Loki. Loki said.
Well, this is a rare guest, Azazel said. Lord Loki, I thought you are a Norse god, you have no right to cause havoc here, Sirzechs said. Seeing our great father mingling with other mythologies brings me intolerable pain, Loki said.
Loki.
If you return to Valhalla now, I will forgive you.
Odin said. Forgive me?
Don't joke around, old geezer.
Loki said.
How dare you speak to our great father that way?
Rosweiss yelled.
If he allies us with other mythologies, we will be unable to achieve Ragnarok.
Loki yelled. I've heard this argument before. You're connected to Kao's brigade, aren't you? Azazel said. I admit I've partnered with them. But this is of my own will. Come forth, my beloved son. Loki yelled. A giant blue seal formed, knocking back many of the devils near Loki.
From the blue seal, a large beast appeared. The beast appears to be a giant wolf with ash-gray fur, standing at about 10 meters tall. The beast had 2 big yellow horns coming out of his shoulders. All the devils stood ready to fight the beast.
Looks like I got to step in, Ichigo said. Bind Rhodonite. Ichigo yelled.
His shadow immediately grew longer and bigger.
Chains forged by darkness binds all in the name of science.
An ominous voice resonates as Rhodonite rose from Ichigo's shadow. Many of the members were shocked to see some sort of red robot standing ready to fight against the beast.
Loki snapped his fingers.
The wolf leaped in ready to cause chaos.
Rhodonite shot his chains at the wolf and began to wrap around it. You think chains would be able to bind Fenrir? Loki said. Are you sure about that? Ichigo asked.
Loki looked at Fenrir and gasped. Fenrir started to struggle against the chains.
Then Fenrir's ash-gray fur became bleak gray.
Fenrir stopped struggling. Then Fenrir's horns turned into that bleak gray.
What did you do? Loki yelled. Ichigo ignored Loki.
In Loki's rage, he didn't notice Rhodonite's chain flying towards him.
Those chains quickly wrapped around him.
Just like it did to his son, Loki turned bleak gray and stopped moving.
Sirzechs and Odin, where do you want me to keep these 2? Ichigo asked. Would those pocket dimensions you created for those magicians work? Sirzechs suggested. Sure.
I'll have Rhodonite keep his chains around the 2 to prevent them from doing anything.
Ichigo said. Rise Shirogane. Ichigo yelled.
His shadow once again grew longer and bigger as Shirogane slowly rose from his shadow. Darker than darkness, emerging from the abyss, that is the sword that judges the shadow of science. Shirogane, please open another pocket dimension to store these 2 and Rhodonite in, Ichigo said. Shirogane summoned its sword and created a pocket dimension.
Rhodonite then entered the dimension while pulling Loki and Fenrir in it. Shirogane then willed the pocket dimension to close. Shirogane then looked at Ichigo. Thank you. You are dismissed. Ichigo said. Shirogane nodded its head and entered the shadows again. Thank you Ichigo for the assistance, Sirzechs said. No problem. Call me when Odin is ready to meet with me. Ichigo said. Sure, Sirzechs said. Sirzechs managed to regain everyone's attention and resume the ceremony.
After the ceremony was finished, the party continued. Many of the people were wary of talking to Ichigo because those who decided to watch Rias's rating game would tell others about Ichigo's status. Some didn't believe the rumors, now believed them because of how casual Ichigo addresses many of the fraction leaders. Ichigo was at a circular table taking to Yuzu and Karen. Suddenly 2 figures walked and sat down at Ichigo's table.
"Hello Ichigo-kun," Venalana said. "Hello Venalana and Xiaticus," Ichigo said.
"And who are these 2 you little ones?" Xiaticus asked.
"These are my twin sisters Yuzu and Karen," Ichigo said. "Yuzu and Karen meet Xiaticus and Venalana," Ichigo said. "Hello," Yuzu said. "Hi," Karen said. "Hello girls," Venalana said. "Venalana. You guys never told me how you know our mother and Gochin," Ichigo said. "They know our parents?" Yuzu asked. "Know them, we were friends for a while," Xiaticus said. "Wait. Gochin has friends," Karen yelled.
"Yes, he does have friends," Xiaticus replied.
"So how did you meet him?" Ichigo asked. "Before, all the devils lived in the underworld.
If we wanted to go to Japan, we needed Lord Leviathan to send a request to Lady Yasaka to be allowed to enter Japan for a short amount of time.
While we were exploring Japan, we ended up in Karakura town," Venalana said. Suddenly a hollow appeared. It managed to sense our energy and attacked us. We were ready to attack the hollow when suddenly a blue arrow flew and pierced the mask of the hollow. We looked to see an orange-haired girl wielding a blue bow," Xiaticus said. "She asked if we were okay.
We ended up asking her various questions and in return, she asked us questions.
We all ended up at her house to see Isshin there. We all talked and got to know each other.
Isshin and Masaki joined us on our remaining time to tour and guide us throughout Japan,"
Venalana said. "Like all the best things, it was over.
Our days were over and we were forced to return to the underworld.
Lord Leviathan told us that we weren't supposed to enter Karakura town.
It was one of those towns we weren't allowed to enter.
However, we were not punished for it because there were no issues while we were there. Eventually, we became too busy with Venalana becoming pregnant and forgot Isshin and Masaki," Xiaticus said. "I see,"
Ichigo said as he absorbed the new information down.
"Honey. They're playing our song." Venalana screamed and pulled Xiaticus with her to the dance floor. "Ichi and I. Karen and I are going to explore the rest of the place," Yuzu said. "Sure.
Valiona and Kazara, can you please watch over them while they explore?"
Ichigo asked. "Sure, master," Valiona and Kazara said, and the 4 left. Ichigo and EU decided to remain at the circular table.
They both pulled out a book to read.
Excuse me. Can I talk to you?" someone said. Ichigo looked up to see the woman that was about to fight that one guy from earlier.
She wears glasses and has a cold, sharp gaze. She has on a blue robe that exposed very little skin.
"Sure. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo,"
Ichigo said as he lowered his book.
"My name is Seekfera Agars." She asked. "Can I ask you a question?" she asked. "Sure," Ichigo replied. "Where did you get that mecha? How does it work? What powers the mecha? How do you control it?" she rapidly asked. She was about to ask more questions when Ichigo interrupted her. "Seek. Calm down," Ichigo said. "Seek?" she said. Slightly annoyed that he butchered her name down to that. "Sorry about that. I am bad at names. Is there a shorter version I could call you?" Ichigo asked. "Sure. Call me Vira," she said. "Okay," Ichigo said. "Why do you want to know about my mechas?" Ichigo asked. "Well, it's kind of embarrassing," she said.
"From what I have seen, every powerful being has a weird thing.
Odin is a pervert. Sirzechs likely has a sister complex. Rias is a Japanese otaku. How strange/embarrassing is yours?" Ichigo said. "Wow, you sure like throwing people under the magic school bus," Vira commented. Anyways, why do you want to know about my mechs? Ichigo said. Well, I'm a mecha otaku, Vira admitted. Well, that is way less strange than Sirzechs or Odin, Ichigo said. Honestly, hearing that about them make mine seem normal, Vira said. Can you make me a standard non-disclosure agreement? Ichigo asked. Closed her book and closed her eyes. Suddenly a piece of paper appeared in Ichigo's hand. Thanks, Ichigo said. Nodded and returned to her book. Before we can continue, please sign this non-disclosure agreement, Ichigo said as he passed the paper to Vira. Vira looked at the paper and began to read the contract. Her mother constantly told her that be careful of a contract. Some contracts are enchanted to hide certain details from the reader. Vira used some of her magic to see if there were any enchantments on the contract. She found none. Vira decided that the contract is official. She began to try and find a pen. Vira, you need to sign in blood, Ichigo said. What? Why? Vira questioned. Her mother told her that signing any contracts with blood means that the contract is binding to the soul. Breaking the contract means certain death. As you know, the contract was signed and the blood is absolute. The history of my mechs is something I do not want to be discovered, Ichigo said. Fine, Vira said as she signed the contract and handed it to Ichigo, who then signed the contract. The contract glowed red for a moment and then stopped. Now that is taken care of, what is your first question? Ichigo asked. The two spent the next 10 minutes talking about the Azura Machina. Wow, the fact your control 7 spiritually/magically fuel mechas are amazing, Vira said. Anyways, do you want to learn more from the mechanic who maintains them? Ichigo asked. What? She yelled. Luckily, Ichigo cast a Kido to prevent anyone from listening in to their conversation. You can't serious, right? No. I honestly ask if you want to learn from my mech's mechanics, Ichigo said. Why? Vira asked. Well, for one, he is likely bored out of his mind. 2, you showed that you honestly want to learn this. 3, friends help friends, Ichigo said. We're friends? Vira questioned. Sure, Ichigo said. Yay! Vira said and hugged him. Ichigo was shocked by the unexpected hug. Sorry, she said when she realized that she was hugging Ichigo and let go. No Ichigo was about to say before he heard a scream in his mind. Master! Kizara yelled. Kizara! What happened? Ichigo asked, worried something bad has happened. We need your help, Kizara and Valiona yelled. I'm coming, Ichigo yelled. Sorry, Vira. Something is wrong with my sisters, Ichigo said as he stood up and began running to where he could sense Kizara, Valiona, Yuzu, and Karen. Vira ran behind Ichigo. 5 minutes prior, with Yuzu. Yuzu and Karen were walking around enjoying the party. Occasionally talking with some who Yuzu and Karen recognized as members of Rias's or Sona's peerage when Yuzu accidentally hit someone and both fell on the floor. 5 minutes prior, with Diodora. Diodora Astaroth was very angry as he walked around the ballroom. When people look at him, many would see him as a polite kind devil. However, remove that mental mask, you would see his true self. He is a narcissistic, sinister, vile, sadistic and wicked devil who would do whatever it takes to achieve his desires. The reason why he is very mad is one of his victims was here. Asia Argento was one of the girls he decided to use to satisfy his sadistic needs. At the time, she was a virgin maiden and a nun. He injured himself and Asia healed him. He informed the priest that she helped a devil and marked Asia as a witch and heretic. Before he could rescue Asia, she joins those priests and that red hair bitch managed to acquire her. After a good time, for him, with his servants, Diodora managed to find another target to replace Asia. Today during this ceremony he was forced to participate, he had to encounter Asia Argento again.
Man, seeing her all happy made him very angry.
So angry that he didn't pay attention to where he was walking and accidentally hit something and fell. Now,
Yuzu and Diodora collided with each other.
Yuzu, you okay?
Karen asked as she lowered herself to Yuzu's level.
Yes, Karen, Yuzu said.
She then turned to the person who fell with her.
Are you all right? Yuzu asked the person. In Diodora's anger, he forgot to mentally put his mask on.
He turned to face Yuzu and yelled.
What the fuck, you bitch? Watch where you walking. Diodora yelled.
Hey, you don't speak to my sister like that, Karen yelled.
Diodora stood up. What are your names? Diodora asked. Karen helped Yuzu get up, then looked at Diodora. My name is Kurosaki Karen. She is Kurosaki Yuzu. Karen answered. Kurosaki, never heard of that surname. You're likely some shitty low-rank reincarnated devil. Diodora assumed. Who is your master? Diodora demanded. We aren't devils, Karen yelled back. Aren't devils? You must be some sort of lost pet then. Diodora said. He then smiled sinisterly. Since you aren't anyone's property, I guess I got to claim you for myself then, Diodora said.
He then began to cast spells to see if what Karen said was true.
Diodora smiled more. You two would do fine to my collection of broken toys, Diodora said. He then began to cast spells to restrain the two.
Yuzu and Karen immediately tried to fight the spells.
Kazara and Valiona knew that this Diodora must be some sort of high-ranking devil.
If they fight this Diodora, there is a chance they would be killed due to being stray familiars.
Kazara and Valiona quickly contact Ichigo through their familiar bond. Master! Kazara yelled. Worried that her master is too far away. Kazara! What happened? Ichigo asked. Kazara could hear how worried her master was. We need your help. Kazara and Valiona yelled. I'm coming. Ichigo yelled. A few seconds later, Ichigo showed up. What is going on? Ichigo asked. Valiona and Kazara pointed at the struggling Yuzu and Karen. Ichigo saw this and fired a Byakurai at Diodora. Diodora was too focused on the spells that he didn't see the Byakurai coming. Upon impact, Diodora lost focus on his spell, releasing Yuzu and Karen. Ichigo quickly caught the two. Ichigo gave the two to Valiona and Kazara. Go to EU and go back home, Ichigo said. His two familiars compiled and went to find EU. Who did that? Diodora yelled. That would be me, Ichigo said. Who are you? Diodora asked. Kurosaki Ichigo, Ichigo answered. Who? Kurosaki isn't a surname of any 72 pillars. Diodora said. Ichigo? What happened?
Sirzechs said as the crowd parted for all the faction leaders and bodyguards entered the scene. According to Kazara and Valiona, this guy tried to capture Yuzu and Karen, Ichigo said.
You sure? Sirzechs said. Yes, Ichigo said. Sirzechs then cast a few spells to prevent Diodora from moving. Does anyone here wish to defend Diodora of House Astaroth of the crimes he has been accused? Sirzechs asked the crowd. Many were confused at the way Sirzechs asked the crowd.
Suddenly many of the older members who were still alive right after the Civil War remembered something. During the end of the Civil War, all the devils who were accused of treason to be judged, 3 of the 4 Mao became judge, jury, and executioner. Based on the evidence presented, Sirzechs began to say, he gave a quick look to Seraphal and Beelzebub. Both Seraphal and Beelzebub nodded to Sirzechs. Diodora of House Astaroth, the majority ruling of the Mao, I deemed you guilty of treason, Sirzechs said.
What? Diodora and many of the crowd yelled. Many people were beginning to question the results of the crime. Silence. Sirzechs said. The entire crowd immediately quieted down. Ichigo, if you please, Sirzechs said. Ichigo sighed and summoned the Jigaku no Yoroi. From there, the Mao, Azazel, Odin, and Michael bowed to Ichigo. Immediately everyone copied the leaders and bowed. Rise, Ichigo said, and then turned to Sirzechs. For those uneducated in our traditions, Kurosaki Ichigo is wearing the legendary Jigaku no Yoroi, which symbolized the title of Jigaku no Kotai. In other words, he is the ruler of hell and indirectly the ruler of the devils and fallen angel. A few days ago, I presented to the Jigaku no Kotai a new contract to renew our agreement. That contract states, devils will be allowed to occupy a small portion of hell, dubbed Underworld. In exchange for self-government rights, when the Jigaku no Kotai requires it, all devils will fight for Jigaku no Kotai. If any dares to attack the Jigaku no Kotai or any under Jigaku no Kotai's protection, the Jigaku no Kotai has the right to seek retribution. The guilty party is tried for treason in an attempt to destroy the government. In any case where this contract is violated, the Jigaku no Kotai has the right and authority to evict all people living at that pocket dimension. Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Karen is his blood sister. Meaning, Diodora of House Astaroth attempted to break the contract. Sirzechs said and joined the other faction leaders. Sirzechs. He is an heir of House Astaroth, correct? Ichigo asked. Yes, my lord, Sirzechs said. God. I'm starting to sound like Byakuya. Ichigo mentally commented. Bring me, Lord Astaroth. Ichigo said. Sirzechs immediately disappeared. Ichigo then walked to Diodora. I know what you said to my sisters. You will suffer for your crimes. I won't kill you right now, but you harmed my family. Be ready to pay. Ichigo said. My lord, Sirzechs said as he and another man appeared, both bowing to Ichigo. Rise, Ichigo said. The two rose. This is Lord Astaroth, Sirzechs said and took a few steps back. Ichigo looked at the man. Lord Astaroth looks like an older version of Ajuka Beelzebub. My lord. I apologize for my son's crimes. Is there anything I can do to prevent my son from being killed? Lord Astaroth asked. Does he have a marriage contract? Ichigo asked. He does, my lord. Summon her and her lord, Ichigo ordered. Yes, my lord, Sirzechs said. A few minutes later, a young-looking girl and another older man came and bowed. Rise, Ichigo said. Who are you? Ichigo asked. I am Anili of House Visego, Anili answered. Honest answer. Do you love Diodora of House Astaroth? Ichigo asked. I don't. I despise him. All of his peerage members were holy nuns or maidens which he kidnapped and found joy in breaking those girls physically, mentally and morally. Anili said. Michael had a hard time trying to restrain himself after hearing what he has done to those girls. Alright then, Lord Visego and Lord Astaroth, bring me a blank marriage contract, the marriage contract between House Astaroth and House Visego, and a table with 5 chairs, Ichigo ordered. The two lords quickly ran off to find the required documents while a few maids brought over a table and a few chairs. Ichigo went to Lord Beelzebub. Lord Beelzebub, may I have a private word? Ichigo asked. Sure, my lord, Ajuka said. Ajuka then cast a spell to prevent others from hearing what the two are saying. You created the evil pieces, correct? Ichigo asked. I did, Ajuka replied. Do you know if it is possible to remove the evil pieces from Diodora and set free his peerage members? Ichigo asked. You are planning to do that to him, Ajuka said. I am, Ichigo said. If Diodora is fighting the spell, which I believe he would do, then he will be in pain. However, if he isn't fighting against the spell, then there is no problem. Ajuka answered. Would I be able to use the spell or are you going to use it? Ichigo asked. I will do the spell, Ajuka said. Why? Ichigo asked. First, I added various safeguards so no other devils can steal another person's evil pieces. Second, I don't want anyone to learn of the spell to use to remove evil pieces.
Lastly, the pieces recognized me as the creator and wouldn't fight against the spell.
Ajuka answered. Okay then, Ichigo said. Ajuka lowered the spell.
Ichigo sat down at the table and instructed that Lord Visego, Enili, Lord Beelzebub, and Lord Astaroth to sit with him at the table. Ichigo cast the privacy Kido around the table to prevent anyone from telling what is going on.
I will be modifying the contract between House Astaroth and House Visego. Ichigo began.
In the eyes of the paperwork, it will still be officially a marriage.
However, Diodora will no longer have any rights.
He'll become what he did to those maidens, a slave.
Ichigo explained.
To please both houses.
Enili will need to give birth a total of 4 times.
Ichigo said.
What? Enili screamed.
She then realized what she said.
Sorry my lords, Enili said.
Lord Visego was very nervous. He hoped that Lord Ichigo doesn't get offended.
I understand your reaction. Allow me to explain how this will work. 2 of the children will be for the House Astaroth, while the other 2 will be for House Visego. Ichigo explained. I see, Enili said. Once this requirement is met, Enili can have another husband if she wants while having Diodora as her official personal slave, Ichigo said. My lord, if hypothetically, I do not approve of the marriage, what will happen? Lord Astaroth asked. If you do not approve of the marriage contract, then Diodora will be killed and ending the House Astaroth line, Ichigo answered. Lord Astaroth sighed and immediately signed the marriage contract.
Lord Visego and Enili read over the marriage contract to make sure everything Ichigo said is true and in writing. Once they made sure that everyone Ichigo said is in writing, they both signed the marriage contract. Lord Beelzebub, start the last part, Ichigo said.
Yes, my lord. Lord Beelzebub said.
The privacy Kido around the table was temporarily lowered to allow the immobilized Diodora to enter the privacy Kido.
Diodora of House Astaroth, normally an act of treason will result in your death. However, I am merciful enough. You will not be killed. However, you will be stripped of your evil pieces and peerage, lose your status as high-class devil and as the heir of House Astaroth. You will now become a slave to Enili of House Visego. She will become your master. You are now nothing.
On this day Diodora of House Astaroth is dead.
In his place lies Diodora no name. Ichigo said to Diodora. Ichigo turned to Ajuka and signaled him to begin. I am sorry little brother that you became this way. However, I must do what I must for our race. Ajuka said, then began to chant.
I, Lord Ajuka Beelzebub, creator of the pieces forged by fragments of devil souls, hereby order you, Diodora of House Astaroth. Return the gifts that were given to you and suffer for your crimes against us.
Ajuka said.
Diodora screamed in pain as around his chest something started to float out.
From Diodora's chest, Ichigo could see a king evil piece started to creep out. A few seconds later, the piece came out and Ajuka took it.
Enili put on Diodora a custom collar and chain for Diodora's new status as a pet.
Enili then took her husband home.
Ichigo, Ajuka, Michael and Lord Astaroth left the ballroom to talk with Diodora's former peerage.
Scene change, Diodora's mansion. With Lord Astaroth's help, Ichigo, Ajuka, and Michael entered the mansion. Lord Astaroth guided them to a sitting room.
I will call all the peerage members to this room for you to talk to them.
Is that fine? Lord Astaroth asked.
That is fine, Ichigo replied.
Lord Astaroth bowed and left the room. Michael. I am going to cast a spell on you so that no one will be able to see you. Ichigo said. Why? Michael asked. I want you to see these girls before you make a decision. I also want to hear their honest answer with knowing you are here. Ichigo explained. Okay then, Michael said. Ichigo cast Kyoko on Michael.
A few minutes later, they heard a knock on the door. Come in, Ichigo said. 15 girls walked in wearing red robes with hood. The girls lowered their hoods. Everyone could see the emotionless mask they all had on. Ichigo could see the dead-eye look each girl had in their eyes.
What happened to former Master Diodora? One of the unnamed females asked. Ichigo quickly explained what happened to Diodora. Mao Beelzebub, is what Lord Ichigo said is true? Another unnamed female asked.
So, our former master is no more and we now have you as our master, the tallest unnamed female summarized.
Yes. Before we continue, I want to ask, if given the opportunity, would you go back to God? Ichigo asked.
Yes. All the girls yelled, then became quiet. Even though the journey will include pain and suffering for redemption, Ichigo added.
Yes.
All the girls answered.
So Michael, what do you say, you want to accept these girls and allow them to be rehabilitated? Ichigo said.
All the girls looked confused until Michael appeared. They all gasped in seeing the legendary Michael in front of them. Seeing these former nuns and holy maidens who show hopelessness in their eyes now show sparks of hope returning, I can't say no.
Michael began to say. However, the evil pieces that are in their souls must be removed from their souls before we can start the rehabilitation process. Girls, this rehabilitation process will be a painful journey for you 15 to become what you were before. Michael said. The first unnamed female of the peerage looked at her fellow members and then looked back at Michael.
Lord Michael, we all have suffered throughout the torment with that bastard, however, with the opportunity that Lord Ichigo has gifted us, it would be a disrespect to turn this offer down.
She said. With that, Ichigo and Ajuka began the difficult process of reclaiming the evil pieces from each girl.
After 5 minutes they were all done and Lord Michael guided these girls back to heaven. After that, Ichigo and Ajuka slowly began to walk out of Astaroth's mansion.
Thanks for doing this, Ajuka, Ichigo said. No problem. Sadly, my younger brother did all of this to those girls. Ajuka said. It is sad. Ichigo said. Ichigo.
I want you to take these 16 pieces and place them in that briefcase and redo the process.
Ajuka instructed. Why? Ichigo said.
Because I want to give you these pieces as my way of thanking you for not allowing my family name to die out. By the contract, you could have killed him and ended up killing off the House of Astaroth.
However, you didn't.
Instead, you worked with the contract my father wrote with House Visego and included children to be produced from that marriage, which allows both families to continue.
Ajuka said.
Okay, Ichigo said as he sent those 16 pieces into his mindscape.
Scene change, Sirzechs' mansion, private meeting room. Once those two returned, a butler guided Ichigo and Ajuka to another more private room. Ah. Our last two guests finally showed up for this meeting. Azazel said.
Thank you again, Ichigo, for helping those 15 girls. Gabriel is having a wonderful time helping them recover from that horrid treatment.
Michael said. No problem, Ichigo said. Now that everyone is here, let's start this meeting, Sirzechs said. Ichigo, can you summon Loki and Fenrir? Sirzechs requested. Before I summon Loki, what are you planning to do with Loki? Ichigo asked.
I'll likely banish him to somewhere in Asgard for a century or something like that, Odin said.
Well, I could throw him in hell for a bit. Ichigo suggested. Ichigo. Kokabiel is still scared of everything after those 2 weeks in hell. Imagine Loki in there for a century is cruel. Azazel said. I won't leave him there for a century. Maybe a month. Ichigo said. Go ahead, Odin said. Go ahead for what? Ichigo asked to make sure Ichigo is hearing this right. Send Loki to hell. It would be one of the few places I wouldn't have to worry about him managing to escape. Odin said.
Okay, Ichigo said and sent a mental command to Rhodonite and Shirogane to send Loki to him to his location. A black hole appeared next to Ichigo and a bleak gray Loki appeared still wrapped in chains. Ichigo then drew Suki no Hansha and slammed the hilt on Loki's forehead. All the leaders could see the symbol on Loki's forehead. Ichigo then sent a mental command to Rhodonite to release Loki. Rhodonite's chains retracted to the black abyss and Loki started to regain his coloring. Loki looked around to see that he is somewhere else entirely.
Where am I?
Loki yelled. Suddenly the symbols on Loki's head started to glow crimson. Suddenly the room began to shake and the gates of hell appeared. Loki, Norse god of mischief, hell has judged your sins and ruled that you shall be sent to hell, Ichigo said. From the gate, a Kushinada's hand came and grabbed the Loki.
What? Loki yelled as the hand gripped him tightly.
He struggled as much as he could and forced to admit he couldn't break it. He then noticed Odin sitting at the table doing nothing.
Father! Father! Please help me!
Loki screamed at his father.
Loki!
It hurts for me to do this, but it must be done.
I have constantly punished your actions for eons. However, you didn't learn from those punishments. Instead, you continued to do them. This is for your good. Odin said and looked away from Loki. Father! Father! Loki yelled out as the Kushinada pulls Loki into the gate. With that done, the gate disappeared.
Odin sighed seeing his son judged by hell and deemed him worthy to become its next resident hurt him a lot.
Odin! I have your grandson as well. Do you want me to throw him to hell as well or give him to you? Ichigo asked.
I'll hold on to him for now, Odin said. Ichigo then commanded Rhodonite to bring Fenrir from the pocket dimension. Right when Ichigo released the chains from Fenrir, Odin cast a spell on Fenrir and teleported him somewhere else.
Anything else to mention? Sirzechs asked. I would like to mention something. Ichigo started. All the members looked at Ichigo. Ophis is no longer working with Kao's brigade, Ichigo said. What? Azazel said.
From my sources, she is still working with them.
Ichii isn't lying, Ophis said as she teleports into the conference room.
Everyone except Ichigo immediately jumped off their seats in shock.
Ophis ignored this and sat on Ichigo's lap.
I did say that I wasn't lying, Ichigo said. After that, the fraction leaders calmed down and went back to their chairs.
For the record, Ophis, you are not part of Kao's brigade anymore, Sirzechs said.
I am no longer part of that group, Ophis said.
Can you give us any information about the group? Michael asked.
The next 10 minutes Ophis described many of these weaklings in Kao's brigade.
Ajuka quickly brought out a notepad and began to write all these descriptions down.
Sirzechs, Ichigo whispered to Sirzechs.
Yes, Ichigo?
Sirzechs asked. Tell the kitchen to make as many baked goods as they could, Ichigo whispered.
Why?
Sirzechs asked. It'll make Ophis happy, Ichigo replied. Immediately Sirzechs sent word to Graphia, who then quickly got the chefs and bakers to immediately make as many cakes as they could.
It took 10 more minutes until Ophis stopped giving them any more details in regards to the Kao's brigade members.
Ophis, Sirzechs said as he stood up. In appreciation of all the help you gave us tonight, take all these cakes and other desserts we made for you, Sirzechs said as various maids and butlers pushed carts of cakes and other desserts in the room.
Ophis cracked a small smile and opened a portal in the room.
Enter the portal. Once through the other side, there should be a flat rock. Leave the carts in a neat and orderly manner.
Then return here. Ophis instructed. The maids and butlers did as instructed.
Once all the carts were pushed in the portal and the servants exited the portal, Ophis closed the portal, hugged Ichigo and
left. Wow. Everyone thought after Ophis left. Is there anything else we need to talk about in regards to the alliance? Michael said. I don't believe anything else needs to be mentioned in regards to the alliance, Sirzechs said.
With that done, everyone left except the 4 Mao, Odin, and Ichigo who remained.
So Odin, shall we discuss the contract? Ichigo said. Yes, we shall, Odin said and pulled out a contract. Ichigo took the contract and began to read it. The contract itself was similar to the one Azazel and Sirzechs presented to Ichigo.
The contract stated that both the Asgard will be allowed to occupy a small portion of Hell, dubbed Helheim. In exchange for self-government rights, when the Jigaku no Kotai requires it, all Asgard will fight for Jigaku no Kotai. If any dares to attack the Jigaku no Kotai or any under Jigaku no Kotai's protection, the Jigaku no Kotai has the right to seek retribution. The guilty party is tried for treason in an attempt to destroy the government. In any case where this contract is violated, the Jigaku no Kotai has the right and authority to evict all people living at that pocket dimension. Ichigo simply signed the contract and gave it to Odin, who quickly signed the contract.
Sarafall decided to sign as a witness.
Once she finished signing it, 2 copies of the contract appeared.
Ichigo and Odin took their copies and hid them. Odin. May I have a private word with you? Ichigo asked.
Sure, Odin answered. We'll show ourselves out, Sirzechs said as all the Mao walked out.
So what do you want to talk about? Odin asked.
I wish to receive your blessing, Ichigo said.
Blessing for? Odin asked.
I am doing the Ichigo said before being interrupted by Odin.
Ah. You are also doing the death quest. Odin said, recognizing the request.
I am, Ichigo said.
Sure, Odin replied. What? Ichigo replied. Ichigo didn't expect Odin to be willing to do it.
I, Odin, leader of the gods in Asgard, give Kurosaki Ichigo my blessing in regards to the death quest, Odin said in ancient Norse. Ichigo suddenly glowed a light blue and then it vanished.
Thank you, Ichigo said. No problem, Odin said. You are helping me with my son. I honestly want him to be able to someday take my spot. I grow older and slowly grow weaker. I miss my wife, my true love. These women I flirt with are beautiful and all. However, they can never replace my dear Frigg. When Loki returns, I hope he is willing to become the leader I know he can be. If so, maybe I can finally lay myself to rest. Odin said before he left the meeting room.
Ichigo left the room to find Rias. Ichigo found a maid who guided Ichigo to Rias' room. From there, Ichigo explained to Rias that during the event, Ichigo befriended Sikvera Agars and wasn't able to get her contact information. Rias tried to tease Ichigo, however. Ichigo said that she was interested in the mechas that Ichigo controlled and nothing else. Rias gave Ichigo Sikvera's contact information. With all that done, Ichigo ripped open a garganta and jumped in. Ichigo appeared in his bedroom. Ichigo changed out of his suit and put on some sleepwear.
Ichigo went downstairs to see everyone watching a movie. Ichigo quickly explained to the girls what happened regarding Diodora.
The girls understood Ichigo's actions on why he returned very late.
Ichigo also told them about Sikvera Agars and clarified that they do not have anything romantic going on.
They were friends because Sikvera wanted to know about Ichigo's Azura Machina and she was willing to sign a contract to be allowed to learn about them.
Ichigo sent a text to Dawn about Sikvera Agars.
After that, Ichigo decided to go to sleep early.
Scene change, temp home, morning. The next day, Ichigo slept in. When he went down, everyone else was eating breakfast. When Ichigo sat down, EU called out to Ichigo. Ichigo. Can I ask you something? EU said. Are you about to ask me if I can allow Ophis to come with us? Ichigo asked. Yes, EU said.
Sure, Ichigo said.
Really? EU said. Sure. It's not as if we are going to run out of the room. Ichigo said. EU then jumped and hugged Ichigo. Thank you. Thank you. She said. Ophis. She screamed. Yes? Ophis said as she suddenly appeared in the dining room. Oh. Food. She said and grabbed a plate. Ophis, EU said again. Ophis looked and see EU was giving Ophis an annoyed look. I did it again, didn't I? Ophis said. You did. EU said. Sorry. You should know me. Food is love. Food is life. Ophis replied. EU sighed. Anyways, I talked to Ichigo. If you want to, you can join us on our adventure. EU said. EU. I do want to go with you on your adventure, but I still have some things to take care of. Ophis said sadly. Well. Okay. EU accepted. Is this about Kao's brigade? Ichigo asked. Correct, Ophis said. Be careful. There are things to injure dragons. Ichigo said. I know Ichi-ni, Ophis said. Suddenly Yuzu, Karen, and EU tackled Ophis. What did you say? The girls yelled. Ichigo laughed at Ophis's situation and the girls' reaction. I kind of lectured her and someone made a comment about us acting like Nissen and Amato and she decided to call me this, Ichigo said. Yuzu and Karen glared at Ophis at the appearance of a new challenger. All of you stay here, Ichigo said. Ichigo decided to summon out the 2 sets of chaos pieces. Girls, I am going to use these on all of you, Ichigo said as he took out the 2 sets of chaos pieces and placed them on the table. What are those, Ichi-ni? Karen asked. Originally these are called evil pieces. They are based on the game of chess. There are a total of 15 pieces, 1 queen, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 8 pawns, that are given to top-class devils, king, with a peerage. These pieces are used to reincarnate other beings into devils and become servants of the top-class devil. However, Sirzechs requested a Juka, the creator of the evil pieces, to modify them to prevent other beings from turning into devils. Ajuka named my pieces as chaos pieces since both I am technical neutral and it sounds way better than evil pieces. Ichigo explained. So what does each piece mean? Yuzu asked. The rooks gain superhuman strength, leading to high offense and defense. However, they are not very quick, and can get beaten easily by a high-speed opponent. Ichigo said as he showed the girls the rook. Next is the knights. Knights gain increased speed and mobility, enabling them to perform high-speed attacks and maneuvers. However, their main weakness is their low defense, making them vulnerable to powerful attacks if they are not careful. Another weakness among knights are their legs. If their legs are injured, their mobility is greatly reduced. Ichigo explained as he showed them the knight piece. After that, we got the bishops. Bishops gain enhanced magical abilities that they can use to conjure up a multitude of spells. However, more powerful spells consume most of their magical power, which takes a long time to regain, forcing them to use their power carefully or risk becoming vulnerable to physical attacks. Ichigo said and showed them the bishop piece. What about the queen? EU asked. The queen possesses all the characteristics of rooks, knights, and bishops, making them the most balanced piece as well as the most powerful. The queen is usually the second to take charge of the peerage when the king is not available. Ichigo explained as he showed them the queen piece. What about those last ones? Ophis pointed at. The pawns are something special. The traits of pawns is the ability to promote into a queen, rook, knight, or bishop in enemy territory or with the permission of their king. Ichigo said. So, who is the king? Karen asked. Isn't that obvious? Ichigo said. Anyways, Ichi-ni, what does the king piece do? Karen asked. The king piece is a little different compared to the others. The king piece doesn't give out special powers. Instead, it acts as a strength multiplier. Ichigo said. So who will get what piece? Yuzu asked. Well, Ophis and EU will be my pair of queens. Yuzu and Karen would be my pawns. Ichigo said. Ichigo took each piece and activate them. All the pieces were absorbed into each girl. So this is a new power that these pieces gave, EU said. Ichigo noticed that Sirzechs was not lying when these pieces didn't change any of the girls into devils. The girls decided to go try out their new powers. Ichigo took out the trainer, showed Kazara and Valiona how to operate it and sent the girls into the trainer to experiment with their new powers. Ichigo cleaned up the breakfast when he received a call. Ichigo looked at his phone to see Yasaka calling him. Hello? Ichigo said through the phone. Ichigo. Can I see you right now? Yasaka asked. Sure. Give me a few minutes. Ichigo replied as he hung up on Yasaka. Ichigo told his familiars that he is going to see Yasaka. Ichigo ripped open a black garganta and jumped in it. Scene change, Kyoto.
Ichigo jumped out of the garganta to Yasaka's throne room. There, he sees Yasaka with a folder in her hand. "Hello Ichigo," Yasaka said. "Hello, Yasaka. What do you want to talk about?" Ichigo asked. "Ichigo, here is the little information on Mocha that I managed to find," Yasaka said and gave the folder to him. "Thank you," Ichigo said before Yasaka kissed him on the lips. "What?" Ichigo said after the kiss. "While I was finding the information, Amaterasu-sama contacted me and allowed me to have a relationship with you," Yasaka explained, blushing in embarrassment. "Wow," Ichigo said. "But, why me?" Ichigo asked. "You need to stop putting yourself down," Yasaka said. "In Kunu's little adorable head, you are her papa and I am her mama." "Wait," Ichigo said. Yasaka turned back to Ichigo. "Yes?" Yasaka asked. "I was wondering if you wish to join my peerage," Ichigo said. "Your peerage? You allied yourself with the devils?" Yasaka questioned. "No, I didn't. Sirzechs paid me for my services in the form of my evil pieces. However, these pieces don't alter the receiver into devils," Ichigo said. "How can you trust the words from a devil?" Yasaka questioned. "I have already used them on my sisters and they are fine," Ichigo said. Yasaka thought about it. There weren't any cons in regards to this deal. "What powers do I get?" Yasaka asked. "Well, I will use one of my bishop pieces," Ichigo said and summoned his bishop piece. "This piece pretty much strengthens your magical abilities," Ichigo said. "Okay," Yasaka said. "I'll accept the piece." With that done, Ichigo presented the piece to Yasaka and it absorbed into her. She felt stronger and able to handle more magical energy. She also felt a mental door in her mind. Yasaka decided to see what it led. She knocked on the mental door to discover that it was unlocked. She pushes open the mental door and said, "Hello? Yasaka, how are you speaking to my mind?" Ichigo responded mentally. "We can talk to each other mentally?" Yasaka replied mentally. "Yes," Ichigo said. "How?" Yasaka questioned. "I believe that the pieces allow a mental connection to the king piece, which is myself," Ichigo theorized. "So this piece also created a mental door to you," Yasaka said. "Wait. So you had a mental door that connects you to my mind?" Ichigo asked. "Yes," Yasaka said. "Closes the mental door, Yasaka," Ichigo said. She closed the mental door. Ichigo asked Kiyoka to find this door. "Find the door." "Found it," Kiyoka said. "Are there any locks on my side?" Ichigo asked. "There are locks on this side," Kiyoka responded. "Yes, Saka. On my side, there are locks on it. Go to your side of the mental door and see if it had any locks on it," Ichigo instructed. Yasaka went back to the mental door and looked at it. She discovered that the door did have locks on it. "The door has locks on it," Yasaka responded. "Kiyoka, try locking the door on my side," Ichigo said. "Done," she replied. "Yasaka, try to knock on the door," Ichigo said. Yasaka went to the mental door and knocked on it. Ichigo feels a certain pressure in his mind. As if someone is trying to get in. "So this new mental connection can be locked on my side," Ichigo told Yasaka. "I saw locks on my side as well," Yasaka added. "This time, I am going to unlock my side of the door." "While you lock it on your side," Ichigo proposed. Kiyoka and Yasaka did what Ichigo instructed them to do. "Ichigo, when she locked her door, a switch appeared on our side," Kiyoka said. "Yes, Saka. You can also lock your mental door. However, if needed, I can open that door if I need to talk to you," Ichigo told her. "I see," Yasaka said. "Anyways, good luck with the rest of your journey, Ichigo, and come back to me once you regain your heart," Yasaka said. "Okay. Thank you, Yasaka." Ichigo said as he ripped open a garganta and jumped in it. Scene change, temp home.
Ichigo returned home to see that most of the girls didn't return from the trainer.
Ichigo saw that Valiona is reading while occasionally looking at the trainer.
Kazara was nowhere to be found. Valiona, where did Kazara go? Ichigo asked.
Ichigo, Kazara joined the girls in the trainer. I'll switch with her later.
Valiona explained. Okay, Ichigo said.
Ichigo went to his room and remembered that he still needed to call Vira about Dawn and allow him to answer any of her questions and help her. Ichigo took out his phone and dialed her number.
Hello? This is Seek Vera Agar's Air Vira managed to say before Ichigo intercepted her. Hey, Vira?
Ichigo said.
Ichigo! Vira yelled back. Vira didn't hear a response and began to panic and bombarded Ichigo with questions. How did you get my number? During all that chaos, I forgot to give you my number. Ichigo! Ichigo! Are you there? Vira calmed down, Ichigo said once Ichigo regained his hearing. Are you available right now? Ichigo asked. I am. Why? Vira asked. Can you come over to where I am? Ichigo asked. Where are you? Vira asked.
In Kuo, Ichigo said as he gave her the current address. Suddenly a red seal and glow appeared in his bedroom.
The glow died down and Vira was standing in Ichigo's room. Ichigo! Vira said and hugged Ichigo. Hello, Vira. Are you ready to meet the main technician to my mechas? Ichigo asked. Yes. I am. How are we going to get there? Vira asked. 1 second, Ichigo said and dialed for Dawn. Hello, Captain. What can I do for you? Dawn asked. Hey, Dawn. Are you available right now? Ichigo asked. I am. Why? Dawn asked. Can you teleport me and one other person to Yuzhio? Ichigo asked. Sure. Give me 1 minute. Dawn said as Ichigo hung up. Stand by for teleportation, Ichigo told Vira. Vira began to say before she was blinded by a white light. When the white light faded, Ichigo and Vira disappeared. Scene change. Yuzhio. Where are we? Vira asked as she looked to see some sort of command center. Welcome to Yuzhio. My name is Don Doboyer and I am the engineer for Yuzhio. Don introduced himself. My name is Seek Vera Agars. Please call me Vira. Vira said. Anyways, Don, I want you to give Vira a tour of your area, give her a modified teleporter which allows her to talk to you and teleports her into your office if you allow her, Ichigo said. Captain, why? Don asked. I want this to happen because of a few reasons. The first reason is that she wants to learn about the Azura Machina. Second is that she can help give you another perspective on your inventions. Ichigo said. Okay, Captain, Don said. With that, Don began showing Vira around Yuzhio and his sector. Is that wise, Captain Sama? Ahim asked. It's not wise, but it is something I think might help Don, Ichigo said. How? Guy asked. Well, according to the files you gave me, marvelous, Don is usually alone in his sector. I brought her up here for him to make a friend. If it goes serious, then it'll go serious. If not, then it allows him to interact with other people. Ichigo explained. Okay, Captain, Marvelous said. With that, Ichigo opened a garganta and jumped in it. Scene change, temp home. Ichigo returned to see that everyone was outside of the trainer. How was training? Ichigo asked. It was good, Ichi-ni. Those pieces increased our powers a lot. Karen said. Your powers? Ichigo asked. Yes. We received some basic training on our Quincy powers. Yuzu said. I see. Ichigo said. Yawatch, do you think you could help them? Ichigo asked. I could, Yawatch replied. Both of you remember Yawatch, right? Ichigo asked. They both nodded her heads. He is the manifestation of my Quincy powers. He will help both of you with your training. How? Yuzu asked. That leads to the other thing. I discovered that the chaos pieces established a mental connection with each other. I see. Yuzu said. And I will be able to speak to both of you through this connection, Yawatch said to the girls. The girls were shocked at the sudden appearance in their mind. Anyways, we will be leaving town for a bit, Ichigo said. Ichi and I, what about school? Yuzu said. Well, I am planning to rent/buy the house so that when school starts, you two have a place stay, Ichigo explained. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Ichigo went to the door and opened it. Outside of his door was Rias and her entire peerage. Hey, Ichigo-sensei. The entire peerage said. I know you were not trying to leave here without a party, Rias said. Come over to my house, we're going to have a goodbye party, Issei said. Come on girls, we're going to Issei's house to have a goodbye party, Ichigo said. Everyone all moved to Issei's house and had their goodbye party. At some point, Azazel heard that his club is having a party without him and he decided to crash the party. Sirzechs heard about this party and managed to crash the party for a few seconds before Graphia appeared right being Sirzechs, kicked him down and began to drag Sirzechs to the waiting portal. It was hilarious seeing this. It looked like all those cartoons of people being dragged into hell. Soon the party ended, and the Occult Research Club saw Ichigo and company driving away from them and into their next adventure. That wraps up this part of What If Overpowered Ichigo Left Karakura Town. Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like and subscribe, and please consider supporting the author as well. See you in the next one.